Está a funcionar, não está? Está a funcionar, não está? Está a funcionar, não está? Teste. Teste, teste. Teste. Teste, teste. Teste. Teste, teste. Teste. Teste, teste. Teste, teste. Moments of this event on social media, please do not hesitate in using the hashtag Nova Science Day. We now invite you to listen to Professor João Sàágua, Rector of Nova, who will do the official opening of Nova Science Day. Moments of this event on social media, please do not hesitate in using the hashtag Nova Science Day. We now invite you to listen to Professor João Sàágua, Rector of Nova, who will do the official opening of Nova Science Day.
Welcome to the third edition of the Science Day at Nova.
Moments of this event on social media, please do not hesitate in using the hashtag Nova Science Day. We now invite you to listen to Professor João Sàágua, Rector of Nova, who will do the official opening of Nova Science Day.
Is a much appreciated sign of his support of
Moments of this event on social media, please do not hesitate in
I would
using
like
the hashtag
to
Nova
give a warm
Science Day.
welcome to all
We now
others
invite
who
you to
are
listen to
participating
Professor
in
João
this
Sàágua,
presentation.
Rector of
Moedas,
Nova,
member
who will
of the
do
board
the
of
official
Gulbenkian
opening of
Foundation
Nova Science Day.
and former European Commissioner for Research, Science and Innovation. This Nova Science Day is dedicated to put sustainability in its many forms in the center of Nova research
Rector of
agenda.
Nova, will do
Carlos
the
Moedas
official
is most certainly the
opening of
person
Nova Science
who,
Day.
at the highest political level, gave the most important contribute to put Europe in that direction. Martin Penny, head of the Physical Sciences and Engineering Unit at the European Research Council Executive Agency, Eduardo Maldonado, President of the National Innovation Agency, and António Ferrari, Public Information Officer for the United Nations. Your presence here is a great honor for our university, and we definitely look forward to hearing what you have to share with us. I extend my greetings to Sofia Frère of Santander Universities, who will be delivering this year Santander Nova Research Award. On a very special note, I would like to thank Professor Elvira Fortunato, our Vice-Rector for Research and the pioneer scientist herself, for the excellent organization of this event, which this year takes a new format and hopefully will reach a much wider audience. I also have to thank all the members of the rectoral team, the deans of Nova Schools, and the president of the Scientific Council, our Vice-Rector for Research. But naturally, my most profound acknowledgement and gratitude goes to our talented research academics. Each and every one of you play a critical role in making Nova a research-intensive university, and I also have to thank all the members of the university that combines fundamental and applied research with collaborative agendas that tackling real challenges in our society. A university driven by a deep scientific concern about sustainability, which is today's meeting in making Nova a lastly, to all distinguishable guests in the audience and to all those watching us on live stream at Nova YouTube. Thank you for attending this event, and I hope you enjoyed today's presentation. A university driven by a deep scientific concern about sustainability. Sustainability is, I assume, the main challenge in the 21st century. It focuses on meeting the needs of the present without compromising the ability of future generations to blossom and to create a better world. A message that the President of the European Commission, Ursula von der Leyen, has vigorously presented in her latest speech. The world, we all know, has progressed immensely due to science, but it is also facing real global threats. Climate change, environmental and social inequalities are probably the centerpiece issues of our time, the three faces, so to speak, of contemporary sustainability agenda. The world, we only have one planet, and in a very important sense, we all belong to the same global society. Only through a more responsible and sustainable approach to human and social living will be able to prevent a global disaster. This is also where science meets politics. The most solid knowledge to support the wisest political decisions. This might be the motto for the future of sustainability that lies ahead. Only through a more responsible. Bad news is that we have the human species dominating the planet, and unlike almost any other species in the world, we have the ability to become a weapon of mass destruction of our own habitat. We share this power, perhaps, if at all, only with virus. But these have this power only if we have unleashed them. The good news is that mankind is, unlike the virus, capable of the most extraordinary knowledge, based inventions and the most just actions. And since most of the global threats we share this power, perhaps we are in coal can still be reversed if we put our cutting-edge knowledge and our best efforts to do so. We have capable, clearly aware of this situation, international knowledge, based inventions, develop new strategies to address and since most of the global threats United Nations adopt we are the sustainable development goal can still be reversed if we put our cutting-edge knowledge and our best efforts to do so. We have capable. These 70 goals are integrated and recognized. The development must balance social, economic, and environmental sustainability. We are at regional level. The European Commission outlined the European Green Deal, which includes a series of initiatives that will protect the environment and boost the green economy. And one must add that the current pandemic has presented an enormous test for reaching these agendas. But at the same time, it provides an opportunity for scientists and governments to tackle many of the challenges aggravated by the pandemic itself. And as a result of the current and overwhelming crisis, the European Commission recently announced Next Generation EU as the main instrument for implementing the recovery package in response to the socio-economic consequences of the pandemic, and it addresses many of the challenges included in both the Sustainable Development Goals Agenda and the Green Deal. At national level, the Portuguese government has endorsed the strategic vision for 2020-2030 economic recovery plan, which is very aligned with Europe's new growth strategy and designed to transform Portugal into a more sustainable country within a more sustainable Europe. It is thus clear that today's development agendas call for a new collaborative paradigm based on the concept of full global partnership, which requires the mobilization and the Generation EU as the main instrument for implementing the recovery package in response critically scientists and universities. It is thus clear that today's development agendas to be successfully carried out requires a knowledge basis. Universities and researchers have here the noblest mission of Generation EU as the main instrument for implementing the recovery package and for fulfilling their ultimate role of service clear that today's development agendas. It was through science and innovation that much of the social and economic advancement in societies took place, and in today's world we have more than ever before the capacity and the need to progress in the direction of a more sustainable world, and the responsibility towards future generations is not clear. This depends on choices, political, civic, but also of the relevant research agendas. We have the knowledge and the tools and the resources to make a difference, but we need the leadership, the right part progressing, and most importantly, the right research agenda and to make the necessary future generations. It is more than ever a collaborative work on choices. In this roadmap for humanity, the challenges we face cannot be dealt with in silos or we have the knowledge and the tools through global partnership made of regional strategic networks. That's the name of the game now. Nova University is strongly committed with the agenda for sustainability and also with the government strategic vision for economic recovery of Portugal. How do we plan? Following the example of several leading universities which began implementing initiatives that foster the creation of interdisciplinary knowledge with high societal impact, such as the Oxford Martin School and Cambridge Global Challenges Initiative, we created a platform called Nova for the Globe, which will only be officially launched this November. Its official start was delayed due to the pandemic. Nova for the Globe addresses both the sustainable development and the Green Deal agendas by promoting the collaboration between Nova's different areas of knowledge and schools, and developing and creating strategic partnerships with national and international institutions, academic and non-academic, using a mission-oriented approach to research. In other words, Nova for the Globe serves as a platform for all the interdisciplinary projects and activity that Nova promotes or participates and tackle on some sustainability agenda based on knowledge with societal impact. We already have several academic groups that are involved in those interdisciplinary projects and expect others to join in soon, since they have all the potential for that. It was therefore urgent to take advantage of these valuable assets, support them, and create new research opportunities. In this vein, we asked each Nova school to appoint a leading academic in sustainability. Together, they will form Nova for the Globe Academic Council and will be in charge of proposing to our research groups topic in line with the UN 23rd Agenda and the European Commission's Green Deal. Altogether, they are invited to identify interdisciplinary topics, international partner universities, and non-academic national synergies according to the university's competencies, interests, and research agendas. Most of these members of Nova for the Globe Academic Council will actually be guest speakers for this event in this afternoon. Nova for the Globe also provides an excellent opportunity to align our research with the future calls of the Horizon to Europe, the largest financial envelope ever dedicated to knowledge, with an impact on sustainable development. As rector of this university, it makes me very proud to see all the scientific and institutional practices with a strong emphasis on sustainability that are being carried out in our schools. Here, I take this opportunity to take each of our deans and all our academics and encourage them to keep the good work. I am confident that this Nova for the Globe platform will be a decisive contributor to make our university more global and to enhance its international profile. But Nova's mission as a civic university is also to serve society at local level, not only around the areas where Nova is located, but in a more ambitious way. We want to make a positive contribution and impact, social and economic, in the sustainable development of the south and hinterland of Portugal. In order to achieve this mission, we are developing a partnership with the University of Évora and University of Algarve, aimed at contributing to the regional cohesion of Lisbon and Tagus Valley, Alentejo and Algarve. using the knowledge and innovation capacity existent in each university and exploiting their relevant networks. This commitment foresees the existence of collaborations with these two institutions and their partners at national and international areas in critical areas such as sustainable and inclusive cities and communities, green mobility and energy, water, agriculture, tourism, culture and heritage. Here we will bring our international partners to contribute at local level. We believe this mission will help support the government's strategic vision for Portugal's economy recovery plan and put us in the right track to become, at national level, the leading university in interdisciplinary research with high societal impact, and at European level among the front runners in the commitment to sustainable development and to Green Deal. All this sounds like a gigantic task that can only be performed step by step with broad and strong collaborative international networks. Clearly here I'm challenging our talented research groups to tune their research agendas with sustainability and to upscale their ambition. But to do this, one has to be aware of one's own resources. If I had time, I would present you a snapshot of Nova research activities and results, and believe me, those are enough to give us confidence. I don't have that time, but they are fully available at Nova Research Portal. However, one thing must be clearly stated. There is no science without scientists. And groundbreaking research requires not only very hard work and dedication on their part, but I would say most of their time. And it requires on the part of Nova the capability to attract and promote the most talented researchers. In that sense, it is part of Nova's strategic plan to design a policy that stimulates scientific excellence in several knowledge areas, a policy which we plan to disclose very soon. Vice-Rector Elvira Fortunato will present that system of incentives till the end of 2020. She and I, we are, believe me, deeply committed with this. Let me leave you with a final optimistic note on what is about to come. The future is nothing but what we create today. In a time where being positive almost became a negative thing, I challenge you and invite us all to put back the P in positive and also the 5 Ps of sustainable development: people, planet, prosperity, peace, and partnership. Rest assured that from our side we will continue to pursue our mission to serve society, local and globally, by promoting quality education and cutting-edge research for a more sustainable and greener world. Thank you.
With great pleasure that we invite to the stage the Portuguese Minister of Science, Technology and Higher Education, Professor Manuel Heitor.
Muito bom dia e muito obrigado mais uma vez por este convite. Certamente uma palavra de reconhecimento ao Reitor João Sàágua, à Elvira Fortunato, por manterem esta rotina destas reuniões e certamente o privilégio que tenho tido em participar anualmente. A Elvira lembrou-me que deveria falar em inglês para aqueles que estão a participar do outro lado do ecrã, mas não queria deixar de fazer um acolhimento muito especial, também em português, para este início deste ano letivo, por ser um ano particularmente inédito, em que temos que enfrentar, com responsabilidade e certamente pensando o futuro. And this is a new academic year in Portugal and all over the world, which should call us particularly for looking at the way we can teach and learn future generations to live in a society, in an economic context, with risk. The idea that we can eventually face a no-risk society is completely over these days, and therefore I will argue that it is within universities and within scientific institutions that they are the best prepared institutional context to pass to the society the way we need to live with risk and with the virus. Actually, that is the reason why in Portugal and in general in Europe, and I will say almost worldwide these days, we need particularly to make sure that our universities and higher educations guarantee presential education systems, certainly looking every single day to monitor the conditions to try to avoid the propagation of the virus, and at the same time use this opportunity to implement pedagogical innovation issues, but to guarantee presential conditions to every single student, which particularly we understand how important is face-to-face interaction among students, between students and researchers, between teachers and students. And we know from centuries that actually the learning of the learning and the teaching learning processes are particularly important in a face-to-face. And it's important, I do believe, to initiate this academic year here in Nova under this theme of the Sustainable Development Goals. I will call your particular attention to the Human Development Report, just published by the United Nations, and probably, as you may know, led by a great Portuguese scholar, Pedro Conceição, where particularly it focuses on the new ways we can actually balance human activity with the planet Earth. Essentially, we have understood by now that the SARS-2 virus has been particularly transmitted from animals to humans, and although we don't know exactly the ways it has shaped them, we clearly know today that zoonotic diseases are increasing and will probably increase in the years to come. The SARS-CoV is just one of a multiple set of virus, which actually seems to be particularly dependent on the human and economic activity and on an increased imbalance between that activity and the ecosystems of our planet Earth. And therefore, the United Nations is called us to the need for an improved version of, or notion of what it is being called these days by the Anthropocenic, the way we can guarantee a better balance between human activity and the ecosystems that we can be able to generate. And either the United Nations, the European Commission, and more recently the OECD, has called that this new balance is particularly dependent on three basic conditions. A new knowledge, we need to go and foster new frontiers of knowledge, particularly multidisciplinary and transdisciplinary knowledge, in the balance between the way we understand human life and economic activity in balance with our planet, and these do require new frontiers of knowledge, from new materials to space technologies to Earth observations, or to the physics of our ecosystems, as well as to the production of energy sources from the biogenics of the new hydrogen transformation to other issues which will certainly be able to position ourselves in a new balance between the economic activity that we all want to generate to create better and more jobs, but also the environmental balance we need to achieve in the decades to come. The second point is that beyond the new frontiers of knowledge, which go far beyond the verticalization of knowledge, we certainly need to foster institutional innovation and collaborative arrangements more and more between different institutions where universities do play a role, certainly, but in increasing collaboration with social and economic actors. Actually, in Portugal and in Nova, we have been able very much also to experiment new collaborative arrangements, particularly to better understand these challenges of better accommodating the production and the diffusion of knowledge with essentially the adaptation to a society to new forms of understanding the way we can use and produce better jobs with new knowledge. Last but not least, the third challenge is essentially on our observation methods, particularly bringing together Earth observation issues and the key challenges associated with the use of high quantities of information and to process information, particularly from high-resolution image, which do provoke a number of institutional contexts in the legal and economic issues, particularly associated with data privacy, but also in the way that we can better use the technical the developments for better observe our ways. Actually, one of a critical idea, and I'm also trying to promote, is the use of the stowaway COVID applications to better prevent COVID. Again, this is a single example, but we are in a process of more and more adapting and using high-resolution satellite data if we can really understand the key challenges of data policy and the legal regimes under which we can use high-resolution image without conflicting with data privacy. At the same time, we can better understand double-use technologies for safety and also defense issues. The challenges in Europe are particularly important in this context, and the European regulatory framework for the usage of new observation methods will certainly evolve in the years to come and will depend on the way we can better adapt the use of new observation methods, new data processing technologies, including artificial intelligence, and the legal regimes which can protect data privacy and our own privacy regimes and the nature of the European citizenship. It is within this context that I believe it's so important to better understand what is behind the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals, and very particularly the details of the Human Development Report and the challenges for all of us to keep students alive in the universities and to teach and learn in a society which will be always a risk society, and therefore you need to learn with more knowledge to better adapt to the future challenges. It is within context that we need to understand that we are facing now a new pluriannual financial program, which will have certainly the traditional decentralized funds, so-called structural funds in Portugal. We'll have a new European centralized funds, so-called Horizon Europe, and on the top of this we will have the recovery plan, which will be a unique opportunity for us to better understand the relation between knowledge and employment. At the same time, we need to diversify the structure of our economy in order to guarantee better and more jobs, certainly in Portugal, but throughout Europe. It is important to address sustainable development goals in a context where, particularly, we need to foster what has been called by European sovereignty or essentially European resilience facing the other large competing or world competing powers. And in this level, I believe for universities more than ever is important to understand where we are and where we should be. Actually, Portugal has been ranked last June by the European Commission as a strong innovator in a way which differs Portugal completely out of the traditional way other European regions has evolved, particularly based on large firms. Actually, Portugal has now an innovation ecosystem, particularly based on very small and nano companies, which report more than 4,000 companies' R&D expenditures. And this is an interesting but challenging environment where, again, the articulation of the capacity in our innovation ecosystem is particularly important when particularly linked to the university and research context. Also, the national statistics values already validated by the Eurostat as clear position of Portugal in an increasing ramp in terms of our R&D expenditure. Portugal went down in 2015 to 1.2% of GDP invested in R&D. We have increased to 1.4% of GDP, and particularly evolved between public and private expenditure. And these days we have, for the very first time, the business expenditure higher than the public expenditure in a way which is completely different from 20 years ago. But although we are in a path which will bring us the necessary trust to evolve, we need to set clear targets for the years to come. And therefore, our science policy within the recovery plan has been very clear to target the training of people. This last year, we had for the very first time in the Portuguese society, half of our kids 20 years old in higher education. In 2015, were 4 in each 10 kids. In the year 2000, were only 30% of the kids will be 20 years old participating in higher education. But we have been able to evolve, but this is not enough. And we need to target in 2030 to have at least 6 out of 10 kids with 20 years old participating in higher education. And this is an enormous challenge if we understand our demographics. This year, we have about 110,000 kids of 20 years old living in Portugal. And in 10 years' time, we will have essentially 85,000 if there is not a migratory revolution. So increasing the participation of students in higher education will require a strong social participation of the most vulnerable families into this education process. And that is the reason why we have strongly strengthened social support to students. This year will be the very first year where grants for students participating in higher education are well above, 25% above the fees. We have also guaranteed the increased number of students able to participate in the social support schemes and improved and increase the support for accommodation all over the country. With the target is also that within the range 30 to 34 years old, in our young active population, that today we have essentially 34% of those with higher education, we can achieve 50% of those between 30 and 34 years old in the year 2030 with an higher education degree. And this, again, is an enormous challenge for attracting more young kids to higher education, but also to keep training adult population. In this knowledge society that we all plan to live, we need to guarantee not only the reskilling of those which have not been able to update their skills, but also the upskilling in a continuous way due to the enormous challenges actually the Sustainable Development Goals bring to us. And we know that this can only be done with more training, and more training do require more research. And the targets, the targets or the European targets to again achieve 3% of our GDP by 2030 throughout Europe is an enormous target and is an enormous challenge, which in Portugal will require that in the coming decade we create at least 25,000 skilled jobs in Portugal, and these do require the complete transformation of our economic structure, which we do believe can only be done with more training, but more and more with our engagement in European networks. That is the reason why it's so important the increasing relevance of the Horizon Europe program. Actually, we have achieved our target in the last Horizon 2020 program to attract about 1,000 million euros from that program. And now Portugal is a net receiver of European funds. We have been able to overpass the target of 1.65% of the overall European budget, while our contribution is essentially 1.22%. But again, we should not be, we are certainly proud, but we should be more challenging and doubling our participation in the next European Framework Program to really try to achieve the 2% of the overall European budget. And this again, the idea to build Portugal with more Europe and an European context with more Portugal is certainly the challenge that we can better understand the way universities look at the Sustainable Development Goals. So again, I thank you very much for this organization. I thank you, Elvira and João Sàágua, for keeping us busy with these days, showing the importance of research in the university context, and again, promoting the necessary collaborative arrangements, certainly in Portugal, but throughout Europe. Thank you very much. Muito bem.
The United Nations, António Ferrari. He will be joining us via Zoom.
The importance of research in the university context, and again, promoting the necessary collaborative arrangements, certainly in Portugal, but throughout Europe. Thank you very much. Muito bem.
The United Nations, António Ferrari. He will be joining us via Zoom.
Olá, bom dia. Good morning to you all. I don't know if you're listening.
And again, promoting the necessary collaborative arrangements, certainly in Portugal, but throughout Europe. Thank you very much.
I'm having some delay with sound. Can you hear me? I'm not sure if you can listen.
The United Nations, António Ferrari. He will be joining us via Zoom.
Olá, bom dia. Good morning to you all. I don't know if you're listening.
And again, promoting the necessary collaborative arrangements, certainly in Portugal, but throughout Europe. Thank you very much.
I'm having some delay with sound. Can you hear me? I'm not sure if you can. I'm not sure if you can listen.
The United Nations, António Ferrari. He will be joining us via Zoom.
Olá, bom dia. Good morning to you all. I don't know if you're listening. Good morning. I hope you are all listening. Thank you so much. First of all, I would like to thank you the opportunity and the University Nova of Lisbon for giving the UN the opportunity to explain a bit better how the organizations work in promoting sustainability and how we are engaging people, countries, and dealing with this unique challenge that we are facing now, the COVID-19 pandemic. It is indeed an honor to take part of the event. On behalf of the UN, I will also...
Hi, António, can you hear me?
How important it is to have an institution like Universidade Nova de Lisboa so committed and as our ally in the dissemination of the Sustainable Development Goals. Its commitment and all projects that were mentioned by the Dean of the University, Professor João Sàágua, are indeed remarkable. This effort is even more relevant in the unique period that we are living now amidst the pandemic that changed all our lives so deeply and forced international community to rethink international cooperation. I will now share my screen. And okay, we've prepared a presentation to. Just a second. I'm so sorry. Okay, about what the UN have been doing in the past few months to cope with the pandemic. But as you all might know, sustainability is at the core of the UN's agenda for many years now, and it's a key priority in all the work that we develop. I was challenged to share with you some of our work in promoting sustainability and how we are doing with the sustainable development goals. Are we on the right path? Are we moving fast enough with the right pace and with the right scale to achieve the SDGs by 2030 as it is our goal? But to get there, I would like to first to recall that in 2015, world leaders approved the most ambitious and comprehensive agenda ever agreed by the international community. And as you all can imagine, it's not easy to have 193 member states agreeing in everything. So it was quite a demanding and challenging agreement that we forged into 5 years ago. The Sustainable Development Agenda is a universal call to action to end poverty, to protect the planet, and to improve the lives and prospects of everyone, everywhere. This motto is leaving no one behind. So many of you might know this image, the mosaic, as we call it, the SDGs, that define this agenda and set out a 15-year plan to achieve these goals. Each and every SDG is connected and dependent of each other. So we aim to have no poverty. We want to have climate action to promote gender equality, quality education, and these are some of the 17 SDGs that countries and societies have committed to achieve by 2030. It's not an easy job, as we all know, but today progress, we can say that progress is being made in many places, but overall we are quite aware, the UN is quite aware that we need more action to meet the goals, and we are not advancing at the speed and scale that is required. This is even more challenging, of course, now that we are facing, and we know that we'll be living with COVID-19 among us for at least a few months, perhaps a few years. So the virus can indeed jeopardize all the achievements that we made in the past few years. So what is this plan that we have? This is a universal plan. It's a universal because it's applicable in all countries, in all contexts, and at all times. It is ambitious because the cost of inaction is greater than the cost of action, and not easy to achieve, as we all know. It is transformative because causing a major change to the way we live, at least is what we expect from it. And it's also an integrated plan that is fully interconnected, and it is indivisible in the sense that it's also a shared responsibility by governments, by NGOs, by civil society, by academia, of course, advocates, well, and by everyone, all of us actually. And there are three dimensions of the sustainable development that we are trying to achieve: social inclusion, economic growth, and environmental protection. These three dimensions combined are crucial to allow us to achieve sustainable development. Sustainable development is not possible by addressing the risks and challenges of any dimension in a singular fashion. In other words, individually. Actually, we have to consider environmental, social, and economic opportunities, because then when the three of them are combined, they can have mutually reinforcing outcomes for sustainable development. So as the Professor João Sàágua mentioned, a way we have to measure how we are achieving and we are progressing on the SDGs implementation are indeed the 5 Ps. That's how we try to measure how we've been progressing and how we've been focusing in these 5 Ps. These highlight how the SDGs are an intertwined framework instead of a group of siloed goals, meaning that if there is a progress on one P, it must be balanced and supported by progress on another. Let's have a closer look, a quick look on these Ps to better understand how we can measure with these different indicators. With people, for instance, the SDGs are committed to end poverty and hunger in all their forms and dimensions, and to ensure that all human beings can fulfill their potential in dignity, in quality, and in a healthy environment. And it is remarkable, the achievements with the progress that we've done in the past few decades. Just to give you an example, in 2019, the global prevalence of extreme poverty was the lowest ever recorded in human history, with less than 8% of people living in extreme poverty. It's a huge difference, a stark difference of the 36% that were living in extreme poverty nearly 30 years ago. The second P, the planet, it's of course connected. It's of course connected with the major challenge we are facing and international community is facing in our days, and this is global warming and how climate is changing and bringing huge challenges for international international cooperation. As we all know, if we don't stop global emissions that have been ramped in the past few years, the planet will warm at least 1.5 Celsius degrees between 2030 and 2050, and this means put at significant risk health, livelihoods, food securities, water supply, human security, and of course, ultimately, economic growth. Without rapid and all-encompassing transitions, these impacts will be even worse in the coming future. That's why for the UN it's so important to act and to promote climate action as soon as possible. The third P, prosperity, it's the SDGs in this dimension aim to ensure that all human beings can enjoy prosperous and fulfilling lives, and that economic, social, and technological progress occurs in harmony with nature. Inequality is one of the defining issues of this generation, and it requires enormous focus that the UN acknowledges that has been lacking in the past few years. There's a long way to go still. The world keeps struggling with a slowing economy, and things got even worse and more challenging with the pandemic of COVID-19, of course. So there are still systemic inequalities in economic mobility, and of course inequalities are growing in some parts of the world, and it's something that we really need to continue to address in order to make sure that we have a more balanced and prosperous world. The fourth P, peace, and we all know that we can't have sustainable development without peace, and we can't have peace without sustainable development. So these two concepts really depend on each other, but reality is not the best. Just to give you a few examples, and I have some numbers to share with you, because it's quite striking that the number of people killed in armed conflict nowadays is 10 times greater than in 2005, and the number of countries with violent conflicts it's at the highest point, it's at the highest rate at any point in the last 30 years. So with this it's a very, very worrying one, and something that we really want to keep working on. And finally, partnerships. Partnerships are indeed very, very important for us to indeed make the global sustainable development agenda advance, and that all countries and all regions of the world are able to be prosperous, to live in a peaceful environment, and to live in a healthy and sustainable planet. So we at UN, we have a very, very simple way to define sustainable development. It's the one, when we are asked to sum up sustainable development, we use this very, very simple idea. Sustainable development meets our present needs without compromising the ability of coming generations to meet their own needs. And of course, this agenda was agreed 5 years ago by all member states, but what have we achieved so far? What do we need to do more to make sure that all societies in all regions of the world are committed with this mission, if you like? But in order to accelerate the action and to trying to engage more member states and more people, and more, raising awareness on these topics, the UN last year launched, along with member states, the Decade of Action. We have 10 years to reach and to achieve the global goals, and because so far we did a good job, but there's plenty of things to do, and we identified some of the problems that we need to tackle in order to have more efficient and to make sure that this agenda is indeed achieved and adopted by all member states. So we need some of the problems that we identified is the fact that we need better data. We indeed work with the best statistics and data we have, but one of the big problems is that in many regions of the world and in many sectors we still don't have reliable data that will allow us to assess what kind of improvements can be done in terms of sustainability. Some other problem that was identified is the fact that we tend to look to current levels and assess and evaluate current levels, and not so much trajectories or tendencies or trends, if you like, to better understand where current progress is sufficient or is not. And of course, one of the biggest challenges for us is financing. We need to indeed to get more domestic resource mobilization. We need to engage more the private sector to make sure that we have the amount of resources and financing we need to accelerate this process. The UN Secretary General, António, last year called on all sectors of society to mobilize for this decade of action on 3 levels. António Guterres called for a global action to secure greater leadership, more resources, and smarter solutions for the sustainable development goals. And very important, I mentioned that it's very, very important to have the work done, local action, to make sure that all policies that are agreed on in international forums and through global cooperation really get to local societies, local communities, and that are indeed on the right path. So I would also like to take this opportunity to share just an overview of how the COVID-19 pandemic has affected our work, and how we've been focusing the past few months to coordinate the international cooperation responding and to the pandemic. We at UN, we know that COVID-19 is much more than just a health crisis and can jeopardize all the achievements we were able to have in the past few years regarding the sustainable development. So this pandemic can indeed jeopardize in a very short period of time all the achievements we had. So that's exactly what we are trying now to mitigate with a very fostering international cooperation and articulation between member states, academia, science, all relevant stakeholders that can indeed help us to mitigate this crisis that is an economic crisis, a humanitarian crisis, a security crisis, and of course, in many places, a human rights crisis. This crisis has also highlighted and exposed fragilities and inequalities within and among nations. So coming out of this crisis will require, of course, a whole of the world response driven by science and driven by solidarity, as the UN Secretary General has stated when he launched in last April the UN Comprehensive Response to COVID-19 that aims to save lives, to protect societies, to recover better, ensuring a transition to a more sustainable reality, to a more sustainable world. And how will we do this? I would like to share very briefly how the UN, what the UN has been doing lately in order to make sure that we are prepared to cope with this unprecedented crisis. So the UN system developed three main plans in this response to tackle this crisis. The first one is the Strategic Preparedness and Response Plan. This plan was produced by WHO and its partners and set out the priorities for the global health response. It outlines the public health measures that all countries need to implement to prepare and to respond to COVID-19. This plan is financed by member states, but also by a WHO Solidarity Plan that is open to corporations, and it's also open to all individuals. So feel free to contribute if you want. The second plan that we've been working on, it's the global humanitarian response plan. It's very specific for the undeveloped world. We are giving assistance to 63 priority countries that are suffering the most with the pandemic. And last but not the least, the third plan that is that organize and systematize how the UN system through all its agencies, funds, programs, and offices can, in a coordinated way, help to address the economic and the social devastating impacts that this pandemic has in many countries. This plan will help at least 120 countries all over the world to cope with the pandemic. This response lies on three main pillars that I would like to talk about. The first one is the delivery of a large, coordinated and comprehensive health response. Of course, since the first moment, World Health Organization has been leading this process, and with their partners. And this plan aims to mobilize all sectors and communities in the response to control and suppress the transmission of the virus, reduce mortality, is one of the key priorities, by providing care to those that are affected and develop safe and effective vaccines and therapeutics to everywhere, to everyone, that can be delivered at a scale that are accessible based on the need, of course, because as we know, resources are not endless. The UN is aware that the COVID-19 is no longer a threat to if we don't want COVID-19 to be a threat to COVID-19, our response requires a massive public health effort in history. This is unprecedented. This is the biggest international coordination to cope with a single challenge, with a single crisis. And there's something that UN has been working and that hopes that this pandemic will bring, that is that the international recognition that universal access to health is a global public good. Part of this response is a new global collaboration, and I would like to stress this new tool that João created. It's called the Access to COVID Tools Accelerator, and this aimed to accelerate the development, production, and equitable access to COVID-19 tests, treatments, and vaccines through to fostering the information, the sharing of information and good practices among relevant key stakeholders. The second pillar is the policies that we've been drafting and suggesting to member states to how to deal and address the devastating socio-economic, humanitarian and human rights aspects of this crisis. The UN has been preparing a wide-ranging documents, it's political guidelines to help member states to deal with all these impacts of this crisis, and the focus I would like to stress is on saving lives. Our priority is saving lives, keeping vital services accessible, households afloat, businesses solvent to make sure that the economy keeps working, and supply chains functioning as well, to make sure that all member states can hand in hand cope with this unprecedented crisis. So at the global level, the UN has drafted several policy agenda, if you like, with many different sectorial documents, and has been fostering a strong advocacy for support to developed countries, of course, including measures such as debt standstill, debt restructuring, and greater support through the international financial institutions to make sure that the poorest countries have more support in dealing with this crisis. And last but not the least, the third pillar, the one that I would like to share a bit deeper with you, is Build Back Better, because for the UN, this crisis can also be a huge opportunity to finally have the chance to move to a new reality, a more sustainable reality. But how can we build back better? The UN and the Secretary General has been stating quite often, has been working on highlighting the past month, that this hard period can be seen as well as a major opportunity to do what countries, companies, societies, many groups of interest have been postponing for so long, for many different reasons, of course, to take a transformative change of economies, systems, and societies, to have a deep change on the way we all live, indeed to promote a sustainable development, to make sure that future generations will have the means to deal with their reality. So this crisis might lead to a perfect opportunity to have the courage and the will, the political will that is so important to change once and for all to a more sustainable and green economy, mainly in regions where it's still believed that emissions and pollution still mean progress and prosperity. We all know that some regions of the world, like the European Union, has a plan now, the Green Deal, something that I know that will be taught today. I would like to show you the view of the UN regarding this transformative recovery process. The UN is committed to coordinate this, what we call the transformative recovery process that leads to a better post-COVID-19 world by addressing underlying fragilities and identifying opportunities to transform and for transformative change towards a more just, a more equal and resilient societies and economies. Emerging from this crisis is an opportunity to address several crises that we have even before the pandemic, and that we can't forget, and we really need to focus and to make sure that international cooperation is focused on, like climate crisis, inequalities, exclusion, gaps in social protection systems, and many other injustices injustices that have been exposed and exacerbated by this pandemic. As we've been working, so we've been working with all our partners and stakeholders on advocating that we can't just go back to an unsustainable system and approaches. We need to transition as fast as possible to renewable energy, to sustainable food systems, to promote, of course, this is very important and one of our priorities as well, to promote gender equality, to have stronger social nets, and to make sure, as I've mentioned, that universal health coverage becomes a reality worldwide, and that international system can indeed deliver and have consistent and effective results that will indeed go through the local communities. And of course, all of this with the Sustainable Development Agenda as our guide that has been adjusted and adapted to this new normality that the COVID-19 has brought us. So, and because we are celebrating this is Science Day, Nova's Science Day, I thought that I could share with you two examples on how science is one of the most important allies of the organization, and how we've been working very closely with scientific institutions, academia, and scientists when we draft campaigns, when we draft resolutions, when we draft guidelines to member states. So all these initiatives aim to help us to achieve a more sustainable development through facts, not myths, with science and not with myths or disinformation. The first example that I would like to share with you is the United in Science. This is a project that began even before the pandemic. It started 1 year ago, last year during the General Assembly, when the Secretary General organized as well the United Nations Action Summit. This summit wanted to to measure how the international community was coping and what kind of efforts were doing to reach the Agreement of Paris, what was agreed in the Agreement of Paris to stop the global warming and to make sure that the global warming, that temperatures don't rise more than 1.5 Celsius degree by 2050, and to a tool that we've created along with the consortium of with the world's leading climate science organizations. We called it United in Science. We have joined forces to produce a landmark report that will be published twice a year, and that will advise the UN and advise the member states on the state of the climate, and it highlights the urgency of fundamental social and economic transformation in key sectors such as land use and energy, for instance, in order to avert dangerous global temperature increase with potential, as we know, can have potential irreversible impacts. It also examines tools to support both mitigation and adaptation regarding climate. And this report, I must say, has been a crucial tool to push forward international climate action that, as you know, many countries have been quite resistant to take further measures to stop and reduce the emissions, and show member states that we need to act as soon as possible. And the second example that I would like to share with you, a different one, is the Verified campaign. We launched it last May because as soon as the pandemic started, we at UN, we soon realized that there was a second pandemic, so to say. We realized that alongside the pandemic, the world was also experiencing an infodemic of misinformation, meaning that dissemination of lies, fake news, and incorrect information that was having severe consequences in many different parts of the world. The growth of this fake information was becoming a huge problem, especially in social media, and was also spreading fear, hate speech, So the UN decided to act and partner with some institutions, some of them scientific institutions, to launch this campaign. So I'm sorry. That aims to promote and to spread fact-based and reliable information on COVID-19 pandemic. Clear and compelling content, and we've done this having our own partners to cross-check the accuracy of this information, and we also have more than 18,000 we call individuals, we call them information volunteers. They've been working with us, and they cross-check, and they check how reliable the sources are and how reliable the information is before being published. And we are doing this in 10 different languages, and we estimate that now we are already reaching 400 million people around the world with verified information that people can indeed rely on. And my time is almost over. Just to end this presentation, I would like to say and to share with you that as well, 2020, it's an icon, a very symbolic year for us at UN and for international cooperation. The UN is turning 75 in October, and to mark this iconic date, we've launched UN 75, a campaign that we launched last January, and that has been promoting in global conversations and global surveys on the future we want, the UN we need. So through surveys and dialogues, the UN is asking to people all over the world about their hopes and their fears for the future, as well about how can we make sure that we have a more sustainable planet and society in the future, and what can the UN do in the future to have a more efficient role within the international cooperation. So I would like to finish my presentation challenging you all to participate in this survey. You can find it online in the link that you can see on the screen. We just had 2 days ago the preliminary results of this huge survey, and as of Monday, more than 1 million people participated from all countries and all walks of life. And the overwhelming concern so far are, of course, the climate crisis, the destruction of our natural environment, and the growth of inequalities, especially in the context of a pandemic. And so I invite you all to take part of this survey through the link. It just takes 2 minutes. It's very, very easy, and it's available in 90 different languages. It is indeed very important for the organization to have as much insights as possible to define its agenda for the future. And these findings will be systematized in a final report that will be presented by the Secretary General of the UN by the end of the year to all member states. And I would like to thank you once again, University Nova of Lisbon, where I've studied. Once again, the opportunity to give voice to the UN in this Nova Science Day, and I hope to have a similar opportunity soon. Thank you very much. Muito obrigado.
Thank you very much. The Director General of European Commission for Innovation, Research, Culture, Education and Youth, Carlos Morais-Pires, will join us now via Zoom as well. We are trying to establish a connection with Carlos Morais-Pires. We thank you for your comprehension while we try to solve the technical difficulties. Thank you very much for waiting. We are trying to solve the difficulties in the connection with Carlos Morais-Pires, so we're going to have a short break now and we'll be back in about 15 minutes. For those who are at the auditorium, we ask that you leave the room from the back to the front rows. Also, do not forget to have your mask on at all times, maintain social distance and to sanitize your hands regularly. Thank you.
Agora não me ouve. Agora
Não,
sim. Agora sim.
estou a ouvir perfeitamente.
Pronto. Então, mas eu há bocado fiz os testes dos 3 microfones e eles agora,
E nada.
a Sofia disse não, a Sofia disse para eu tentar sair e voltar a entrar. Foi o que eu fiz. Agora vamos.
Welcome back to the third edition of Nova Science Day. Once again, we invite you to listen to the Director General of European Commission for Innovation, Research, Culture, Education and Youth, Carlos Morais-Pires.
Posso começar? So, ladies and gentlemen, it is a pleasure for me to take part of this event of Universidade Nova. And in the name of Commissioner Gabriel, I would like to thank Professor Elvira Fortunato for the invitation and actually extending it to Minister Manuel Heitor, to former Commissioner Carlos Moedas, who are participating in the event. Commissioner Gabriel is now opening the Research and Innovation Days here in Brussels in a virtual event with 30,000 people involved, which is something that, of course, gives a lot of optimism to us. So in fact, this event dedicated to sustainability is actually a very important one and aligned with the European agenda in terms of policy priorities, because the Green Deal is one of those, the so-called transition to a carbon neutral economy, together with the digital transformation that we are witnessing, and actually an important priority for Europe. So the topic couldn't be more relevant at this stage. So, and actually to give a little bit our views here, I would like to start by something was very, very relevant, announced last week, the European Green Deal call, still using the resources of Horizon 2020, which is actually a remarkable call in many aspects. First, because it gives a very important signal to the world that the policy commitment from Europe, from the European Union, is to be taken seriously. And because it actually puts the first billion of investments in research and innovation in this area. So this is actually something that is very important for us. And this call has actually a wide spectrum of areas of development, from clean, affordable and secure energy production and storage, to actually the transformation of industry, sectors of industry to become cleaner and be more circular. And then also to look at the way the urban areas use heating in a more sustainable way, including also smart mobility. So there are actually great expectations about what the research community can contribute with tangible results already in the coming years. So the logic of developing this call is to foster collaborations at the European level, and this is very important in the coming 3 months to have a good information for all stakeholders to come with ideas and concrete collaborations that can bring results quickly. So low-hanging fruit, as it was said. And there is one part of the call which Commissioner Gabriel attaches a lot of relevance, which is an area dedicated to improve the citizens' involvement in the Green Deal and the research part of the Green Deal. So this is a kind of a little bridge that is already there in this call, but points to the future of Horizon Europe and the research and innovation missions of the 5 proposed missions are in fact very much linked with the Green Deal policy of Europe. So, and these are, to be more concrete, the mission linked with the healthy oceans and inland waters, seas, climate neutral and smart cities, the mission on soil health related with food production, and the adaptation to climate change and societal transformations that go with them. So the missions are actually an important tool to align national, regional programs and smart specialization strategies with the European context. So the missions can be actually an important vehicle to bring the alignment in a more practical way, in a more results-oriented way. And so this will be actually just one part of Horizon Europe, which is now entering into a very critical phase of negotiations, and that we hope will be timely adopted in the coming months, so that we can start in January 2021 with a whole new set of initiatives that can, of course, support research and innovation in many fields, including the one on sustainability. I'm a little bit focusing our intervention in the aspects of sustainability, because I guess this is the background of the event you are having today. So what I can also add in terms of novelties from or urgencies that we have in the coming months, one is for sure the negotiation of Horizon Europe, and the other one is I think an important milestone, which would be the adoption by the Commission of the communication to the Parliament, the Council and Committee of Regions of the communication on ERA, on the European Research Area, which is a kind of not only revisiting the frame that we have already started in 2020 and revised in 2012, and now having a third impetus to launch some, I think, important policy ideas and actions for the research community at large. And these actions cover a lot of domains, from the way research and innovation can impact the twin transitions towards a green economy, but also a digital economy, but also things related with the research community and targeting the research community itself, from balancing the gender, having more women involved in science, link the research area with a very ambitious education area in Europe, and also addressing things like the stimulus for research careers in order to capture the talents and allow access to the best infrastructures for the European creative researchers. So this is something also that we hope to be adopted very soon. We are working hard to get that. We have been working in collaboration with the German presidents and with the trio presidents. So there will be a lot of actions to start walking the words of the European Research Area during the Portuguese presidency that starts in January 2021. I think I will not take your time more, but Commissioner Gabriel wanted me to say a few words also related with the fact that there is also some exercises related with a strategic policy foresight taking place, and one of these exercises is the excellent work done by the European Group of Chief Scientific Advisors, and Professor Elvira Fortunato is one of the distinguished members of this group. And so to conclude, I would like to send the greetings of Commissioner Gabriel and conveying the message that she's really looking forward for the report on the energy transition that Professor Elvira Fortunato is coordinating. So I think for the moment, in a nutshell, these are the news. It was a pleasure. It is a pleasure to be part of this event. I wish you an extremely fruitful discussion, and we will be, of course, following in the coming months and asking for your support for Horizon Europe and to build a strong European research area. Thank you very much for your attention.
We will now have the presentation by the Head of Unit of Physical Sciences and Engineering at the ERC Executive Agency, Martin Penny, who will join us via Zoom. Just a few minutes while we are trying to establish a connection with Martin Penny. Thank you.
Good morning. Good morning. I don't know if you can hear me in the auditorium.
Hello, can you hear me? Martin, can you hear me? No. Martin, if you can hear me, you can start whenever you want.
Okay, I will start sharing my slides with you. I can't hear anybody in the auditorium, but I assume you want me to start. Unfortunately, there seems to be a problem sharing my slides with you with Zoom. I don't know if somebody in the auditorium, Sofia, if you could perhaps share the slides, because unfortunately it's not working via Zoom. I don't know if it's possible for the organizer to put my slides on screen. Unfortunately, it's not possible for me to share them with you. Okay, I think, good. I can see they're on screen. Okay, good afternoon, and thank you very much for the invitation to speak at your event today. I'm Martin Penny. I'm the head of unit for physical sciences and engineering in the executive agency of the European Research Council. I'm going to talk to you about Horizon Europe, but in particularly about the ERC in Horizon Europe. But let me focus first of all and show you what Horizon Europe is about. You're all very familiar with, I'm sure, with the three-pillar structure of Horizon Europe, with the first pillar on excellent science, the second pillar on global challenges and European industrial competitiveness, with the 6 clusters that you see here on the screen, and the third pillar on innovative Europe. I won't go into any more details in Horizon Europe. I want to focus much more on the ERC and the changes which you can expect for applying to the European Research Council under Horizon Europe. So just to remind you what the drivers are of Horizon Europe, it's really looking at a sustainable, fair and prosperous future for our people and our planet, looking at some key issues like tackling climate change, achieving the Sustainable Development Goals, as well as boosting the competitiveness and growth of the Union and the competitiveness of our industries, transforming skills and knowledge into new ideas and new businesses. And that's something which is very much underpinned by the fundamental research which is supported through the ERC. So in general, the added value of Horizon Europe, you can see here on screen, attracting the best talents to Europe, looking at transnational collaboration, exchange and networks, assembling critical mass to address global challenges, as well as strengthening the landscape for research innovation, allowing for transnational mobility and promoting excellence through competitive funding, which is very much the focus of the ERC. Where we are currently in the decision-making on Horizon Europe, the Parliament and the Council reached a common understanding on Horizon Europe in March of last year. The discussions are still ongoing on the budget. As you may have seen, the Commission proposal was 94.1 billion for 7 years. The Council now has come to an agreement of an overall budget of 85.5 billion, plus an additional 5.4 billion through the new recovery fund. Discussions are still ongoing with the Parliament in terms of what the final budget will be. And that's something where I would call on all of you to discuss with decision makers, with politicians, to make sure that we can get the best budget settlement for research in general. In the background of all of that, the Commission has started the preparations for the implementation of Horizon Europe. And I'll give you a flavour of what that means in terms of the European Research Council. So as you know, the ERC is quite different in the way in which it is set up. It is managed by the Scientific Council, who's an independent committee set up by the Commission through an independent selection process. There are 21 key researchers, and they make all of the decisions in terms of the implementation of the program. Here, the European Commission is very much hands-off. It's a program which is run by scientists for scientists. So the Scientific Council set out the overall scientific strategy, decide on the procedures for the calls for proposals, the evaluation criteria, how the experts are selected, how the evaluation is put in place, and once you're fortunate enough to get a grant, how you report on your grant and how it is managed and so on. All of that input is put in place by the executive agency in Brussels where I work, where we implement the calls for proposals, organize the peer review, and make sure that we administer all of the scientific and financial aspects of the grant in a simple and straightforward way as possible. I've talked about the Scientific Council. Here are the 22 members of the Scientific Council. As you have probably aware from the press, Jean-Pierre Bourguignon has come back in an interim capacity to be the president of the Scientific Council again, whilst the Commission launches a new process to identify a new commission, a new president of the Scientific Council. That process should be starting fairly soon, and you'll see more of that in the press in the coming days and coming weeks. One of the things, though, for Horizon Europe, which the Scientific Council asked for in particular, is they believed that they have a very simple and effective funding mechanism, something which I think you all recognize, that the ERC is known for the quality of its valuation and the simplicity of its procedures. And so when the Scientific Council was asked by the Commission for what they would wish to see in the next framework programme, they asked for three things. First of all, continuity, to continue with the same simple approach for funding research on the basis of excellence only. They asked for the agility to be able to adapt to unforeseen needs. And for example, the way in which we are all having to adapt our research and the way in which we evaluate research because of the COVID-19 crisis is an example of the agility which the Scientific Council has been given to change the way in which our evaluation has been put in place. And they've asked for that also for Horizon Europe. They also asked for scale up in terms of making sure that there is additional budget that's available. One of the things which is the most unfortunate in the current framework programme is there are a good number of proposals which pass all of the thresholds for quality, but were unable to fund. And so the Scientific Council has asked for additional budget where possible. And as you've seen from the Council position for the budget for Horizon Europe, yes, there will be an increased budget, taking into account that this is a budget for EU27 rather than EU28. But of course, as I said, everything that we can all do to ensure that we get the best budget outcome for research is incredibly important. So the ERC approach of funding breakthrough research will continue. This is an extract from the forthcoming 2020 work programme, where you'll see that the fundamental activity of the ERC remains the same. It's there to provide attractive long-term funding, supporting excellent researchers and their research teams to carry out fundamental, groundbreaking, high-risk, high-gain research in any area of research. Again, the Scientific Council has continued their principle. So applications can be in any field of research. in all areas of life sciences, social sciences and humanities, and physical sciences and engineering. Researchers of any age and any career stage from anywhere in the world can apply for the funding. This will continue. And the evaluation will continue to be on the sole criterion of scientific excellence. All host institutions based in Europe are eligible, be they in the private sector, in the public sector, or any other type of organization which has a legal basis in Europe can be a host institution. And they need to make sure that they provide the independence for the researcher to carry out their research and manage their funding. So as I said, excellence is the only evaluation criterion. That's excellence of the research project, as well as excellence of the principal investigator, as you see here on the slide. The Scientific Council has decided that the grants will stay the same in Horizon Europe. So continuing with the current approach of having starting grants, consolidated grants, and advanced grants, depending on the career stage of the researcher. They will continue with the synergy grant scheme, which allows for 2 to 4 principal investigators to work in a way which makes sure that their research is mutually interdependent. And there, one of the features of the synergy grants, which started under Horizon 2020, will continue, where one of the principal investigators within these 2 to 4 can be based outside of the member states or the associated countries. And indeed, we see this as something which is very popular. And actually, we also noticed that grants, that applications which have a researcher from outside of the member states and associated countries actually have a higher success rate as well. The proof of concept grant will also continue for ERC grant holders to allow them to get through what's often known as the valley of death, the difficulty of bringing their idea from the lab to the marketplace and giving them a lump sum of 150,000 to bridge that gap as much as possible. So what are the changes which you can expect to see in Horizon Europe? The Scientific Council has called for continuity, but there are 2 changes which I'd like to make you aware of for what you will see under Horizon Europe. The first one, the Scientific Council has wanted to harmonize the evaluation approach for all types of grants. So as you're aware, in the past, in the second stage of the evaluation, all applicants for consolidator and starting grants have gone through an interview in the second part of the evaluation. That's also true for synergy grant applicants who in the third stage of the evaluation, the final stage of the evaluation, also go through an interview. The Scientific Council viewed that it was best in terms of getting a consistency, but also making sure that we really have all of the elements to allow our panel members to make the best choices of which grants to fund, to extend the approach for advanced grantees. So from the applications in 2021, all advanced grant applicants who get through to the second stage of evaluation will also need to go through interview as well. The second change is the Scientific Council has made some changes to the panel structure. Let me just remind you of what I mean by the panel structure. When you apply to the ERC, of course, all areas of research are eligible. But to make the evaluation meaningful and also possible, the Scientific Council has originally set up 25 panels covering all areas of research, where a panel is effectively a group of panel members who evaluate proposals within that particular area. So it covers all areas of science, it transcends domains and disciplines, and also allows for interdisciplinary areas. The Scientific Council viewed that it was appropriate to review this panel structure to make sure it reflected science as it is now, and also to make sure that it allows for changes in science, and also to take into account the experience of the evaluation and the numbers of proposals which have been submitted in the past. So they modernized all of the panel descriptors. You see this particularly in the life sciences domain, and I will show you the titles of the new panels, where they have modernized them to reflect the actual reality of the science which you all undertake. They've also made sure that the descriptors, which are the detailed description of the panel underneath the panel title, were more inclusive, so they integrated parts of science which may have only been implicitly covered, with the idea that they want to make sure that all areas of science are fully covered and encourage applicants who may have seen that or may have felt that their research area was not implicitly covered in the panel structure before, to make sure that they feel at home. They also wanted to make sure that the panels were more coherent, both in terms of the research which was covered, but also in terms of the size of the panel. There are some panels in particular which received a disproportionately larger number of proposals than others. As a result of that, the panel structure for Horizon Europe will be as here. You'll see that practically all of the titles of the life sciences domain have changed. And this is because they wanted to make sure that they included more translational research in all aspects of the proposal. So particularly in the more applied panels, when they are looking at, for example, the neuroscience panel, immunity, infection, immunotherapy, also looking at the life sciences panel on prevention, diagnosis, and treatment of human diseases. But throughout all of the life sciences panels, this translational element of research has been included much more effectively. And you will see when you look at the descriptors, it now reflects how life science research looks. And so the Scientific Council has really modernized all of the descriptors. That's also true in the social sciences and humanities domain. And here there is an additional panel which has been introduced on human mobility, environment, and space. Here there are no new descriptors as such. It's actually born from descriptors which were originally in SH2 and SH3, but because of the size of these panels, the Scientific Council decided a 7th panel was needed to reflect the numbers of proposals which were submitted in this area. In physical sciences and engineering, where I work, the area of materials was particularly dominating our engineering panels. Over half of the proposals submitted to products and process engineering were related to materials engineering in terms of the further processing, the scale up of materials, and so on. And so the Scientific Council decided this merited a panel in its own right. So there'll be a P11 panel covering materials engineering. Here, the synthesis of materials is still covered in the chemistry panel. The physics, the basic and fundamental physics of materials is covered in the condensed matter physics panel, but it's this upscaling, this large-scale production, which will be covered in the PA11 panel. So that gives you a flavor of what differences you will see in Horizon Europe in the ERC. This panel structure will start immediately, so it'll be applicable as of the first starting grant call in 2021. We've already communicated on this quite extensively, and actually you can download already from our website the full revised panel structure so that you can be familiar with it and you can decide well in advance if you're thinking of making an application, and I hope many of you are, which panel you would wish to submit to. There are no changes in the evaluation process linked to this revision. It doesn't change at all the way in which the evaluation process works. The only change in the evaluation process I've already talked to you about is the addition of interviews for advanced grants. So that gives you a flavor of the changes for the ERC. I wanted to give as short as possible a talk because I'm sure there'll be questions from the audience. But let me just give you a flavor of how Portugal has fared so far in the ERC applications. Here I show you the overall applications which have been evaluated by country in the 7th and also in the 7th framework program and also under Horizon 2020. And as you see, Portugal has submitted a good number of proposals and has had a good success rate with almost 100 proposals funded so far. This is doesn't take into account those of you who may have already heard from Starting Grant this year that you've received a grant. So these 98 are all the proposals up until the 2019 calls. When I look at how that divides by domain, here you will see that life sciences in Portugal has the lion's share of the applications, with slightly fewer in physical science and engineering and slightly fewer still in social sciences. When I look at Portugal in the global sense, looking at all Portuguese nationals, you'll see that there are actually 61 further Portuguese researchers who are working abroad, 60% of them in the UK and in France. Of course, as a university, these may be researchers you wish to target for future recruits. These are clearly good researchers have a strong link with Portugal. And it's a good number of Portuguese researchers working in the diaspora. So the overall success rate of Portugal as a country, when you take into account nationals, is much higher when you look at this. When you think that 2/3 of the Portuguese grantees are actually working outside of the country. So when I look at the host institutions, here this may be slightly difficult to see that you're actually, in terms of the University of Lisbon, you're actually the second highest, one grant fewer than the University of Lisbon. But this gives you an overview of all of the grants to date which have been run by Portuguese host institutions, as I say, up to and including the 2019 calls. Those of you who have heard that you've been successful in starting grants, I haven't included those yet in the figures, as the negotiations on those grants are only just starting as we speak. So that really gives you an overview of how the ERC will look under Horizon Europe. As I said, I deliberately kept this talk short because I'm sure there'll be questions from the audience. And so it's really over to you now. If you have any questions that you would like to ask on the ERC or on Horizon Europe in general, I'd be more than happy to take them. I'd like to finish with some, just giving you some information of where you can find more details on the ERC and also on changes which are happening, events which are happening, and also information on how you apply and how you can get help in writing your application. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much. Unfortunately, we don't have time for questions, but we now invite you to listen to our next invited speaker, the administrator of Calouste Gulbenkian Foundation, Carlos Moedas.
Não funciona, eu acho que já está. English, não é? So good morning, everybody. Can I move on the stage? Good, good. So thank you very much for the invitation. It's always a great pleasure to be at Nova. First, because in my experience of these 5 years, really this is a very special place. And from my several memories here with João and Elvira, there's one that sticks to my mind was when we had Naledi Pandor, the Minister for Science of South Africa, and she received an honorary doctorate from this university. And when she described the parallel in between her country to your university, she talked about the concept of united in diversity, which is a very South African concept, but is also what she saw this university and this Faculty of Sciences were. The diversity, the energy, working in between different areas, which is part of what you are. And I am very proud of somehow feeling a little bit part of the family, with always being invited here, either by the rector or by my dear Professor Elvira Fortunato. And so today we are here just to talk about science, It's interesting because it's the Science Day. It's also the R&I days in Brussels, something I started when I was a commissioner. And so I thought really to tell you about what am I feeling about science these days. And I think I have bad news and good news. The bad news are that I'm so surprised that with everything we're going through, at the time when I was a commissioner, we worked together, and here with Elvira we discussed, and a lot of advisors I had there, and we put a 100 billion euros proposal forward for the next Horizon Europe program. And I'm so sad to see that you know, at the end of the day, we're living this pandemic, and the best that Europe can do is to put a proposal that is barely 80 billion euros. And let's not forget, the 100 billion euros that we had at the time was also without the UK. So I think that that's very sad for Europe. And it looks like we went through the pandemic, but we didn't get the message. And so that's the bad news that I feel for science. And so I wanted to ask you to keep fighting, because I think that this is about the fight, it's about people like you. I think it's not about the politicians, as I normally say. It's about you talking and pushing and being there, being more political, going to Brussels. And I normally used to state to people that when I was in Brussels, I always saw the farmers, the industry, but I never saw the scientists outside of the door of the Berlaymont. So you should think about it. But let's go to the good news. I think there's really very good news. I mean, we live in this moment of where, I don't know if you feel, but I feel that my life is lacking a little bit of salt and pepper. Like, you know, this is almost empty. Some of you are here, you're struggling to breathe with the masks, and we have to go through these. But then you get up in the morning and you think, but what are the good news? And I think that we have three types of good news. We have good news from science, we have good news from innovation, and we have good news from the role of science during this pandemic, not just in the field of science, but in the field of multilateralism. So let's look at the production of science. You know, I mean, in between January and June, the production of articles related to COVID, I was checking this morning, was more than 23,000 articles. This is like an amazing number. You saw that, you know, for 5 years I fought for open access, for open data. Everybody resisted, but let's face it, Europe was the only place that really fought for it. And we decided in between the 28 ministers that we wanted open access and open data. But nothing really happened. It was all political statements. And now what happens, I mean, you saw it even in the United States. The White House Office for Science and Technology, with the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, they have decided to put online, free to read, open access, all the articles in the health sector on a machine-readable form. So this is unique. I mean, suddenly in a world that politicians were talking, some of them, on open access just happened with the pandemics. That's great news for science. But then science and innovation, the link in between science and innovation is critical. And what I saw during this pandemic was not just the production of science went up, in terms of scientific articles, but also the production of innovation went up. And there was really three reasons for that. The first one was that for the first time, companies, they kind of opened their vault of their patents. So before the crisis, people would have patents that they will keep and never use. And what you saw all over Europe and the United States is that those patents that no one was using, they were freed. And that's fantastic for innovation. Then you saw something quite extraordinary. You saw the power of user and open innovation. You know, we work, and I'm so lucky because I was one of the biggest fans of patient innovation with Pedro Oliveira here from this house. And I worked with Pedro in the commission, and then when I get to the Gulbenkian, I'm also helping Pedro here with a partnership with Nova. And we launched during the pandemic at the Gulbenkian Foundation an idea of innovation, of getting people to tell us and come with ideas. And the patient innovation platform, in barely a couple of weeks, got 80 ideas, 80 different ideas and startups to really do something about the pandemic. But then I told to Pedro, look, we cannot just do this. We have to go to Africa. Why don't we go to a couple of places of the Portuguese-speaking Africa and we put there 3D printers so they can print equipment and medical material, and we did it. So we went to different universities from Mozambique to Cape Verde to Angola, and we've put there 3D printers that today are printing really from masks, from valves, from parts of the equipment needed during the pandemic. And third, I think the third interesting point about innovation during the pandemic is that one of the really sticking points of innovation is what, when you are in a company, you call analysis paralysis. Basically, when you go to your boss, you say, I have a new idea, and he said, oh, do me a study. Why don't you look at the costs? No, you have to lower the costs. You have to do another study. And during the pandemic, there was no analysis paralysis because you could not really look at the costs. You really wanted new ideas. And you had no time to stop your employees from having those ideas. So the typical analysis paralysis stopped, and innovation really gave it a boost into our houses and our companies. And that was absolutely fantastic. But the third good news that I wanted to share with you today, I think is much bigger, is that after the Second World War, we created this system of multilateralism. And we thought that multilateralism was really about putting together different governments, different countries, and working together. And so multilateralism somehow is to get a table, put around the table different states, and then try to solve problems. In the 1950s, we understood that just putting people around the table would get us to a kind of minimum common denominator solution. There was something better to do, something much different, which was the creation of the European Union, where you would put people around the table, but they would not represent their countries. They would represent the common good. But now, we are getting to a point where it's not working anymore. Multilateralism is not working. And one of the things that one can imagine for the future of multilateralism is that it's not working because it's just about governments. And governments alone cannot anymore be around the table. And science is a partner that is essential on that table of multilateralism. And you would tell me, but why do you say that? Do you have any proof that that works? Yes, COP21 worked because COP21 was not only governments. There was different entities. There was the people, there was the scientists, there was the non-governmental organizations, and everybody was around the table. Indeed, there was a result. The Global Fund for AIDS was also a great example that worked exactly because it was not just the governments. And now, in 2014, when I was in the commission, we get together at a time with Jeremy Ferrari from the Wellcome Trust, and we said, on 2015, I think, we said something like, we need 2 billion euros for vaccines for future possible infections and viruses. We didn't really imagine about this one, but we wanted to develop vaccines for MERS, for SARS, and other types of virus. And you know how much money could I get at the time? 200 million. So from crying around Europe and shouting alone, you know, my voice was nothing, I got 200 million. Today, because of science, the European Union was able to raise 16 billion for a future vaccine and treatment. And why? Because it was a different type of multilateralism. It was a multilateralism where you see the governments, but you see also the scientists. So I see a lot of hope ahead of us. And as Jeremy Ferrari in a recent interview at the Financial Times said, the only exit for this crisis is science. And I really believe so. So have a good Science Day.
We now invite to the stage the last invited speaker of this morning, the President of the National Innovation Agency, Eduardo Maldonado.
Stay 2 meters away without any problem. Can I have a pointer? Yes, thank you. Thank you very much. I hope it works. Well, the problem of being last is that everybody already said, is that, I don't know. That everything that I was going to say has already been said, and therefore I'll try to reshape my message and not try to repeat things. You'll see that I was, and I'm going to speak about the EU Green Deal, because we've been talking about science, and by the way, thank you very much for organizing the day and for the invitation to be here and give my views of the present day situation. Right now, we have promises. Horizon Europe, next year. We still don't know how much, but it won't change that much from what the Council already proposed, I'm afraid. I wish your proposal would have been the good one. And I am sorry, but indeed, just as a comment, I don't know what, I'm moving too much probably. I'll try to stay quiet here. Whenever you have a budget proposal, the very last thing when you decide to cut it, it's my time. Thank you. Okay, it is. Technology. The first thing that politicians will cut, because it's the easiest one, is the science budget. We all talk about the 3%, we all talk about the target, but then science is the easy one. Science and culture normally are the two victims, and we know that. So I would like to definitely say that. So right now, Horizon Europe, okay, it's promised, it's coming. We know what the program is going to be. We don't know exactly, maybe a few details, but we know it's coming next year. Portuguese structural funds, the recovery fund, it's coming middle of next year. Right now, what you have is the Green Deal, the European Coal Green Deal. It's open, there's concrete money, we know how much it is, we know the coal, and we have a lot of work to do. And I think this is the best thing that the Portuguese scientists and the NOVA community, and not just the NOVA community, should focus on. Before I go into the Green Deal, I would like just to say a few words about the Innovation Agency. We focus, okay, you heard about the ERC. ERC is individual grants, and so you go there by yourself. In the Innovation Agency, okay, I cannot say we don't care about that. Of course we do, because it's the innovation ecosystem. But we only deal with collaborative projects. Collaborative projects that put together industry and academia. That's our own. If you want just science, you go to FCT, not your FCT, but the other FCT, and things like that. So we work on collaboration, and collaboration with industry and academia. So that is making the bridge. We want the ideas from the researchers and the scientists, but we want it to move to academia, to industry, to the market. Otherwise, it's just science for science, which is good. Sometimes we can pick it up 20 years later and do something with it. But this is what we want. We want results now for the economy. So basically, we would like to have, we like to promote knowledge transfer between the scientific community and industry. It can be initiated both ways. It can be industry coming to academia. It can be academic going to industry. And I think it's healthy to, I can't really move. and it's healthy to have, I did move. And it's healthy to, I don't know. I'm trying not to move. It's healthy to have the two-directional movement and initiative because, yeah, okay. I don't know. The Zoom has problems, but apparently this has problems too. Yeah, you just put it there. Okay. Also has problems. So we solve it now. No, we'll see. Okay, so it is good to have both types of initiators. And what I've seen in the past is that usually academia didn't care about industry, and industry didn't care about academia. Now we see a lot more interaction in the last few years, last 2 decades, let's say. It's been improved. And now we see lots of cooperation. And this has already been announced, and you see, but I think the map is good. I mean, you look at Portugal, and you see our color is the same as France, Germany. Okay? We are there. We reached. It was our goal. And, of course, these are indicators. These are indices, these are parameters, these are numbers, but we can work towards those figures. We are towards the goal. So we knew, we accompanied, we knew where our weaknesses were, where our strengths were, and we worked on the weaknesses. And one of them, just to give you an example, and so that you understand, one of the weakest points that we had in Portugal before was exactly, for example, one of the numbers is papers co-authored by industry and academia partners. We were very low on that. We worked on it. How? By making that one of the evaluation requirements of the proposals that you submit to the innovation agency. If we put that, you get an extra points for the evaluation. Okay, if you don't put it, it doesn't mean the project is not funded. But it's an added point. It can make the difference. And that's why sometimes, if you promise it, and then at the end you don't do it, we are not very happy. And it causes you problems. And so we don't like that. But it is an evolving process. We made it. We thought we'd be there in a couple of years. We made it before, thanks to all of you and to all the innovation community. And this is extremely good. Our main instruments, we have 4 main instruments, of course. We have the structural funds, the Portugal 2020 and soon the 2030 and the recovery. We have the tax incentive scheme, called CFID, that you probably know. I'm not going to talk too much about it because this is mostly for industry. But don't forget the funds that industry invests into academic research for their own good is also deductible for the tax. So you can use that as your strengths. Then recently, and the minister said it this morning, we created collaborative laboratories. There are also some industrial interface centers, and so that's our mission to go along with them. And of course, we do that. We manage the Portuguese participation in the European Framework Program. Now Horizon 2020, and then the next few ones. I'm not going to go into details about this. I'll just pass them on quickly just for you to have an idea of the numbers that we have. Okay, the numbers of the Portuguese structural funds projects. We have more than 1,000 projects going on at the same time that we're managing. And the success rate of these proposals is a little bit higher than the European projects and a little bit higher than our own Portuguese FCT projects, which is rather low at the moment, as you all know. These are the tax credit schemes. And rather than looking at the numbers, because the numbers are also important, of course, look at the trend. And this has already been said here. The trend of industrial research is increasing, quite markedly increase. And so you see that's why this year, for the first time, industrial research is more than academic research. This is the map. You're not meant to read this, but you'll make these slides available, I think, and they are available also on our site. But you can see the distribution of all the centers, of all the collaborative laboratories of the industrial centers for technology. Some of them have parts of this university are in some collabs, and you also lead some, so it's good. And the number of collabs is increasing, so we have another call finishing just now. So we expect to have another 4 or 5 for next year. One of them for hydrogen, for example, it was mentioned this morning. That is, if it is approved, we hope it will be. But we'll see, it's not us that approves them. So let me go then to Horizon and just to check the figures. We used to have, when Carlos Moedas was at the Commission, and before he came to Portugal for a speech, he would ask us for the latest figures, because apparently we were faster than the Commission delivering the results. We have a good monitoring system. And so if you go to the Commission right now, the Commission official data, we still did not reach the 1,000 million. It always takes 6 months before they report it. But we know that we have now more than 1,000 already. No? And of course, this year, it's partial. I mean, only part of the results have come up. We hope that, we are sure that the column for 2020 will be up there with the others, even probably higher than the others. And I'll tell you why. This, it's already said also, I think it's important, we made a long way since the beginning, since FP6, FP7, 2020, Horizon 2020. Now we get more from the EU budget than we put into the EU budget for research. And so cutting our research budget at the EU is not good for us. So it's that simple matter, okay? We could get more. We put in 1 million, we could get 1.5, 1.65 right now, so it's good. This is distribution. You see, it's a healthy distribution. It's more or less the same as the European average regarding the percentage for academia and for industry. And you see that academic, if we had higher education with research centers, we are about 60-some%. So these research programs, research and innovation, let me call it this way, in Europe, they are mostly targeting academia participants, and I'm sure that Nova is quite familiar because, as you'll see in one of the next slides, you're right at the top of not the number 1, but close, and you are making a good fight. So this is the current ranking list. I didn't put figures on purpose. University of Lisbon, because it's very large, it's number 1. And then Porto and Nova are fighting. Sometimes it's Porto number 2 and Nova number 3. Sometimes it's vice versa. So it's still open for a run to see who is number 2 at the end of Horizon 2020. Okay, it's very close. I can tell you, it's very close. It's neck and neck. It's one of those, like you have a horse race and you are neck and neck So I'm from the Porto, so I'm perfectly neutral on that respect, and so I just want the figures for Portugal, that column, to go up a little bit. And that's where I come, because what's missing there, in addition to a few other calls that the results are still not known, is the Green Deal. And that Green Deal is 1 billion, 1,000 million. If we have the 1.65% average, running average, that's 165 million. And 165 plus whatever we have will put us above the best year that we ever had in Horizon 2020, or any other year during the European Framework Program. And the Green Deal deals with areas that I didn't show that graph, I'm not going to show it, but if you look at the topics that are covered by the Green Deal, those are the topics where Portugal is traditionally more successful than the average. So we could even get more, and I hope we do. But there is one major problem, and I'll tell you about it later, a little bit. So just for everybody to have the dates present, it's already open. It opened a couple of days ago, but we knew it would be opening by now for a long time. The closing date is 26th of January. So that's the 3 months that we have. 3-4 months. But really, you should be working on it right now. I mean, honestly, you should already have started working on it a couple of months ago, 3 months ago. Because you know that the proposals are already being prepared. And I'm sure you do. And I'm going to go once again very quickly, because everybody knows what the Green Deal is. These are the objectives. They are known. So it's just there for the record if you want to have it in the same place. But I think that we want more to focus on the opportunities. And these are the topics. These are the topics for the calls. So you have, I'm going to get closer because I cannot read myself from this distance, the problem of my eyes, but you have climate, you have energy, you have circular economy, energy efficient buildings, smart mobility, farm to fork, food, ecosystems and biodiversity, zero pollution. These are topics where we traditionally are good, above the average on our preparation of getting European funds, basically, from in competitive. And then we have the horizontal areas, the strengthening of the knowledge, so knowledge support to the Green Deal, so that's policy. Empowering citizens, this was already mentioned by, I don't know exactly whom, but I think somebody from Brussels that said it. And of course, international cooperation, because you cannot do it alone. I mean, this is typically something that has to be done worldwide. So these topics are extremely important. And let me say a word. This is not just for the what I would call engineering science or physical science or whatever. We also need social science here. There's a lot of room for social scientists, because you can do whatever you want from a technology point of view. If we don't get the citizens involved and adopting the technology. Look at, for example, the COVID, Stay Away COVID app. It's there. 1 million people downloaded it and using it, but if you cannot convince the 2 or 3 or 4 million to do it, it won't be as useful. You need social scientists to guide us on doing that. You need social scientists to act on climate action, on zero pollution, on recycling. Recycling now, for example, those masks. Our Minister for the Environment doesn't like those masks because they pollute a lot. We should use a recyclable one, a washable one. They are tougher, tough to breathe, things like that. Okay, it's up to us to be there. So this is just a word of, this is not a criticism, by the way, it's we're just talking. But, anyhow, these are the topics, and I do encourage you to please, I'd love to see many, many proposals. What is the problem? And I said there was a problem. The problem is that we have 1,000 million, so 1 billion, rough terms, for 11. That's and 1,000, and a million, sorry, and a million each. And a million is a lot. But the Commission, and it's been a trend throughout the years, is proposing not many small projects. In this call, we'll have a few large projects, a few large projects. Not many projects, but a few large projects in each area. Sometimes you have one, sometimes you have 2 or 3. So you must get involved, you must network at the Commission with your colleagues, because only the best and maybe the best lobbyists will get the proposals. And we need you and the Portuguese ecosystem to be involved in this. That's the problem, and that's the challenge. You cannot think low scale, you have to go large programs, okay? And this is, by the way, just an information. We already heard that the Research and Innovation Days are starting today. The last 3 days, tomorrow is, I have to participate tomorrow. I should be there today also, but tomorrow is the EIC high-level forum where I have to participate and where EIC is going to be discussed. But on the 24th of September, so on Wednesday, I think, Wednesday, yeah, Thursday. On Thursday, today is Tuesday, yes, I was thinking today is Monday. On Thursday, there is a networking event, a pitching event to the Green Deal call. And so it's still open, you can still register if you're not there. If you have an idea, go there, see who's there, because that's where the ideas are going to come, some ideas. And so you can see what's going on and get into the right teams or propose your own. So it's useful. You want to participate in the Green Deal, don't forget and register and participate in this session. Of course, this Green Deal is also an opener for actions on the missions. The missions are your idea, your initiative, they are great. They will have also $1 billion each, roughly, more or less. We still don't know the final figures, but it will be more or less the same. I'm not going to repeat them. Carlos already mentioned, Carlos, the other Carlos that spoke from Brussels, already talked about the 4 of the 5 missions. I mean, the other one is cancer. But I would say even cancer is involved. For example, the zero pollution. Pollution, you know, is one of the initiators of cancer, biodiversity and things like that. So indirectly, even the cancer mission is influenced by the Green Deal call, I would say. But probably at a lesser scale, but it will still be there. I don't think I need to go into this slide that much, just to reinforce that both for missions and for the Green Deal call, etc., there is immense opportunity for involving the people, the real people, and that means social scientists should be there, and I certainly encourage social scientists to be involved in these proposals. And actually, even the physical sciences, engineers, etc., they should seek their participation. And I'm sure we have good participants, potential participants in this call. So, the future is there. I do encourage you to indeed look at Horizon Europe. It will be a great opportunity. I'm sorry that it is not funded at the 100 level. I mean, it would be a great number, but I don't see it getting there, unfortunately. This is the structure, you've seen it, so I'm going to just go through it. One important aspect that has not been mentioned within the next Horizon Europe is the partnerships. So there will be a good number of partnerships. You'll see the figure in one of the, I think it's the next slide. They cover all kinds of, I'm going to just go to the partnerships first. So there are quite a few partnerships, and the partnerships involve the participation of member states, companies, industry, etc. So there are not that many, 49, not 50, 49 for now. There will be more in the future, but they cover everything. I know that there was a discussion in the council when Carlos was the commissioner to discuss the budget share for the partnerships, and initially the objective was to have, I think, a smaller number, a certain number of countries, Portugal included, wanted a smaller share, but the final number is 50%, up to 50% of Pillar 2. Pillar 2 is the largest one, and it was supposed to be about 50 billion. Now, I don't know, it will be probably 40-something. So that means there will be 20-some billion for these partnerships. We need to be involved. We need to be involved. There are several types of partnerships, but we need to be involved. We need to be there. We need to get engaged. And this is one of the weaknesses that we have, because Manuel Heitor said it at the beginning, Portugal is thriving because we have lots of small industry, micro, he even used the nano industry, that was the word he used. And usually these partnerships, at least some of the partnerships, what we call now the JTIs, that will become institutionalized partnerships in the new Brussels speak, they are dominated by large industry. Okay. For example, Clean Skies dominated by Airbus, Rolls-Royce, etc. We have no Portuguese company capable of dealing at that scale at European level. So we have to go with what we have. And if we can't go alone, make an association. I have to be careful not to move. Make an association. Gather all the a cluster for aeronautics, or a cluster for materials, or a cluster for whatever, and go as a cluster to this. And we're working on that. We're working in different clusters. And I'm sure that here at Nova you have good contributions to make towards those clusters. And I encourage everybody to be there, because there's a lot of money here. This is going to be 25% at least of the overall Horizon Europe envelope. And so we cannot waste it. We have to be there. We have to participate. On the government side, we are trying, because there is a promise that we can use structural funds in the next framework program as national funds. It's a national contribution with all the same benefits. It's written in our regulation for Horizon Europe. It's written in the regulation for structural funds, but this is always the but, when people now make the specific agreements for each program, the rules must be there and everything must be black on white. Otherwise, the legal officers will come and say, we have a doubt there, and it doesn't work. the calendars don't work, the rules don't work, they don't match, they cause problems. So we need to solve that, and we need to be very attentive to that. But we are planning a package to have a good share of structural funds to support Portuguese participation into these partnerships. Okay? And so the last point is the EIC. The EIC, we all know about it. It's the brainchild of Carlos. It's an evolution. I have a joke about it. I mean, these are the two main instruments. We have the Pathfinder, which was an evolution of what we used to call FET and other things, the future emerging technologies. So ideas. These are projects where academia can be involved. These are groundbreaking things that I would say science fiction, okay, almost. And you look for new things, and some of them will give a result. Others may not, okay? That's the thing, risk. We should not be afraid of risk. I usually say, somebody comes to me and says, I have a project that has absolutely no risk. And say, I don't fund it. Go to the bank. It says no risk, go to the bank. We just fund projects that have risk. But on the other hand, we must be able to tolerate failure. Otherwise, it's not fair. And then we have the accelerator. The accelerator is going for scale-ups, really. I mean, it's right now the SME instrument, what we had in Horizon 2020 was for SMEs that wanted to grow startups, etc. Here is for industry, the small companies that want to grow. And so they have a mix of grant and either a loan or shares, I mean capital input. And so, forgive me, Carlos, but I call this accelerator, I think it's the wrong name. I call it this. It's Acceleraptor. I mean, they want to catch. You want another Google. You want another Apple. You want another. I mean, the ones that become monopolies. Okay, so this is what we're looking for. It's not going to be easy, but who knows? Maybe one of them will come out of this. This is our team. I apologize for the gender balance. It's not gender balanced. But that's what we get. Yes, we already beat it. So they're there. Most of you probably know them already in your specific areas. Do knock on our door. Well, right now, don't knock on the door, but virtually knock on our door. We are there. We are there working. We want to support, and we hope that a couple of years from now, we'll be able to show a good participation and, of course, an improved Portuguese ecosystem, and with Nova, of course, at the leadership. Okay? Thank you very much.
Procederemos agora à cerimónia de entrega do Prémio de Investigação Colaborativa Santander Nova 2020 na área das Ciências Sociais e Humanas. Este ano, o prémio distinguiu não um, mas 2 projetos. O primeiro premiado é o projeto Com Rehab, Comunicação para a Reabilitação Interativa em Realidade Virtual, das investigadoras Maria Micaela Fonseca, Ruth Costa e Ana Rita Londral. Iremos agora assistir a um curto vídeo sobre este projeto.
Em plena pandemia Covid-19, existem muitos pacientes ventilados em que necessitam de uma reabilitação motora e cognitiva. Deste modo, existe uma necessidade urgente de criar um novo processo de reabilitação interativa. Daí surge o projeto Com Rehab. Este projeto tem como parceria o Value for Health Collab, como também o Centro de Investigação ELAB da Universidade Lusófona de Humanidades e Tecnologia e conta com o precioso apoio do Centro de Medicina de Reabilitação de Alcoitão. O projeto Como Rehab tem várias componentes, nomeadamente um jogo de realidade virtual com diferentes níveis de dificuldade e todo o game design foi de acordo com os interesses ocupacionais do paciente e as suas necessidades. De seguida tem também uma plataforma onde permite ajustar os níveis de dificuldade e o jogo. Tem também uma luva que permite, em tempo real, termos o biofeedback e analisar os parâmetros fisiológicos quando o paciente está a fazer a sua reabilitação interativa. E o grande foco deste projeto é o desenvolvimento de um módulo comunicacional para interagir e integrar o nosso sistema. O modelo comunicacional tem duas componentes, a componente verbal e a componente não verbal. Na componente verbal vamos tratar o uso dos termos certos nos respectivos contextos. Na componente não verbal vamos utilizar imagens e vídeo. Estas duas componentes vão permitir melhorar a comunicação no processo de reabilitação. Para nós é extremamente importante a comunicação tecnologia-paciente e paciente-tecnologia. Pretendemos assim humanizar a utilização da tecnologia.
O segundo premiado é o projeto IntelliArt Artificial Intelligence Effects on Work and Employment in Portugal, dos investigadores Nuno Boavida e António Brandão Muniz. Iremos agora assistir ao vídeo sobre o mesmo.
Assistimos atualmente a uma crescente interação entre humanos e máquinas fruto de vários desenvolvimentos tecnológicos. Na Europa, estima-se que em 2030 milhões de postos de trabalho possam vir a ser extintos só fruto de inteligência artificial. O projeto irá integrar duas unidades orgânicas da nova FCSH e FCT, bem como alunos do programa doutoral em avaliação de tecnologia. A equipa procurará compreender qual a penetração da inteligência artificial em Portugal. Para além disso, a equipa estudará o impacto que terá nas estruturas do mercado de trabalho, bem como no emprego português. Por último, a equipa procurará compreender a capacidade que o sistema de relações laborais tem de lidar com o desenvolvimento da inteligência artificial no nosso país. Para encontrar respostas, o projeto centrar-se-á no setor bancário, portuário e automóvel.
A influência da inteligência artificial sobre a organização do trabalho e sobre o emprego. Quais são os efeitos? Que implicações é que tem do ponto de vista de novas necessidades de formação, de requalificação, de configurações profissionais e de relações com o mercado de trabalho? Os parceiros sociais, o que é que eles têm dito sobre essa relação entre a inteligência artificial, a automação, a robótica e o mundo do trabalho? Quais são, no fundo, as suas propostas, as suas alternativas? Eles estarão informados e com propostas concretas sobre essas alterações e queremos conhecer e ver quais são os pontos principais que estão em aberto ainda na sociedade portuguesa e nas sociedades europeias.
Os resultados do projeto IntelliArt serão úteis às empresas e aos atores dos setores a estudar, bem como contribuirão também para o debate científico em torno dos processos de automação junto das estruturas de trabalho, de emprego e das relações industriais.
Irá usar da palavra Sofia Frère, responsável da área Santander Universidades, Portugal.
de Lisboa, Sr. Professor Dr. João Sàágua. Excelentíssima Senhora Vice-Reitora da Universidade Nova de Lisboa, Sra. Professora Doutora Elvira Fortunato. Excelentíssimos Senhores Vice-Reitores da Universidade Nova de Lisboa. Excelentíssimo Sr. Professor Dr. Carlos Moedas. Excelentíssimos Senhores Investigadores vencedores do Prémio Santander Nova de Investigação Colaborativa 2020. Excelentíssimas senhoras, excelentíssimos senhores. A colaboração entre investigadores das mais diferentes áreas do conhecimento é um desígnio que gradualmente se torna mais real. A tecnologia aproximou as pessoas em todo o mundo, mas é a partilha do saber como atitude altruísta entre pares dedicados à investigação que torna possível acelerar a criação do conhecimento e disponibilizá-lo à sociedade nas suas mais diversas formas. Dada a elevada qualidade dos projetos com que o júri se depara para avaliar, a dificuldade a designar um vencedor constitui um enorme desafio e nesta 13ª edição tornou-se necessário que o prémio fosse atribuído a 2 projetos exequo. Assim, quero em nome do Banco Santander felicitar os vencedores desta edição 2020, o projeto Comet Hub e o projeto Intelligent Art. Gostaria de salientar que este prémio é atribuído não só pelo impacto evidente que estes projetos têm na sociedade, mas também e, sobretudo, pela qualidade da colaboração entre os parceiros, considerando a complementaridade das equipes e a forma como o projeto reflete essa colaboração. E é esta a percepção partilhada pela Universidade Nova de Lisboa e o Banco Santander que levou as instituições a criar este prémio. A investigação colaborativa significa investigação de caráter inovador, com excelência científica. Aproveitando este momento, não queria deixar de referir alguém que marcou não só a relação entre a Universidade Nova de Lisboa e o Santander, tendo fomentado e assinado o nosso primeiro acordo, e também o principal promotor deste prémio dentro do banco, o Dr. António Vieira Monteiro. Estou certa que, se ele estivesse entre nós, estaria certamente hoje aqui, pois sempre acarinhou com especial interesse este prémio. Há cerca de 18 anos, o Dr. António Vieira Monteiro lançou o projeto Santander Universidades em Portugal, área que sempre seguiu de perto e tendo vivido intensamente todas as iniciativas, contribuindo para que o Santander seja hoje o banco que mais apoia e investe em educação em Portugal e no mundo. O Santander Universidades mantém atualmente cerca de 50 convénios com instituições do ensino superior em Portugal e mais de 1.100 convénios no mundo inteiro. Apoiamos instituições, docentes e alunos das mais diversas formas, fomentando a educação, a empregabilidade e o empreendedorismo, atribuindo, em todos os estímulos e benefícios, bolsas dirigidas a estudantes de licenciatura, mestrado e doutoramento. Para vos dar uma ideia da dimensão, este projeto, à data, já atribuiu mais de 420 mil bolsas no mundo inteiro e mais de 9 mil em Portugal. Resta-me concluir desejando os maiores sucessos futuros, não só para os premiados, como para todos os investigadores que apresentaram os seus projetos a este Prémio de Investigação Colaborativa. E também quero louvar o trabalho dos colegas do júri, cuja decisão não foi tarefa fácil. Estamos certos de que esta parceria já produziu e produzirá muitos motivos de satisfação para que a Universidade Nova de Lisboa, tal como tem acontecido com o Banco Santander. Na pessoa do Sr. Reitor, Professor Dr. João Sàágua, agradeço a proveitosa colaboração que mantemos, certa que temos outras ocasiões para celebrar a ciência. Muito obrigada.
Pedimos a Sofia e Frère que permaneça no palco e convidamos o Reitor da Nova a juntar-se à mesma. Em nome da equipa do projeto Com Rehab, convidamos ao palco para receber o prémio Maria Micaela Fonseca, da Faculdade de Ciências e Tecnologia, Ruth Costa, da Faculdade de Ciências Sociais e Humanas, e Ana Rita Londral, da Nova Medical School. E agora, em nome da equipa do projeto IntelliArt, convidamos ao palco para receber o prémio Nuno Boavida, da Faculdade de Ciências Sociais e Humanas, e António Brandão Muniz, da Faculdade de Ciências e Tecnologia. Parabéns a todos os premiados. Thank you for joining us this morning for the first part of the third edition of Nova Science Day. We will now have a break of approximately 1 hour and we'll be back at 2 p.m. Lisbon time. We remind all of those who are at the auditorium to leave the room from the back to the front rows. Also, do not forget to have your mask on at all times, to maintain social distance and to sanitize your hands regularly. For lunch, at the campus you have the cafeteria at this building or the other cafeteria at the Almada Negreiros building, which is the one behind the rectorate. Thank you. Welcome to the second part of Nova Science Day, this year dedicated to sustainability. We will proceed with the presentations from 9 researchers representing each of the Nova schools and who have been working closely in the area of sustainability. We will start with Professor Júlia Seixas from Nova School of Science and Technology.
My name is Júlia Seixas. I'm coming from School of Science and Technology in the south bank of the city of Lisbon. I'm here today to speak to you about our research line, which is focused on energy and climate change. SENSE is the Center for Environmental Sustainability and Environmental Research. It's supporting 5 routes, let's say. One on water, sanitation and waste recovery, ecological economics, computation for sustainability, and green technologies. And the one I'm talking today is on energy and climate. So we strongly believe that we can achieve prosperity with a minimal resources use and with no emissions at all. And this is very required to achieve the climate aim supported by the Paris Agreement, that is to achieve 1.5 degrees Celsius above the global average temperature of the planet Earth before the Industrial Revolution. In order to do that, we have to look at the systems in an integrated way. We don't believe at all that in very incremental innovation or just looking for a specific part of any system, we can achieve this goal. So we dedicate our research on energy system transitions and also on climate change mitigation adaptation. And for that, we have developed different research aspects. A key one is one related to energy systems modeling tool that includes both simulation and optimization tools, looking at the energy system, as I said, as an integrated perspective, taking an holistic perspective of the problem. Another thing that we have dedicated lots of time and efforts is to assess and sometimes design new policies and instruments to tackle energy and climate issues. Most of them dedicated and focused on cities and urban areas. Also, more recently, we have dedicated some research on the issue on climate services for energy service. This means what the future scenarios on climate change will affect, for example, the power system of a country. And mostly also energy poverty and climate vulnerability has been one of the issues, and also a thing that there's been an interface between the climate change and other dimension of sustainability is the use of resources for the carbon, for the energy transition. like the use of materials, the use of water and land. I will explain a little bit more later. So this is just to impress you, don't worry, but it's only to explain to you that we rely most of our research into fundamental tools, one more dedicated to technological assessment. This is an optimization model, and another tool is dedicated to general equilibrium models. So we are able to link the technological issues with the macroeconomic issues of a system, like the Portuguese system, for example. And this has been doing not closed in our environment in the university, but in connection with many stakeholders to whom we have developed visionings, perspectives for the future, for the future. So, based on this framework, we have been expanding this type of framework, and we have been applying in different perspectives. For example, we have developed a roadmap for Portugal to understand if the carbon capture and storage option could be a good option for Portugal, meaning good means cost-effective option for Portugal, in which sectors, in which time in the future, for example. Another example is the application of these tools at the city level, like this one at the city of Évora, and this one at the city of Almada, for example. And we have also been invited for several times by different stakeholders in the country. And we are very happy to serve the public policy and some private companies with our knowledge and our skills. For example, I will refer to the most recent one. Last year, we produced all the work behind the carbon neutrality roadmap. The Portuguese government has delivered the long-term strategy of the country in the United Nations regarding carbon neutrality and the compliance with the Paris Agreement aims. And the numbers that are there related to everything but forestry and agriculture, which really we do not work, comes from our group. Another very recent project is this one that is funded by EDP that asked us to assess how is the potential of hydrogen, because hydrogen these days are a very sexy option for Portugal and for Europe. And what does it mean for the Portuguese system? Is it competitive? In what sectors? At what costs? When? In the next 10 years or in 15 or when? So we used to develop using this type of approach, again, taking all the energy system, not only electricity, not only heat, for example, not only the mobility, but everything connected, because energy is a connected system in the country. So, for example, this is an illustration from the carbon neutrality that we produced. As I said, all these numbers and this trajectory, this is quite simple. At this moment, it's a quite simple graphic, but there is a huge work behind this graphic. So, as I said, except agriculture and forestry, and waste, all the other sectors we have managed, and also have managed the impact in terms of macroeconomic variables. Just to give you the impression, to prepare all of this, we have connected with many stakeholders for 100 organizations. And for example, this is an example of the impact and opinions and contributions that we receive from the stakeholders. And we have run more than 60 scenarios in order to accommodate all the sensibilities, in order to understand where is the common space of solution, taking into account the big companies, but also the very small companies, the NGOs, the different associations that characterize the Portuguese economy and the Portuguese society. So it's a very hard work. Another point that we are looking at this moment is the possibility, it's a technological avenue that we are exploring, is to analyze the possibility in Portugal, together with other countries, this is an Horizon 2020 project, for carbon capture, utilization and storage, for example, in a synergy with the cement industry. In terms of urban transitions, as I said, we applied this. We have developed work, for example, for the city of Everett, taking into account the different perspectives of the city from the technological point of view, based on a GIS, Geographic Information System, taking into account not only what's happening now, but what could be happen in the future in order to make this transition to the future, in order to get a sustainable energy system in this city. A specific research that I'm very passionate today is to link together in a city what is our basic resources, which is the energy, the water, and food. And we have discovered, I mean, the community, the scientific community have discovered that if you take into account these three resources at the same time, we could innovate a lot. Maybe you are aware about the urban farming, and the urban farming have been developed in many solutions to provide food with less energy and with less carbon footprint from the outside of the city. Of course, the problem is quite complex, but at this moment we are developing a specific methodology and we are applying this to the city of Cascais. We have also received quite a number of visitors from other countries, and for example, we have developed the research for the city of São Paulo and also the Great Cairo. At this moment, we are working in a very peculiar project that refers to the Alfama, our Alfama district in Lisbon, together with other 5 historic districts in Europe. And the point here is we are applying, because this is a project co-financing by Climate Kick, we are applying a particular methodology very inspired in the philosophy of the Climate Kick, and we are testing in the place different solutions, not anymore with models, not anymore with our analysis as academia, but with some ideas that we bring from academia and working in the district with the stakeholders in the district. It has been a very, very challenge, I have to tell you. It's much more easier to write papers. So, but we believe, and following and supported by Climate Kick, that the academia and the researchers need to do this type of research with the persons in the locals. Okay, I'm seeing the clock. So, energy sector, what is meant by through climate adaptation, and this is a project that that are in the final part. So, climate services for energy, and in particular, the problem here we are tackled is the following. It's a very difficult one. For example, if you think. If you are aware, Portugal is very dependent of rainfall for hydro power, for example. And for the power system, it's very important to get some insights how would be the next winter. Will it be a wet winter, a dry winter? So the 6 months projections of the climate or forecasting of the climate variables like the rainfall is very, very important for those guys who are managing all the power system in Portugal and the other countries, but we are working in Portugal. And the key point here is that forecasting 6 months ahead of the climate variable is the most difficult one. So we are working with the meteorological agency from Germany that are producing this type of, and are improving this type of forecasting. And what we have done, what we have doing is to incorporate these projections. What does it mean in terms of management of the power system? So EDP is one of our stakeholders, and they are testing different strategies for that. For example, we have also regarding the water consumption for the energy system, we have estimated the water use for Brazil and the Iberian Peninsula and try to understand what does it mean under future climate change scenarios and what does it mean in terms of reduction or not, or improvement, or the special distribution of changes in hydropower in the Iberian Peninsula, which for our case is very, very important. I will skip this. So another part that I would like to refer is we are also looking deeper in the spatial scale. For example, it was the first time that this work was done for Portugal, and in terms of Europe, this is also a reference, which is the thermal comfort gaps that we have in the countries. In the common sense, we used to have some cold, and we used to have some very hot environments in our houses, and we have different strategies, and it depends on cultural factors, on financial economic availability that we have to have your devices, but I have to say that we compute the gap, the space cooling gap in households, only in households, for the current climate, and for the two scenarios, the RCP 4.5 and RCP 8.5. And we can see that today, with the current climate, we have very high gaps in terms of space cooling. Why this is important? Well, this is important in the first place in order to understand where is the energy poverty. And we have done that for all the civil parishes in Portugal. So this is important to understand where is and what is the magnitude of what we call energy gap. Energy gap refers to the lack of access to energy services for thermal comfort, either for the winter or for the summer. Why this is so important? This is important because it is the basis for one of two things very crucial. One is to understand the future needs of energy to tackle this gap, and this has to be assessed in order to understand the future of the energy system. On the other hand, maybe a more intelligent approach is not to think that we will need more energy to tackle these gaps, but to have energy efficiency instruments and policies that could tackle at least a part of this gap. And it could provide good insights for public policies. So, in our cases, and I'm finishing, so I would say that our group contribute a lot, contribute for several NGOs, Sustainable Development Goals, SDGs, but in particular for number 7 that relates to energy, for 11 that relates to climate, and for 13 that relates to cities, to cities and communities. So, thank you very much.
We will now have the presentation of Nova School of Social Science and Humanities by Professor Raquel Varela. We would just kindly ask everyone to respect the 15-minute time. Thank you.
First of all, I want to thank Tom so much the invitation to be here in this so important day for Nova. My name is Raquel Varela. I'm a specialist on history, on social history, and particularly on global labor history. Our group, our research group, and our Observatory for Living and Working Conditions, we are mainly focused on labor, although for us, labor, we see it as a centrality and as a totality. So half of our researchers are not historians, they are sociologists, they are anthropologists, they are physicians. We have several physicians from Nova and from other hospitals working with us. We have specialists on law. We have specialists on social service. So it's a group that from the beginning is focused on interdisciplinarity. Our group is focused mainly on 4 aims of the ONU United Nations agenda, which is education, health, labor, conditions, and inequalities. I will focus here on the question of social inequality, which is nowadays one of the main subjects. And it is one of the main subjects because in the last 100 years, we are living the moment where inequality is bigger than ever. So poverty was bigger 100 years ago, but inequality is bigger now. Poverty is one of the sources of inequality, but there are other sources of inequality. I shall debate here with you and raise some hypotheses where we can have a role as a university, a role as scientists, both to understand it and both, of course, to help to change it in, of course, a better way. So Portugal particularly is among 20 countries on the OCDE, the most unequal country. And as you know, today, in a world scale, 26 persons, 26, have the same amount of income as 3.8 billion persons. So it's more than half of the population. That's why the question of poverty and the question of inequality are today key questions. I also shall say that inequality, equality is not the same as lack of differences. It's very important to say this because we believe as scientists that when we have more equality, we have more capacity to be different. So that's why the concept, philosophically and historically, the concept of equality has to merge, has to be, not to merge, but to be side by side with the concept of liberty. In primitive societies, was very common that someone that couldn't hunt because he was hurt was, at the beginning, was put it in a very privileged way. Instead of being abandoned because he could not feed himself and he could not hunt for the other parts of the community, he would be put it as a proto-physician, a proto-intellectual, as a shaman at the beginning. So we, the primitive societies, looked to the most fragile parts of their community and use it as one of the strongest parts. The person that could not hunt, but had time to learn and had time to teach. This is one example of how we can deal with inequality in order to respect and even use the differences in favor of communities, which is for us very important. This little story I told you also helps us to understand that social inequality is not the same as natural inequality. It's more difficult to lead with natural inequalities, but even the primitive societies had wonderful ideas to do it. How can we not do it today? It's, of course, a question we should also ask ourselves. What we can do as scientists in a highly complex, urban, developed societies as we are nowadays? Well, first of all, we can help to understand the reality with using critical reason, using objective analysis of the society. This is much more difficult than it looks like. That's why we have so many debates. And that's why politicians so frequently use figures in an improper way. I should give you an example I brought today for our small but very important, I hope, for the Nova presentation. We have a world debate on demography in our societies. The idea is that societies in Western countries, in core countries, are getting old. As they are getting old, we don't have enough babies, enough children, and we have a problem of sustainability of social security. This is not, for example, our approach. Our approach is based on labor relations and productivity of labor. This means that my grandmother, she was she was not a poor peasant, but she was a peasant. And as all the peasants in Portugal in the 60s, she used to not have machines because the intensification of production in agriculture is in the 60s, of course. Nowadays, nobody works with this. Of course, we work with the very developed machines, and we are not even speaking of the new and already ongoing so-called revolution of 4.0, automation, etc. So the productivity in Portugal has raised something like 500% in the last 40 years. So our question as scientists should be, if we had social security systems they were designing in the 70s as universal social security systems after the 25th of April revolutions, and they were sustainable, how they are not sustainable now with 500% more productivity. Of course, that our hypothesis is that we have a real problem of labor relations and a problem of qualification and a problem of education. That's why also we have specialists on education in our group. If someone is going to the labor market earning 500 euros and someone has left the labor market earning 2,000 euros, of course, social security is not sustainable. But this has nothing to do with the great news that we have a big life expectancy, which sometimes in the media is given as a tragedy. Oh, people are living longer. Look what problem we have in our hands. This has to do with the problem of labor relations. But it's very simple to say we have a problem of labor relations. We have to go deeper to understand what is this labor relations. That's why we try to do. For example, if we look to Portugal, we have more or less 5 million people in labor market as active population, but almost 2 million have just the basic education. This is a huge problem connected also with inequality. Why? Because we know that the first figure I gave you comparing Portugal with 20 countries on OECD-related inequalities, what we know is that in Portugal there is a direct relation between inequality and poverty, and between poverty and unemployment. Why? Because the real figures of unemployment, which is, we can use, of course, the regular figures that are officially taken for as a measure. It's a methodology. I'm not saying nobody is lying. What I'm saying is that the methodology that is used by International Labour Organization uses the idea that someone unemployed is someone who has been looking actively for a job. If someone stops looking actively for a job in a certain number of weeks, immediately is considered out of the statistics. This means that if we put together, that's something we do in our group together with statistics and our colleagues from the Instituto Superior Técnico in Mathematics, if we put together the number of people they don't have anymore the courage to look for a job because they are depressed, because they have given up. If we put together the people that are working in jobs not compatible with their high qualifications, if we put together people in part-time or under unemployment, usually the real statistic of unemployment in Portugal goes immediately to the double. At this moment, although we are in the middle of a pandemic, which is an exceptional situation, but an exceptional situation that brought to the eyes of the public a social situation that was already there. I should underline this. We had already a huge problem of qualifications. We had already a huge problem of access to the National Health Service, because before the pandemic, Portugal was already one of the countries that used more the money of the families to have access to health care. We had already a problem in the organizations of the school, of schools, and a problem of the labor force is getting old in the public services, namely. So all these things that now appear in a very catastrophic way because we were put it in a very exceptional way were there before. I probably almost ending my time, which I ask sorry for this. So when we want to look to the question of inequality, we want to raise questions that can give us, as far as we can, a more realistic and total picture of the question of inequality. So we start on labor market. We want to understand who is employed and who is not. We want to understand the income. The income is very important to understand equalities and inequalities, not just because you have access to health care or to a better education or not. But for example, the income is one of the explanations of the sustainability of the welfare state. In a country as Portugal, but also in Europe, welfare state plays a key role on the question of poverty and on the question of social inequalities. So for you to have an idea, in Portugal officially, and the measure of statistics of poverty is very low. So in our opinion, there are more people poor than what statistics shows. I cannot develop this now. But in official statistics, Portugal has 47% of people poor, according to United Nations figure. After the social transferences of social assistance, this number goes to 18%, from 47 to 18%. This means that the welfare state is absolutely essential to understand the Portuguese society. There is no such thing. So, for example, when we look to the level of wages, the official minimum wage is around 600 euros, but the real minimum wage to survive in Porto or Lisbon is around 1,000 euros. You cannot understand these wages without understanding that there is a huge number of programs of social assistance that are able to compensate these very low wages. This is another thing we analyze. Another important thing we analyze now in the pandemic, unfortunately, became very clear, and we have one researcher and a doctor specialist, a physician specialist on diabetes. Portugal has 1.5 million people with diabetes, and diabetes are highly connected with food, and food is highly connected with income. So, for example, the level of obesity, it's related with the pandemic because several studies have been connected the people that are seriously ill with COVID and obesity. Of course, I'm not speaking of conclusion data, just on hypotheses, but there is a relation in several countries. It was put it as an hypothesis. In any case, what we know is the level of absenteeism, of problems, of something absolutely common in Portugal. We have more or less the same life expectancy as other countries in Europe, as Denmark, 85 to 87 years in Denmark. I'm not sure it's 2 years or something like that different. But the life expectancy with health in Portugal is 15 years less. In order you be put it in life expectancy with health methodology, you need to be incapable. This means that most of the workers in Portugal have to go to pre-retirement systems before they end or before they go to retirement, because they are either physically or mental or with mental problems connected with poverty. Just to end my my approach to the question of obesity, we know that the obesity in low-income families raises to 40%. And this is a world figure. Portugal, unfortunately, is also on these figures, but this is, unfortunately, a situation of Western countries that we analyze as well. So I wanted to finish this short presentation to say that our challenge is to understand in a very critical way what, not just the means, but the ends, which means for what end. So we have to ask ourselves which kind of society do we want to live, and then we have to look to figures without with all objectivity as possible, and then we have to propose hypotheses that can really help to change this, because inequality is a kind of a mother of all other inequalities, intellectual inequalities, urban inequalities, health inequalities, education. So if we look to this point, we can really help society in a better way, and I hope our university, and I'm sure we'll have a role on this. Thank you very much.
Professor Miguel Neto from Nova Information Management School will now take the floor.
Okay, good afternoon to you all. Thank you very much for the invitation, my Vice-Rector. It's a pleasure to be here with you and share a little bit what we have been doing at Nova Information Management School in the context of one of the Sustainable Development Goals. Nova Information Management School is the school of the information management and data science, and so we try to apply analytical approaches to support several societal goals, namely the SDGs. In this context, it is relevant for us to first look at the bright side and say that in cities today we are able to generate the highest wealth in the world, and at the same time we have 50% of the global population living in these spaces, although they represent just 2% of the Earth's surface. And this, it's also a downside. We know that the population in cities is going to grow to 70%, and this leads to a situation where we produce too much waste in cities, we use too much energy in cities, we have the highest proportion of greenhouse gas emissions in cities. And so cities are a space of wealth, but also a space of severe challenges that we must address. And so when we look at the Sustainable Development Goals, we see that number 11 is a goal related with sustainable cities and communities, with 5 targets. First of all, sustainability, of course, but also inclusion, resilience, and security. And today, resilience is probably one of the most relevant that we can think about, but inclusion is also a concern in this idea of the 11th goal. And this 11th goal, in our approach, can be, in fact, achieved, or we can give a contribution to that goal, taking advantage of what we call today smart, sustainable cities. How can we use technology? How can we use our growing capability of collecting data to change the paradigm of cities planning and management, looking on how to provide quality of life to the citizens that live, visit, or work in these spaces. And so this is all about digital transformation, and furthermore is about taking advantage of data to do the process. And I bet that all of you already seen this. It was the cover of Economist last year, that data is the 21st century oil. There is a good relation because like oil, data is a raw material. We have to refine it so that we can use it to produce value for society. But there is a big difference between oil and data, which is data, in fact, is a renewable resource. And we can use data over and over and over again, and it's still there for us to reuse it. And so this opportunity that we have today of using data is our focus. And 4 years ago, we created at Nova Information Management School a lab dedicated to this, Nova Cidade Urban Analytics Lab. What we try to do is to look at the opportunity that we have today with the growing capability of collecting data, always taking in consideration privacy, the ethical use of data, but in fact we can give support to new ways of planning and managing the cities, and in the end we can think about how can public policy making change the way it is conceived and also monitored, taking advantage of this approach. This was a journey. We started by making links and partnerships with municipalities. Then we have 308 municipalities in Portugal. So we decided to try to speed up the process. And we started building partnerships with intermunicipal communities, but then still there are many. And now we have a solid partnership with the National Association of Portuguese Municipalities, where we developed several projects. What are the 3 pillars of our activity? Of course, research, of course, teaching, but a lot of effort is done in outreach activities because we believe that there is a big challenge in capacity building towards giving the opportunity of the city halls to take advantage of this new reality. And now I will give you just some few examples of what we have been doing in these 3 pillars of our activity. Concerning outreach, every year, and this is the 4th year that we do that, we organize, in a partnership with the Portuguese National Association of Municipalities, Portugal Smart Cities Tour. So we go to the different regions of Portugal and we organize with the municipalities workshops, thematic workshops, where we try to present what the academic world is producing, what the industry is delivering, and what are the best practices from the field. On the teaching, we have a post-graduation program on smart cities, and more recently, since this is maybe that's something that is changing, because one of the problems of our post-graduation program is that it was taught in Lisbon, and people, they don't want to come to Lisbon to attend the course, so we designed an alternative program, an executive training that goes to the field, and we organize it locally with the municipalities or the intermunicipal communities. But nowadays, with the situation that we live, probably there is no question now that we can give the courses fully online, and that is not a constraint. Nevertheless, this is a path that we have been going. And more important to this session today, to Nova Science Day, is what we have been doing in the field of research. We started by, in close collaboration with municipalities, to look at the data and what are today the problems that city face. And one of the first that we looked at was in Lisbon, the question of the micro mobility and the challenge that it is, how can we have in the same space this conflicting or competitive uses of public space, and we try to analyze what is the use of the system, and we were amazed with the growing of bicycle users in the city, and how this can be used to support the planning of the city spaces. Also in this context, looking at another example that was already referred here, how can we look at the green infrastructures of the city and try to learn what is the contribution that they are giving for carbon storage, for the value that can have, and how we can, in fact, use this as a simulator to induce public policy making that can support the growing spaces being affected to green infrastructure. But then we were more ambitious. We wanted not only to describe reality, to describe what is happening, but also to try to use our data science skills to try to predict what can happen in the city. And this was a project that we carried out together with the Lisbon City Hall and also some other partners, that we tried to optimize the response time of the fire department. And the idea was, okay, I know from historical data what was what happened over time in terms of weather, occurrences, social demographics, and we analyzed that data. And this is the first type of analytics. We use descriptive analytics to understand what happened. In the second moment, and bringing to the equation also the data from the mobile operators, in this case Altis, we try to understand and to build an algorithm that could predict, given the historical data and forecast that we have for tomorrow in terms of weather, of traffic, try to predict where there is going to be problems with a high probability, and what was the population that is going to be affected. And this was the predictive analytics. And if I am able to describe what happened and predict what can happen, I'm able to support what we call prescriptive analytics. I can use this information to take action so that the future is not the prediction, but in fact what I want to happen. And this is what we have done, taking advantage of the data regarding the road infrastructure of the city, information regarding any roadblocks that is going to happen in the city, and the traffic forecast and weather forecast for the next day. And so, this is a visualization of what we have done. We have the position of the different fire squads. We have in red, the lines are the traffic blocks that we know that are going to happen tomorrow due to roadworks and things like that. And then the model is fed also with the traffic information forecast for the next day. And with taking all of this, we were able to create a model, a simulation model that presents the areas where the fire department is going to be able to arrive in 5 minutes in green, and the areas where the fire department is going to arrive in between 5 and 10 minutes. And so you can see that there in the brown area there is a red dot. And so the idea is that using this information, the fire department can place a rapid response vehicle near that point to guarantee that the answer will be in 5 minutes. And this was a practical example that Lisbon has a huge city intelligence platform, and the idea now that is used for operational purposes to solve what is happening in real time, and the idea now is to put this model on top of that operational system so that they can take advantage of this tool to improve the decisions in this predictive way. I will just now refer more to our 3 projects that we have. This is a project funded by the European Commission called Urban Co-Creation Data Lab. And in this project, together also, once again, with Lisbon, we are the Universidade Nova de Lisboa, and with the NEC, which is the company that developed the Lisbon platform, AMA, and the Supercomputation Center of Barcelona, we have been trying to use this approach to solve 5 city challenge. The data that we are using is from Lisbon, but this is an European project, so then the tests will be replicated in other cities. And we have been looking to micromobility, to waste management, to illegal parking, to the spread of pollution in the case of an accident, to crowd management. And each one of these challenges has been addressed, and it's a coincidence, but in fact today started in Lisbon the 2020 edition of Portugal Smart City Summit, and we have there a booth, and we at 3 o'clock we are starting the first of the 5 brainstorm sessions online, where we are going to share what we have been doing in this. Today at 3 we have micromobility, tomorrow we have more 2, and in Thursday we have another 2, where we are going to share to the world and try to get feedback of the work that we have been doing. More recently, this year, we were awarded with the 2 flagship projects, one from MIT Portugal. This one is climate-driven technologies for low-carbon cities, so trying to support the transition of the cities and to decarbonize our urban spaces. And we have this MIT Portugal project. It is led by nós, with the technical university, SEIA, and Lisboa Inova. And we are responsible for building the data intelligence platform and also to deliver advanced analytical skills to the different partners in very specific tasks. Another one that we have going is one called B2Waste Crypto. So what is the idea of this project, which is also a flagship project from Carnegie Mellon, Portugal? It's led by Totta. They have this solution that supports urban smart waste management. And one of the challenges that we face is that we have to engage the citizen in this process. People must separate more garbage, and they should do this in such a way that, that is sustainable over time. And one of the problems that we have still today is that there is no positive discrimination when we change our behaviors to be more sustainable and more eco-friendly. And so the idea was to look at blockchain and cryptocurrency to try to develop a model where we can in fact reward citizens by their behavior when it comes to handling the garbage and contribute to solve this problem that we have today in cities. This was a project that started in July, and in July the FCT has launched a call for some summer schools. And now, at this moment, we have a group of 12 young people that they have a scholarship from FCT, a 3-month scholarship. They are students from master's and PhD programs, and they are thinking on how can we use blockchain and cryptocurrency for this specific purpose. And it's really interesting because they are really motivated with the ambition and with this idea that we can use technology and data science to build a better world. And that was the message that I brought you here. Thank you very much for your time.
We will now listen to a presentation by Professor José Caldas de Almeida from Nova Medical School.
Good afternoon. I'm very pleased to be here today representing Nova Medical School, and I will present you part of the work that we have done at Nova Medical School on mental health and sustainable development. We know that mental health has an important role on economic and generally in sustainable development. And the fact is that you can see mental health seen as relevant for most of the sustainable development goals. Although it is only explicitly mentioned in the goal 3, that states that it's expected that premature mortality from non-communicable diseases will be prevented through prevention and treatment and promotion of mental health and well-being. Why is so important mental health for sustainable development? First, because mental health is key to general health and well-being. Mental illness, we know now, is a leading cause of the global burden of disease. For instance, mental health is responsible for disability, years lived with disability on 32% of all cases, more than any other health condition. Especially depression has a huge effect in terms of disability and or indirectly on the burden of disease. Also because of the high comorbidity between mental and physical disorders, mental health is closely associated to physical health problems and higher rates of premature mortality. So, in the end, mental health is associated to global prosperity for different reasons. First, because there is a cyclical relationship between poverty and mental illness. On one hand, income, nutrition, housing, many social and economic factors are a risk factor for mental disorders. But as we have seen in a study made at the global level some years ago, the people who have mental disorders in the beginning of life, they will have later on much lower level of educational attainment, lower level of income, lower level of most of the good things of life. So the role that mental illness plays in the fight against poverty is very important. Also, we know now that the cost for global economy is huge. One reason is because the days out of work. Mental disorders are one of the first causes of people not being able to work. And this represents billions of working days, and this has an expression in terms of economic results that it's huge. So it's also important to know that between 2011 and 2030, mental illness will cost to the global economy more than cancer, diabetes, and respiratory diseases combined. Usually people are not aware of all the costs of mental disorders, but are even less aware of the equally huge importance of the positive mental health. Positive mental health means that people, not only when they don't have mental disorders, but also when they have a good mental health, this has a very important influence on the way society works. For instance, if now in this pandemic in Portugal and in other countries, we will see many problems of mental health, we'll have many difficulties in having collaboration of the citizens to take the measures to fight the pandemic. We'll have a decrease of social capital. So mental health is important only not because of the burden of mental diseases, but also of what means not having the positive mental health. The good thing is that now we have evidence showing that we have effective solutions for mental disorders. We know what to do, and we know that in many cases we have treatments and programs that are highly effective, both in low and high-income countries. We know that promotion and prevention, that is so important also. We have increasingly effective programs. We are now in a position that we can see that important commitments were made both at the national and the global level. For instance, in 2013, a global mental health action plan was approved by all the countries in the WHO with 5 main objectives: strengthen effective leadership and governance, provide integrated and comprehensive mental disorders at the community level, implement strategies for promotion and prevention, and strengthen research and information systems. Now, what our team, our group at the Nova Medical School has done in the last 15 years is trying to contribute to achieve these 4 objectives. In fact, we were involved in the definition of these objectives because for many years we are collaborating and working very closely with WHO. But also we made an important contribution for the alignment of the European Framework for Action on Mental Health and Well-being that was approved in the European Union in 2016, that is completely aligned with the objectives of the WHO, and this joint action was led by us, so we had the opportunity to give a good contribution for it. Now, on research, our main focus is on epidemiology of mental disorders. And in this field, we were responsible for the first psychiatric epidemiological study in Portugal, a study that is part of a world surveys initiative that made possible that with the same methodology, we could make similar studies in 34 countries. The results of this study is amazing because now we know much more than we knew 10 or 20 years ago about how prevalent are the main mental illnesses, which are the factors that are associated with them, which is the impact of these disorders in terms of inequalities, disability, and so on. And we also got a lot of results on how these people are treated or not treated. So we could assess the treatment gap in all parts of the world. We also developed the MH crisis impact. It was a study to assess the impact of the economic crisis in 2012-2015 that showed us that the economic crisis resulted in a significant increase of mental illnesses and a lot of other data that I believe it will be important now to design the measures that will be necessary to deal with the economic crisis that we are living because of the pandemic. We have also a lot of studies on mental health services, especially quality of mental health services. These DEMO-BINC and PROM-QUAL studies are European studies that made possible to assess the quality and the differences of quality of services between the different European countries and understand what explain these differences. Finally, we are also interested in mental health and human rights. We are now carrying out a study funded by the EA grants and mental health policy. We were also leading the EU Compass on mental health that made possible to study how the different EU countries are implementing their mental health policies. And that made possible to understand which were the main progresses made, which were the main failures, and which are the main reasons that explain the failures that could be seen in the last decade in the EU. We have also worked on capacity building. I will just mention what is our first or main work here is a master in on mental health policy and services that made possible for us to train more than 200 people for more than 50 countries. And we are very proud because several former students of these courses are now leaders in their countries or are leaders at the WHO and other international organizations. And as you can see there, we have also, for instance, we are part of a PhD course on global public health, and we are very happy because we are going to receive now in 2 weeks 4 students that got grants to stay with us for 4 years to work in a global, make their thesis on global mental health. International cooperation, we work a lot with the WHO, either being part of missions, they ask us to go to countries, or being part of WHO projects. Also with the European Union, UNRWA is the United Nations Agency for the Refugees in Palestine. And we have a lot of work to direct work in countries. What does this mean? Is that we go, people of our team go to spend some time in countries, like you can see some of them, to help them to develop and implement a mental health policy and a mental health plan. And finally, in terms of advocacy, I would like to mention that thanks to the collaboration with the Gulbenkian Foundation, from 2010 to 2016, we could organize a lot of initiatives that really put this global mental health platform in the high rank among the big world global mental health initiatives. Hundreds of people came to Portugal. There were many meetings. There were many studies. So this really gave excellent contribution for the movement of global mental health. When this platform ended in 2016, Gulbenkian helped us to create the Lisbon Institute of Global Mental Health, where our group is working now in collaboration with the Nova Medical School and the School of Public Health. And of course, not with so many resources than we had when we had the direct support of Gulbenkian. But still, we are doing work, some on a research level, and we continue with the capacity building. And even with these difficulties nowadays, because traveling is becoming more and more difficult. This last 6 months, we should have been working in Lebanon, in Jamaica, in Ukraine, and we could not go there. So this is something we are waiting for better times. But with this, I hope we could give you an idea about what we have been done in trying to contribute to sustainable development through improvement of mental health in countries, especially in low-income countries. Thank you.
And now, from Nova School of Law, Professor Claire Bright.
Hello, good afternoon. Here we go. First of all, many thanks for the invitation to be here today. It's really an honor and a privilege for me to be discussing such important issues. My presentation today will present the research that we are leading at Nova School of Law, which focuses on the role of law in fostering sustainable business conduct. The COVID-19 pandemic has shown some light on the difficulties that comes from unregulated supply chains. The regulation of corporate behavior today more than ever is crucial in attaining development, the Sustainable Development Goals. And this is where the research that we are undertaking at Nova School of Law is making a difference. If we look at the UN Sustainable Development Goals, in the preamble, we can see that the 17 goals and 169 targets seek to realize the human rights of all. So when we speak about human rights, we're really talking about all the developmental goals, even the ones that relate to environmental protection, because environmental harms have impacts on our human rights. And the right to a healthy environment is a human right itself. Now, the preamble also tells us that the sustainable goals are integrated and indivisible and balance the three dimensions of sustainable development: the economic, the social, and the environmental. These three dimensions are three dimensions in which companies play a crucial role. Companies can have positive impacts on society and the environment. They can, of course, contribute to countries' economic growth and development by creating jobs, transferring skills, and thereby contributing to the realization of sustainable development goals. But a lot of well-documented case studies have also shown that companies can and do have adverse impacts on both human rights and the environment through their own activities and throughout their supply chains. Now let me just give you a few examples. Most of us love chocolate. Chocolate is a product of cocoa beans. 70% of the world's cocoa beans are grown and harvested in Western African countries, and in particular in Côte d'Ivoire and Ghana. In these countries, studies estimate that 1.2 million children, that's for Côte d'Ivoire, and 0.9 million children in Ghana work in child labor in cocoa farms that supply chocolate companies. So the question which arises is really, what regulatory reforms are necessary to ensure that the cocoa beans that chocolate companies source are not the fruit of child labor? Another example here, according to the International Labour Organization, 16 million people are trapped in forced labor in the private sector. For instance, 1 out of 5 of the cotton clothes that we wear originate from factories in China, which uses forced labor from the Uyghur people. Again, here the question is, what is the role of law in making sure that companies are not sourcing their products from places which are tainted with forced labor? These are just a few examples amongst many others which show how companies can and do affect the social dimension of sustainable development. In other words, human rights. But let us also look at the environmental dimension here. According to a report by the UN Special Rapporteur Philip Alston that was released in June 2019, fossil fuel companies are the main drivers for climate change. They account for 91% of global industrial greenhouse emissions and 70% of all human-made emissions. So again, the question arises as to how to regulate companies to make sure that they mitigate their climate-related impacts. It is clear from these examples that companies have a key role to play in sustainable development, and now has never been a more critical time to place human rights and environmental considerations at the forefront of business practices and business decisions. Now let me give you a little bit of an overview of the legal landscape. At the international level, the UN Guiding Principles on Business and Human Rights were unanimously adopted by the Human Rights Council in June 2011. They constitute the first globally accepted framework in the field and rest around 3 pillars: the state duty to protect human rights, the corporate responsibility to respect human rights, and access to remedy for affected individuals. Now, looking more specifically at the second pillar, the responsibility, the corporate responsibility to respect human rights. The guiding principles tell us that in order to meet their responsibility to respect human rights, business enterprises should have in place a process which is called the human rights due diligence process, which is a process whereby they can identify, prevent, mitigate, and address the human rights impacts that arise out of their activities and of their supply chains. There are 4 core components of the due diligence process: the necessity to assess the actual and potential impacts that they are having. Once they have assessed these impacts, the integration of these findings and what are they going to do to address them. Then the tracking of the effectiveness of their responses. And finally, the communication and how they address those impacts. The due diligence process is a global norm of expected conduct which reflects social expectations of businesses. It is not, however, a legally binding obligation. In fact, the UN Guiding Principles on Business and Human Rights, which I just presented, are what we call a soft law instrument. As their name suggests, they're guiding principles, they're recommendations, they're not legally binding. And there is no international instrument at the moment that make it compulsory, that imposes a legal duty on companies to ensure that they do not infringe human rights or the environment in their activities or throughout their supply chain. This is what we call the regulatory gap. What we see instead is a lot of voluntary initiatives, a lot of soft law regulations, which are not legally binding. At the beginning of this year, we published a report that we prepared for the European Commission, which analyzed corporate behavior in Europe, in particular through a survey for which we received over 600 responses, through 50 interviews that we undertook with various stakeholders throughout Europe, companies, NGOs, trade unions, academics, businesses, business organizations, etc., and 10 company case studies. In our report, we highlighted the limitations of those voluntary initiatives and soft law regulations in terms of fostering sustainable business conduct. Our study showed that just over 1/3 of business respondents undertook, or over 1/3 of companies in Europe undertake human rights or environmental due diligence in relation to their activities. At the international level, we can observe similar levels of law compliance with soft law regulations. So if we look, for instance, at the 2019 results of the Corporate Human Rights Benchmark Assessment, this is an assessment that looked at the top 200 of the largest companies in the world. And the assessment found that out of these 200 companies, half of them scored 0 on every indicator of the human rights due diligence process. So in other words, half of the 200 biggest companies in the world do not have any process in place to identify, prevent, and address their adverse human rights and environmental impacts. On the basis of these findings, we explored the various regulatory options which could be adopted at the EU level. And we describe them in our report for the European Commission. Recently, we have been seeing a lot of legislative initiatives at the domestic level. For instance, in my country of origin, France, the first law in the world was adopted that actually requires companies large companies, large French companies, to be more specific, to undertake human rights and environmental due diligence in their activities and throughout their supply chains. So in our reports, we analyzed these different legislations and these different legislative initiatives, their strengths and weaknesses, and we proposed solutions for regulatory intervention at the EU level. In April 2020, EU Commissioner for Justice, Didier Reynders, presented the findings of our study to the European Parliament. And on the basis of the findings, he announced that the European Commission committed to introducing a legislative initiatives on these issues as part of the recovery package post-COVID-19 in 2021. So in other words, in 2021, there will be in Europe a legislative initiatives that would aim to make it compulsory for companies in Europe to undertake human rights and environmental due diligence in relation to their activities and supply chains. So this is one example of the research that we are doing here at Nova School of Law. Another example where the research that we are doing is contributing to responsible business conduct, also outside of the EU level, but looking more at the international level. At the moment, there are negotiations ongoing for a treaty on business and human rights. A few months ago, we organized a European consultation on the treaty, in which Nova School of Law took part, and wrote recommendations that were then fed to the working group at the UN that is drafting the treaty. In the coming week, we will be opening a new knowledge center on business, human rights, and the environment, with three objectives: to foster multidisciplinary and collaborative research on sustainable business practices, to develop awareness and capacity building around these issues through trainings and courses. We have already developed a webinar series which looked at the business and human rights development in Southern Europe. We had our first episode last week, which focused on Portugal. Portugal is also a very good example. The first national survey on business and human rights was published last year in December 2019. It looked at Portuguese companies. The majority of large Portuguese companies were found in the survey not to undertake human rights and environmental due diligence. But interestingly, if we look at small and medium companies, which are the majority of companies in Portugal, the number goes down to below 20%. So below 20% of small and medium companies in Portugal have processes in place to identify, prevent, and address their human rights and environmental impacts. So you can see that there is a lot of work here to be done in terms of capacity building, in case of raising awareness amongst Portuguese companies, as well as amongst European and international companies. The third pillar, which is related of our center, will be to create an observatory of the practices of Portuguese companies in relation to human rights and the environment. The center will also keep pushing for regulatory reform to further foster sustainable business conduct. And this is it for the for the overview of the work we are doing at Nova School of Law on these issues. Thank you.
We will now listen to a presentation by Professor Tiago Correia from Nova Institute of Hygiene and Tropical Medicine.
Global health, and how understand sustainability. And I will address this issue by looking specifically at the development goals are. They are a blueprint to make a better future for all by 2030. They call for an inclusive perspective of the world. They call for sustainable change, and they give us a comprehensive understanding of health and well-being. However, the point is that we are already in 2020, and we must question how far are we going in this change, in this sustainable change. For instance, we know that during the lockdowns in Europe, air pollution decreased, but we also know that as lockdowns eased, air pollution is started to rise again. So, where are we at right now? Perhaps I don't need any more words to describe our current situation. Challenges. Perhaps all this comes down to challenges. A challenge is an invitation or a suggestion to somebody. An invitation might be a new or a difficult task that tests somebody's ability and skills. Or it might be a statement or an action that shows that somebody refuses to accept something and questions whether it is right, legal, and so on. So, I want to challenge you. I want to make you an invitation to think about a difficult task that tests our ability to accept that probably we are refusing to accept a difficult reality. This difficult reality was stated by the United Nations by 2015, when the Millennium Development Goals ended, and this preceded the Sustainable Development Goals program. And the conclusions are that we are facing persistent inequalities in the world that is affecting different parts of the world, that is affecting different social groups, women, children, people living in poverty, and that air pollution is likely to grow in the coming future. So, what we can learn from the past? We can learn that changes are difficult to implement, but perhaps more importantly, to make changes sustainable is even harder. And the world is watching, and I'm not sure whether we have many opportunities in our future to make change happen. So, my goal today is not to address the Sustainable Development Goals themselves, is to reflect on how global health as an overarching concept help us to address the challenges that we face to deal with this sustainable change. Global health, I will not take too much time to discuss this. It has a focus on population needs and prevention of diseases. And it gives us a systemic understanding of health-related issues. So we know that our well-being is surrounded by many factors that are simultaneously causes and consequences that are placed in the micro and macro level. These key principles can turn into a 5 dimensions framework that shows that health issues transcend national borders, that we need international cooperation, that we need a comprehensive view of individual well-being, that we must improve healthcare access, and we must have transdisciplinary actions and perspectives of complex problems. In terms of the geographical scope, one clear and very straightforward challenge is zoonotic transmission. We know that zoonoses are responsible for a large proportion of infections, and that they are related to sanitary conditions, to poor sanitary conditions in livestock markets, and this was also visible in other epidemics in the past. And we know how far we are from reaching good results in this respect. But another challenge is to understand why zoonoses are so persistent. For instance, in Asia, Africa. One thing to look at is we are making a huge pressure on animals, on animal protein. So there are more people living in the world, and this amount of people is eating more or less the same thing. Not sure, this is a world map, and we can see some transactions, global transactions of live animals. And the point is that we understand that the way to cope with the growing demand for animal protein is by the industrialization of, by the industrialization process. The point is that this industrialization is clustered around the world. So the production of live animals is segmented in different parts of the world, and this made that in 2017, almost 2 billion pigs, cattle, sheep, and chicken were that travel around the world. And we also know that the key problem that explains persistent zoonoses is that there is lack of strategic planning to place these facilities. In terms of international cooperation, there is a huge discussion about whether China gave us the right information in the right time. I will not obviously make a statement about this, just highlighting this point, and also that these issues are being more present in academic research right now. Apparently, SARS-CoV-2 was already among us in Europe in December 2019. But my point is that these kind of issues show the extent to which international cooperation is shaped by distrust. Linked to distrust is lack of transparency, and this lack of transparency is present in clinical research, for instance, in the vaccines, in the trials for the vaccine. But also in political action. In many countries, there is lack of understanding what politicians are doing and why. Also important to understand international cooperation is selfishness. I had a problem to find a right word to describe this. Because when you have one single country trying to secure the world's stock of one drug, one specific drug, this means something. And also, when we heard about vaccine hoarding, a vaccine that doesn't even exist right now, and we already know that many parts of the world will not have access to this vaccine. So, selfishness. And lack of understanding, because this completely disregards how diseases spread around the world. Also, geopolitical power. In this map, you can see the dots in the map are the locations or of the main manufacturers and pharmaceutical companies that are at the stage 2 and 3 of the clinical trials of the vaccine for COVID-19. The point is the extent to which these locations will give us a fair access to the vaccine. This is the incidence of death related to COVID-19. So the point is that probably the dots in the two maps do not match. But also research. According to Dr. Collins from the National Institutes of Health, we need to come together and to work together to find a common solution for this problem. However, neither this was true before the pandemics, with the centrality of the US in the world research, neither it is today after the pandemics. We know today, in the last couple of months, that there is a reduction in international cooperation in terms of research. Also, that there is a bilateral dominance between China and the US. And this is reinforcing what I call it academic peripheries. So countries whose voice are not heard in the international stage. But also important to understand is an implication to transdisciplinarity in the sense that we know that research teams are now smaller and they've become again more disciplinary based. So how can we address complex problems if we are going back in old solutions? comprehensive view of individual well-being. My point here is simple. We all know about individual preventive measures. I just made one. My point is that these kind of solutions, interventions, somehow are disregarding something that we know for more than 1 century, which are the social determinants of health. And social determinants of health are present also in COVID. So, when we want to address individual preventive measures, we should ask whether they are available, whether they are affordable, whether they are important compared to other living conditions and problems, whether people can avoid risk factors, and how people can cope with job insecurity and stay on quarantine or isolation for 14 days or 10 days, whatever, if they deal with job insecurity and low salaries. In terms of healthcare access, recent evidence shows that around the world there are many problems in healthcare access, both in developed and developing countries. For instance, in the US, almost half of the population declared that in the last month they were not able to find, to seek for health care or had a delayed access to health care. This is mainly true for dental services, hospital admissions. On the other hand, people are seeking more drugs. This is a clear connection with mental health, obviously. But also, important screening programs like cancer were reduced by 90%. Not 19, 90%. So probably one direct outcome of this is the rise of excessive mortality. These graphs report to Southern Europe, but the point is that this is more or less happening in the world. And these results were during the first wave, and we are reaching the second wave. Let's see how it happens. But the point is that low healthcare access will have an impact. But the point also is that what is shown and what is allow us to understand that we were not prepared to handle this situation. Obviously, solutions need to be country-based. But my point is that we should take the lessons and we should properly assess the different policy decisions that are being made. So, we need to know what is working well, for whom, why, and how it can be scaled. Currently, we have little evidence on these questions. So, and these are 3 simple examples of the kind of answers that we need right now to prepare ourselves for the next epidemics. And I believe that you all understand that the next epidemics is just around the corner. So, to end my presentation, reflecting on challenges that a global health perspective gives us, how can we move forward? I will bring just 5 highlights. One is that we need more money. It's not only a matter of throwing money to the problems, but actually we need more money to address the Sustainable Development Goals. And this is a consensual point around the world. Also, we need to better align national health policies and data sharing. This was a problem in the beginning of these pandemics, and it is still a problem today. In order to better prepare ourselves for epidemics and pandemics, outbreaks in general, first of all, we need to ensure universal health coverage. We also need to have proper training for our workforce. And also, we need to improve our data to better monitor what is going on. Given that epidemics are not unexpected events, we need to put in practice a comprehensive and ecological perspective of health and well-being. We know what must be done. it is only a matter of taking the right actions. And my last point might be controversial, but science must do politics in the sense that we live in times of misinformation and fake news. So scientists are the ones who have the voice, not only to inform policymakers about the truth and lies, but also to inform the public about what is being said and what should not be said in public. Thank you so much for your attention.
Professor Antonieta Cunhissá from Nova School of Business and Economics will now take the floor.
So first of all, I would like to thank you for this invitation. This was really a pleasure to be here today and to be able to share with you some of what we are doing. And first of all, my name is Antonieta Cunhissá. I'm from Nova. Could you please? Okay, can I control that, right? Okay, so thank you. So my name is Antonieta Cunhissá, and I'm from Nova School of Business and Economics, and in particular from the Environmental Economics Knowledge Center. This is in fact an interdisciplinary. We have an interdisciplinary team, which is probably in economics not so common, and that deal with applied research in environmental and natural resource economics. I had this first slide, but maybe I'll skip it. I just want to make some comments concerning since we are talking about sustainable development and the concept itself, it's important to point out the fact that this is a normative outlook, so it's something that we aim to. And besides, of course, we have these different pillars, and the pillars, the 4 pillars, or the 3 plus the fourth one, that are embedded in this concept are about economic growth, about social inclusion, and about environmental sustainability. Plus, the fourth one, it's about good governance, which is really very important. I would like also to make a comment concerning this concept. The concept is quite complex, but also it always entails a huge concern for the future. And so this is really very important since the beginning, despite that the concept has evolved from the initial definition of sustainable development in the Brundtland report. But the point is that, the fact that the decisions that we take today are going to affect the decision of future generations, that their well-being, it's really something that is really important, is always there. So maybe I will also make before moving into what I prepared, the way I prepared this talk is first giving some idea about how economics see the environment, and also how economics can contribute to public policy debate. And so I will make this first brief introduction, and then I will move into and showing you what are, or illustrate with some projects that are undergoing projects in our center. I must say that our center is quite young, in the sense that it was launched in the end of 2017, and therefore all the projects that I'm going to show here, or just to make a very brief presentation, we don't have results, but are ongoing projects. So first of all, it's important to keep in mind that in market economy, the price is in fact the basic mechanism to make economic decisions, and they play a very important role in the sense that they provide incentives in order to the different economic agents can allocate resources according to social interests. The problem is, okay, but does it always work? That's the problem, because what we see nowadays, and from some time on, we see that there is really a continuous degradation of natural environment, all the problems surrounding depletion of fish stocks, loss of biodiversity, climate change, deforestation. And so it seems that something is wrong or it's not working well. And that's exactly, so the point of, maybe you cannot see it very well, but the fact is that we should initially, or in the textbooks in economics, we always have this first, the figure on the left-hand side that basically shows this circular flow, where in fact economics is about markets and about flows of money. But in fact, this is a view that we cannot address the problems that in fact concern environmental economists based on this framework. And therefore, the alternative view is the one that matters, and basically is the one that you see on the figure number 2 on the right-hand side. And this is about the fact that we have human and nature, the way they interact. And you see that humans interact, there are impacts that humans impose on nature. And on the other hand, we see that, in fact, nature provides, or the natural ecosystem provides, flows of goods and services that are essential and that support well-being. So, but there is also a point to be made here, which is really important to highlight, that most of these flows of service or of goods and services are in fact non-marketing. That is, they are outside marketplace. So, in fact, what this means is this view, so also it encompasses somehow this idea that, well, there is probably some demand for environmental quality, and so most likely humans are willing to pay to preserve the environment. So what is in fact this framework is what is underlying the ecosystem-based approach, which is in fact the one that can address the concerns that are related to the problems or to the issues that to the environmental degradation in general, all the environmental problems that concern environmental economists. So this basically means that we have this interaction is a coupled socioeconomic ecological system where we have human behavior taken as a feedback response affecting and being affected by ecological variables. Now this changes completely the setup, because now we have to look into a long-run perspective, so it's intrinsically a long-run perspective. And besides that, we need to recognize the fact that we have time lags, that we have feedback loops, and that we have thresholds. So this, I would like to, why is this so important? This change, this alternative view, is in fact the one, there are very important, let's say, contributions that come out or that are some kind of consequences of, this looking in this different perspective between the relationship between humans and the natural systems. And to understand and to address the environmental degradation, we call it's important to have a close integration, a more close relationship between natural scientists and economists. And that's really one of the important contributions is the need, the requirement for having interdisciplinary teams, because otherwise it's not possible to handle these problems and to find solutions, which is our goal for sustainable well-being. And of course, here also we have the opportunity, or economics also can contribute to the public policy debate. So let me just very briefly, what I said before, I'm not going to be probably there is more than I'm going to say, but the point here that I want to make is that because of some or many of those services, the goods and services that are provided by these ecosystems, the natural ecosystems are outside the marketplace, so there are no market for them. This means that the prices in the market do not take that into account, which means that, in fact, the prices are distorted below the social value. So we are not internalizing all these effects that are associated with all the value that we can, the benefits that we take, that humans take from these goods and services, these ecosystem services. So, in fact, what is the consequence of this? This is due, well, to characteristics, specific characteristics of these types of these ecosystem services that I'm not going to talk about. But the point is, well, if this is the case, suppose that we have a decision between preserve a natural area or develop it. If, in fact, the price of land does not take into account all those benefits associated with, you know, the ecosystem services provided by this natural land, obviously we are biasing against preservation and in favor of development. So it's as if, in fact, the opportunity cost, if we do not take into account those benefits, is as if the opportunity cost of developing is zero. And therefore, we are basically overusing and degrading the natural system. So this is really important. So for conservation purpose, it's very, very important that we are able to estimate the benefits that are associated with those goods, ecosystem services. And this means that, well, and there are methods, and we are using that. Of course, these are many, basically, we need as much as possible, the benefits reflecting the total economic value. And therefore, we have economic valuation methods that attempt to elicit economic values to those non-market services and are really very important. And of course, there are plenty of methodologies depending on the type of goods and services, the uses, and the values that are underlying this, can be used on unused values, and it makes a difference in terms of the methodology. But the idea is that, so I would just like to make this last comment before going into or two more comments. So how economics contributes to public policy design? Well, in fact, first of all, in order to measure, so it's important that environment, it's really a capital asset as any other. And therefore, so it's a different one in the sense that we have, you know, life support systems, that they support life. The large variety of those goods and services are, in fact, the support of life, and this is different from others. But as any other asset, its social value is given by the net present value of the flows of goods and services provided over time, which is a way of measuring or estimating its value. Of course, here is important to keep in mind the difference between flow and stock, because if we have a circumstance under which there is, for instance, suppose that we are catching more than if the harvest of a fish stock is going to have is not supported by the regeneration capacity of the species, obviously we are depleting the stock. And therefore, for sustainable purpose, to sustainably manage this stock, we need to look into the stock itself, but the flow, the amount. But if that's not the case, then it's probably sufficient to look at the amount that is harvested each time period. So the issue is here, this difference is really crucial in terms of also the kind of approach that the kind of modeling that we are using depending on the circumstances. So, and this is the quote from the idea that the environment is a non-renewable resource with renewable resource flows. So that's exactly what the example I gave you. Okay, so from how does economics contribute to public policy design? Well, there are three important issues, three important points to make. First is that acknowledging the potential for trade-offs to evaluate policy options. It's very important to keep in mind that in economics, typically we don't have win-win solutions. So in order to be able to, typically what we have are trade-offs. In order to get something, we need to sacrifice something else. And this is really very important. So there are costs and benefits, in other words. And this is really very important because the different policy options have different net benefits. And to estimate those net benefits is crucial in order to be able to decide. And of course, we are not scientists, the ones that are going to decide. We can provide this information to policymakers, and they will decide based probably on other you know, how people vote, etc. But the fact is that this is very crucial, and this is a nice contribution of economics. So, and that's why things are not so. Sometimes people, well, think about, you know, we have all this problem about climate change. So it's obviously that we have to move in order to avoid or to adapt or to prevent. But of course, it's not so difficult. It's not so easy in the sense that we always have to think that are benefits and that are costs. And therefore, this is really crucial to understand why things sometimes are so hard. And so another important aspect I would like to highlight is the fact that it's very important economics contribute in the way that by recognizing the fact that there are different behavioral responses to different regulatory interventions. So the incentives that are provided to different groups can be different, and this may be, in some cases, jeopardized. So we may have unintended consequences of some well-intended, so something that has, at the end, we end up worse than we were before. So we should take that into account, and this is something that economics can handle. So I can give you an example. For instance, we may think about, for instance, suppose that we have now this phasing out of coal power plants, right? We know that in a short while they will not produce anymore. So there might be an incentive to use more coal now, because we know that in a short while we are not going to use it anymore. So this is really something that can happen, and we should take that into account. And so economists can, so we should, because otherwise we may, so maybe we should do something if we imagine that this can occur. So this is really very important, as well as, for instance, in the case, sometimes the fact that we have tighter, or we announce tighter climate policy or increases in carbon taxes for the future. Obviously, there are immediately economic agents can adjust, of course, depending on the circumstances, but that's very much discussed in the context of what we call the green paradox, in which we have unintended consequences of actions that were supposedly were positive for the climate and for the. So these are issues that should not be disregarded. And somehow related to what we have, the last point that I want to make is that, in fact, this is related. It's very, very important as well to consider the distributive impact of the environmental policy. Now we are discussing in this transition, to carbon neutrality. It's so important. We cannot, of course, environmental taxation, for instance, or other instruments are very important. There is a big discussion about that, and we know that the Green Deal also takes care of that and discusses these issues. But the point is that we cannot disregard this distributive impact of those environmental policy. For instance, a good example is the Gilets jaunes in France. This was, in fact, a consequence of this increase in the carbon tax that clearly was putting the burden more on the low-income people. And so this is really very important that we cannot forget. So all these issues are issues that, as in economics, we handle them. So I would like also to mention in this context that climate change also is in this may increase inequality because of the climate change is different spatially and over time, which means that we cannot have uniform policies, and therefore more and more with more access to data, etc. We know that it's really important. The local perspective is really important. We cannot forget the global one because the problem is global, but it's very important that we address this issue, namely the fact that we need to have different solutions for different circumstances. And in this context, we know, I don't have time to talk about that, but we know, for instance, that all this energy transition and the new renewable sources may in some cases accommodate the fact that we are able to find solutions at the local level that are really interesting, and they are now, we know that even in Portugal and several municipalities are in fact moving on that direction. Okay, so let me just, all these projects, as I mentioned before, so this is something that we have begun after the launching this center, so we are not talking about, previous research. So we are, in fact, we have several projects. One is about the changing uses and values of marine ecosystem service in Norwegian Arctic, and we have comparative studies in Portugal. We have we have different universities in Norway that are partners, and we are in fact now moving into other studies with them. This is really interesting in the sense that we are doing these comparative studies in the case. So as you can see there, the project aims to investigate is global change in climate and human activities affect the importance and provision of marine and coastal ecosystem services. And in our case, we are focusing on 2 case studies about recreational fisheries. This is quite important. We have data for the whole recreational fishery in Portugal for the whole year. And basically what we look at is characterize that activity, which is important because sometimes the species that are caught are also competing with other uses. We have to take that into account. And besides, this also have some conflicts of interest with some conflicts with other uses of the coastline. So this is one of the studies that we are developing, and the other one is about oil spills. That's also an issue that very interests a lot Norwegians, and in fact we never had some oil spills, but as in the case of Norway. But the point is, what we are doing here, well, we had a lab experiment with that is quite innovative, but we had to stop it because of this pandemic crisis, but we'll of course resume it as soon as possible. And also we have another, we are, in fact, I have a survey for that representative for the Portuguese population, where we are also introducing some innovations in the methodology, and we aim at the results, but of course now we had to stop for a while because of this pandemic. It was not possible. This is based on, collecting data based on surveys, and this was, but the point here is basically to understand what is the willingness to pay of Portuguese population, of course, to prevent such events. And this is again to compare with Norwegians. Another one that's very important is Sardinha 2020. This is an ecosystem-based approach to sardine fisheries management. This is a very, the aim of this project is in fact to deliver a sustainable management plan for the Portuguese purse seiner fishery. This, we know how important sardines are, and the Iberian Atlantic stock is quite depleted. And this is, so the approach, again, is a bioeconomic modeling, and it's a good example also of, we have here the partnership with the social science, with the natural scientists, so from IPMA. Then we also have Ocean Plan. It's another very important project on marine spatial planning and the global climate change. And the idea here is, in fact, to investigate how this marine spatial planning, which is a very important tool for policymakers, for public policy, can both be affected by and adapt to climate change. And so this is led by so this is a project, despite it led by a biologist, again, but the project is in fact, well, we have another biologist that also works with us, but also has a program, an interdisciplinary program, so in economics, her PhD, and so they are working on this project, but is led by Morais, which is from Faculdade. Okay, the Universidade Lisbon. Okay, so besides that, another one is about land use. This is an interesting project as well, and it's related to the case of Port. Yeah, maybe. Okay, so this is, I'm just finishing with this. So this is more related to land use, and this is the the point is to look at land use change in the wildland-urban interface, a Portuguese case study. So this is an important issue because the wildland-urban interface is, in fact, an area of very important. It's in the interface between urban area and forest land, and this is, in fact, where we have most of the problems in Portugal, namely fires. And so we are looking at a different way of looking at the problem by modeling the private landowner problem, because you know that forest land in Portugal, the majority is private land, and look at how land use changes and management practices spatially and over time, and of course, in order to understand how, you know, these different, how these landowners, and also we have some stakeholders in this project as well that will be also, we'll have a survey to the stakeholders, and the idea is to see how we can change land use cover, land cover and patterns, and how they respond to incentives. And so I think basically we still have, this is a partnership, and I'm going to finish with IMS. This is also concerning ecosystem services, but on land, so assessment of ecosystem service, biodiversity and well-being in Portugal. And our partnership involves two aspects: the cost of reducing or eliminating ecosystem services for the different scenarios for 2014, and then the effect of these land cover changes on well-being indicators. So I will stop here. We still have one more, and thank you very much, and sorry for, you know, I think I took a little bit more. Thank you very much for your attention.
Before listening to the presentations from the last two schools, we will now have a short 15-minute break. Once again, for those who are at the auditorium, please be reminded to keep safe by following the containment measures. Thank you. Welcome back once again. We hope you are enjoying the science meeting. We will now continue the presentations with researchers in the area of sustainability with Professor Nelson Saibo from NOVA, Institute of Chemical and Biological Technology.
So good afternoon. First of all, I would like to thank the organizers, in particular Professor João Sàágua and Professor Elvira Fortunato, I'm sorry, for the kind invitation to be here today and tell you about the work we have been developing during the last years at ITKB NOVA that is in line with the different sustainable developmental goals. And so I call this presentation Better Crops for a Sustainable Future. And this is because our ultimate goal, or our main goal, is to make sure that in the future we have food security and, of course, under sustainability. And the graph that you can see here in this slide represents the driving force, or the main driving force of our work. All of us know that the population, the world population, is increasing very fast, and this will imply that by the year of 2050, we need to have the double of the crop production. And as you can see here, for different crops, you have the yield trends, and the dashed lines indicate what we need as a yield trend to reach the double of the crop production in 2050. And the solid lines represent the current yields that we have, that are predicted, that are based on the know-how that we have now. So we have a quite big gap between what we have and what we need for the future. And of course, this needs to be fueled, and the science, especially the plant science, have a main role here. So in addition to the increase of the world population, we also know that the crop production is highly affected by environmental factors such as heat, drought, cold, high salinity, and also pests and diseases. And so our group has two main areas of research. One of them is involved or is associated with the plant responses to the adverse environmental conditions, and the other one is more associated with the production of biomass, and specifically with the improvement of photosynthesis. Regarding the first one, we have focused on the crop plant rice. And you may ask, why rice? Well, there are several reasons. One of them is because rice for Portugal is a quite important crop. We are the largest rice consumers in Europe. We consume almost 18 kilos per capita per year. The second consumer is Spain with less than 10 kilos. So you can see that we are the largest consumers. We produce 60% of our needs, or we only produce 60% of our needs. And among other reasons are the problems with the rice production in Portugal, like the temperature, the high salinity, and also problems with pests and diseases. And worldwide, it's even more important to work with rice, because as you may know, rice is the staple food for more than 2/3 of the world population, and is highly affected by different stresses, being the most important or the most severe that causes the most effects the water deficit or drought. And as you can see in these maps, on the left one, you can see the world rice production map, and on the right one, you have the map of the risk for drought. And as you can see, there is a huge overlap between the regions where rice is produced and the regions with the highest risk for drought. So drought is indeed a problem for rice. In our lab, we have shown that we can improve the tolerance to drought in rice. As you can see here, so the left picture shows you that when we increase a key regulator in the drought responses, that in this case is called ICE, we have a much higher survival of the rice. And in addition, and even more important, we can reduce the grain losses from 50%, as you can see here, from 90% to 50%. We are also interested in having plants that are more resistant to high levels of salinity and that can grow in marginal lands. So we know that the plants, they have different ways to cope with high salinities. And so if we identify the key regulators of those responses, we can use that knowledge to have plants growing in that marginal lands with the high levels of salinity. It's also known that rice production is highly determined by temperature and light conditions, namely the length of the day. As you can see in the map on the left side, rice production is restricted to some regions of the world, and the number of seasons per year, it's also, for instance, here at the red, it's the only region in the world where we have 3 seasons of rice per year. So it's also determined by these conditions. In addition, it is known that the extreme temperatures like cold and heat, they have a very severe effect on the rice production. So again, if we find the right regulator, that what we are doing in our institute, if you find the right regulators, we can modulate the rice to grow in regions where before was not possible. We have a good example here. We have been working with the key regulator of flowering. So answering to this question, can we modulate flowering requirements? Yes, we do. We can modulate these flowering requirements using this key regulator that, as you can see here, the two plants on the right in the different panels, they are mutated for this regulator and they do not flower. Normally, rice flowers 2 months after sowing. Here, well, not here, but they don't have 2 years, but we have plants with 2 years that have never flowered. And we have also identified all the elements of the flowering pathway, and so we can now use this knowledge to modulate the rice flowering, and so again to have rice growing, especially specific varieties growing in regions of the world that before was not possible. We are also interested on the fortification, and especially on nutritional deficiency. That, for instance, the zinc, that is very important not only for the plant growth, that you can see here, it causes abnormal growth, but also in human beings, the zinc, it's very important. So if we find that what we are doing to identify the zinc transporter regulators, we can engineer rice to grow in regions that are deficient in zinc, and also to increase the levels of zinc in edible parts of the plant, and so being a good strategy to decrease the zinc deficiency in human beings as well. As I told you at the beginning of my presentation, we have 2 lines of research in the lab, one more dedicated to the plant responses to environmental cues, the second one that is more associated with the photosynthesis and production of biomass. As you know, photosynthesis is the reaction that allows the plants to use light, water, and carbon dioxide to produce sugars. Sugars that are very important for the plant growth, for the plant production, for the plant yield. And yield is known to depend on the different factors. It starts with the solar energy, with the light interception efficiency, with the conversion efficiency, with the harvest index. It is known that the factor where we have more room for improvement is indeed the conversion efficiency in the photosynthesis. It is already known that there are plants that are the so-called C4 plants that have a more efficient photosynthesis. That is the case of maize, for instance. And you can see here in this picture, when you compare the growth of maize and rice, that is a C3 plant, so it has a different metabolism. Maize grows much faster and produces much more biomass. And why is that? Because it has a more efficient photosynthesis, as indicated here. So it has a more efficient carbon dioxide assimilation, is more efficient also on the use of water, nitrogen, and on the radiation. So we have been involved in a European project called 3 to 4 that aims to identify the right regulators to implement the C4 metabolism, like maize, in the plants like rice that has a C3 metabolism. So improve the rice photosynthesis. More recently, we have been awarded another European project to study to improve the photosynthesis, in this case in rice and potato. So the concept of this project is the following. We have here indicated in the reaction, or the different reactions of the photosynthesis, we have indicated by the letters from A to F the different points at photosynthesis where we can improve photosynthesis. The different mechanisms that can be improved, they are indicated here, but the final goal, of course, is to increase the biomass, to engineer the plants to have an increased biomass. What have been shown so far is that these individual strategies in model plants, they can improve the photosynthesis. What we want to show now is that this can be used in the crops, and in addition, that we can combine these different processes using mathematical models to identify the ones that can be combined and that can have the best effect, and also synthetic biology to engineer rice and potato with the combination of several processes to improve the photosynthesis. So to finish, I would like to tell you how we see our contribution to the different United Nations SDGs. So we believe we have been contributing, we continue to contributing to have more productive and better crops, to have plants growing in the marginal lands, to have plants with a higher water use efficiency, to have plants that are more adapted to the global warming, but also to train researchers from developing countries. That is something that I didn't tell you, but that is something that we'd like to promote, and that we have in the lab always researchers from developing countries, to promote national and international cooperation, and also to promote the multi-stakeholder partnership. My final slide is to acknowledge all the people that have been involved in these projects. Not only the students, the postdocs, and some senior researchers and colleagues, but also the other national and international collaborators that without them was not possible to achieve our goals. And of course, last but not the least, the institutions involved, and also the funding from the different agencies. So thank you very much.
Last but not least, Professor Sónia Dias from Nova National School of Public Health will take the floor.
So, good afternoon. Good afternoon. It's a great pleasure to be here to present what we are doing in terms of sustainability research at Nova National Public Health School. So, as you know, public health is a science of preventing disease, prolonging life, and promoting health. And indeed, it takes the effort of all society. I'm not going to take too much time talking about the SDGs because I'm the last presenter, so we have been heard about it. But indeed, our main focus is in Goal 3 about health, ensuring health lives, but also promoting well-being at all ages. And it's also full aligned with the Health 2020 framework. But if health has a specific goal, we also know that most of the health targets are presented in almost all goals. And indeed, health and well-being are both drivers, but also outcomes of the sustainable development. So if we think about taking action to promote health and well-being, I should say that maybe we have to focus on what we call 5 Ps as a key strategy to achieve these goals: people, prosperity, peace, partnership, and planet. So we have to take all these together in order to try to achieve these goals. I'm going to show very quickly some of the projects that we are conducting now as a Public Health Research Center, but also as a public health arm from the Comprehensive Health Research Center that we are also part. And I must say that we mainly work in 4 main areas: health policies, health promotion and health inequalities, health services, and occupation and environmental health. And I'm going to show several projects, very brief, in several areas. To give you an overview of the principles or the pillars that we have, but mainly one of them is behavioral and community insight. So we're trying to engage communities, and one of our colleagues said that their research was much more related with people, and I say that we also do like that. So we engage communities and multi-sector actors to understand what are the health needs from their perspective. And this is very, very important, and we are changing the way that we are doing research in this area. Also, we have another important dimension, that is people-centered bottom-up approach. So we try to understand what are the barriers and facilitators for healthy lifestyles and use of health services. And then I'm going to present you several projects that give some examples. And last, we explore individual, social, and institutional factors when we try to tackle the social determinants that we have heard also that it's very, very important for health and well-being. So indeed, what we try to do is to understand what are the needs, what works, how it works, why it works, for whom, and with all these evidence, we try to support the evidence-based policies, but also the decision-making of communities. So we try for all these strength alliance for health and well-being across all sectors. We know that this is not very easy to do, but we really understand and we really believe this is the way that we should do our research. So one of our main areas of research nowadays is health literacy, and we know this is a key determinant of health. Not only to understand, for example, what are the factors linked with access to health services in a broader way, but also to understand from the community sector what are the needs they have and what are the important information they need to understand in order to make good decisions for their health. And also health literacy, and those who have studied health literacy for a long time, they are showing a very strong link with several sustainable goals. So this is a very important issue. In this area, we have now 2 projects that are linked with national health literacy demonstration projects It's a program in WHO linked with non-communicable diseases, and we have 2 projects running nowadays. One is in the prevention of diabetes, and the other one is with migrant health, and I'm going to explore a little bit better this project. And the other one, it's just an example. We also work with families and other caregivers for promoting healthy growth from children from the pregnancy until 5 years. We focus on, for example, feeding, physical activity, sleep, and other important areas. Regarding the project that I was talking about migrants, and I don't have much time to go deeply in each project, but it's an implementation research with a participatory approach with several stakeholders to optimize health literacy, health promotion, and very important social cohesion. And indeed, we are working with migrants, but also social and health sector in order to improve health outcomes and reduce health disparities. So what we are doing at this moment, even with all the difficulties that we know that we have in the field, we are trying first to characterize the health literacy level of migrants. We are interested in understanding the different migrants with different backgrounds, but we are very much interested in the most recent ones that we know that they face more difficulties in the host country. And then we are going also to do a local needs assessment. So it's really important to have the idea of the community, of the populations, and not only as an experts in these fields. Then, with all this evidence, we are going to co-design interventions and using innovative solutions. We want to use e-health in this kind of interventions. And after, we are going to implement these strategies in the field in order to scale up for other regions of Portugal, but also because we are working with other European partners, we also, and WHO, so we want to use these interventions to scale up for other European countries. Another one, and this is an important project with the principle of leaving no one behind. It's a project that started last year from Horizon 2020, and it's Elevate, it's the name of the project, and we aimed to develop a new cervical cancer screening with a HPV self-sampling test using a user-friendly, low-cost and portable screening pilot. And we are at this moment trying to understand the acceptability of this intervention. We have also partners from the technology parts developing the device, and then we are going to test this mostly with social disadvantaged women, most of them also migrants, that we know that they face several barriers in this cervical cancer screening. We have several, I was talking with another colleague during the break, we are facing several difficulties in the field at this moment, but we think that we are now organizing the project, so probably the next year we are trying to start the pilot phase. Another project that I would like to briefly present you is a winner of the prize Sustainable Health last year, and it's what we call social prescribing. We are working with primary health care. Social prescribing, for those who doesn't know the concept, enables that general and family practitioners address non-medical causes of ill health by linking primary health care patients to non-medical community sources of support. And we are evaluating the impact of this intervention. And it's quite interesting to not only to work in the field with healthcare sector, but to understand how we can link indeed the health and the social sector that normally it's working in very different ways. So we want to impact in to understand the impact in people, so improving health, quality of life and well-being, what kind of impact this intervention has in people. We also want to understand the health system impact, for example, improving the efficiency and the sustainability of national health services. We know that most of the time people doesn't have really a very huge problem in health. It's much more related with social determinants of health. And last, we want also to improve the collaboration, as I said, for health and social sector. Then I am going to move to another dimension. Health service research is a huge part of our research in our center, and I'm just going to mention one of the dimensions, that it's safety and quality in healthcare. We were designated for a WHO collaborating center very recently, and it's a research collaborating center for education, research and evaluation of safety and quality in healthcare. We also have a new project from Cost Action, that it's a research network for working on the second victims, and indeed we are working in terms of concerning and trying to understand more the adverse events of healthcare institutions and to implement joint efforts to support second victims. Another important topic that we are now starting with more projects and more joint initiatives is the environmental and occupation health. We know that it's a very important area of sustainable development goals, and we all know the impact of environmental in our health, so I'm not going to describe this in very detail. Just to give you some joint initiatives that we are also working. So one of them is to understand what is the impact of climate change and in terms of public health implications. We have several projects that we are working now. One is by monitoring the actual exposure of EU citizens to chemicals. Another one is to also understand what is the occupational exposure to microbiotic in clinical settings, and also to contribute for other projects with terms of food security and safety. So we have several initiatives at this moment in terms of environmental and occupation health. Last, I would like to just to give you a quick overview of COVID. We know this is a new world with very challenging times. We know that COVID will probably negatively influence the impact of us to achieve in all sustainable development goals. I don't have to go very detailed in each one, but we know that this is the effect. Also, as we have heard, COVID probably will intensify a lot. It is doing it now, but we know that it will be probably much worse, the social and the health inequalities. So it is a very important area in terms of public health. So we have started, at National School of Public Health, we have started a new line. We call it COVID-19 Barometer. We have 4 main dimensions in this line. One is social opinion. It's a survey where we really want to understand what is the opinion of people regarding the impacts of the measures that we are conducting. So trying to understand the impacts in terms of physical health, mental health, also the social impact. So we want to understand the ideas. We started this survey from the beginning of in March, so we have all the data monitoring what was the opinion of people, and it was one of the projects that were financed with FCT. So we are going to monitoring this, and now in this new project that it's COVID-19 or social opinion, we want also to try to understand the link with health services, what is happening with those who are not COVID patients. And we have three projects financed. One is regarding hospital production, another one is to understand better the data to intervene, and the other one is also regarding another area very important, that it's violence and how COVID its impact the victims of violence. Just to end, so we are trying to have this sustainability agenda in our research. We want also to continue fostering our partnerships for innovative and collaborative partnerships, and we want also that our research can be translated in research in terms of health outcomes for people. So we don't want to do only research for our academic papers or other reports. It's really important, but we really want to have that our research has impact in people's lives. Thank you very much.
We now invite to the stage the Vice-Rector responsible for Nova's international development, Professor João de Matos, for a presentation about the impact rankings on Nova's individual SDGs.
Thank you very much. Is this the... So this goes back next, very good. Well, sorry? The mic. Okay, first of all, let me thank you very much for the invitation to be here today, if not to speak to you, but also to allow me to take the mask off, which is quite convenient and pleasant. So I'm in charge here at this institution of the international development, and my idea here, given that this is the research day, is to start about the role of research in the internationalization of universities, and from there explain a little bit how the Sustainable Development Goals appear to be of importance in this context, and how that reflects at the end of my presentation in interesting rankings about the social impact of what we do. The first thing, of course, is to realize that research is at the verge of the process of internationalization of our institutions. Since the very beginning, the oldest universities started actually by reflecting about knowledge, the nature of knowledge, and sharing those things until the very 20th century thing. They start sharing those things in public conferences, in publications, developing a culture of scientific publications that actually create the metrics of success of our institutions. Of course, with science and knowledge comes power and technology. It's interesting, as I was looking for the reputation of universities in the past, I went through Cambridge and this amazing numbers of 120 Nobel Prizes and scientists of names that you heard about for ages. They're all there. And then in Oxford as well, that's the scientific part. But then power and the role of state is very important. They also relate the number of prime ministers they had in their institutions, the number of bishops. In Oxford, they even actually quote a number of saints that have been alumni of their institutions, but that really express the social impact of their institution. And recent examples of how technology affected the way we do research and how we face our institutions is World War II. When it finished, there was a lot of investment in technology due basically to the development of guns and war artifacts. And that development raised to a race to the moon. You certainly remember, not all of you, but that the Russians were the first to put a man in orbit, and that launched a race for technology, a huge investment of the United States initially, and then Europe coming, the United Kingdom in second, in science and technology. So that was one of the main drives, was competition for technology, for state power, for the Cold War that came, and also in economics and management with the Marshall Plan that actually was aimed to reconstruct the whole of Europe and the rest of the world that was destroyed by the war. Of course, when you do that, you create blocks of interest. And Bologna in the European Union was an example of that developed a strategy, or a policy, should I better say, of mobilizing students, universities, institutions to enforce the flow of people. We started with students, the Socrates, then the Erasmus program, very, very successful, but that actually was designed to force an alignment of agendas between the research institutions. That led to a larger set of engagement with, with research programs. For that, you need incentive mechanisms, financing. And then you have programs such as the Horizon 2020, you have programs such as the Erasmus Plus projects, capacity buildings whatsoever, and also a geostrategic clear drive. You see that all the money from the European Union is financed and it's channeled towards the areas of the world where Europe and its strategic interests are located. China, maybe, Eastern Europe, possibly Middle East, whenever it suits. But actually, this is an instrument, and universities and the research that we do became an instrument of strategic range. In order to do that, you have to say more than defining these lines. You need a purpose and a strategy to do that. And so you have to understand how the research that we do affects society. What is the social impact of the knowledge that we generate, of the technology that we develop? And that is the most important thing to justify the money and the resources that society channels for that. And that implies measurability and accountability of what you do. Okay? And this has to be driven by strategic goals. And that implies an agenda with relevance. And that's where the Sustainable Development Goals enter from the United Nations and the more recent Green Deal proposal of the European Union that we have to face in the context of these pandemics. Okay, so this actually is a staircase of ideas and concerns that our institutions have faced in the recent 50 years, okay, so to say. Now we have to understand how this is faced at Nova. And at Nova, that cannot be done by chance or because you want to participate, you want to be significant there. There is a mission. There is a mission statement for our university that says that we want to be serving the society at local, regional, and global level, okay? And that means basically that we have to encompass the different sort of realities and not be local. Of course, local impact is very important, but it's very important if it can be actually significant at the broader level. Through progress and dissemination of knowledge, understanding between culture, societies, and people by way of teaching, research of excellence, and the provision of services, based on the following components. And I'll give you the 4 following components of our mission statement, and you will see how they fit the Sustainable Development Goals. The first one is a solid training from the international point of view, scientific and academic. We want to make sure that whatever we teach here, however we learn things here, this is consistent with the best possible international practices, and we do so. The second one is that we want collaborative research to be internationally relevant with social and scientific impact. Finally, we want the development of service with solidarity and sustainable context in all areas of knowledge. And the last thing, the fourth, perhaps the most important for me, is a solid integration of different scientific cultures. We are a comprehensive university that encompasses various different areas of knowledge, people who speak different languages, people who have different concerns. And it makes absolutely no sense that we have different people bright in their own fields that cannot, because usually it's hard to communicate between different areas. So I think that's one of the most demanding, most, important challenge that we have to face in order to succeed in our goal. For that, to implement that mission, Nova University developed in its strategic plan, and it's now taking shape, a platform, a strategic platform, a strategic platform that actually is designed to be interdisciplinary, to promote collaboration between the different areas, and driven by the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals and the Green Deal. Okay? That platform, this basically replicates, so I will jump a slide for once, has this mission to promote this collaboration between different units and schools, and the vision is to be a lighthouse among European institutions that actually focus its concern in these sustainable development goals. I think that it's the way to go for the future and to be significant for society, and therefore justify the funds and the raising of resources and the recruitment of talent that we definitely need to improve and to become better. Here you have a slide with the Sustainable Development Goals, very, very colorful. You can see all the rainbow there. The Green Deal, unfortunately, by construction is all green, so less interesting in chromatic terms. But Nova for the Globe can work in a virtual sense, in the sense, well, especially nowadays. I mean, this was made before, but clearly we have to interact with our partners elsewhere. We have to interact with societies and communities that are not here close to us. And that's why the virtual interaction is ultimately very important. We can act locally, physically, within our campus, but we can also act locally in field cases, in field studies. We have to go to the places, to the community that are close to us, some of them not reachable virtually, and we have to be interactive with them. So these are ways of acting through this platform. And of course, we are focused in teaching, in research, and in the impact of society. There is no sense in teaching things that are useless. Somehow things are fundamental. Somehow things are, glass was discovered thousands of years ago. And no one could ever imagine that we would use microscopes today or telescopes today using the features of glass. I mean, when we have fundamental research, we figure out properties, we figure out results, we figure out things that are very, very interesting, but we cannot foresee all the utility and all the possibilities of use of those results. But the fact is that it's at the charge of the university to do as much of fundamental research as well as of applied research. And so we have to understand that both of them has a role, they have a role in the impact of society, and they have to be valued coherently as well. And we have a geostrategic concept. Our identity, our university, is European, clearly, is young, is comprehensive. I think that if we would have to describe our university in short, in 3 words, I would use those 3. European, comprehensive, and young. But we are European, yes, but we are Southern European. We have an identity that places ourselves very much in the Mediterranean. And we are European, but we are very Atlantic as well. So we have 2 basic axes of action, which are the South Atlantic and the Mediterranean, that put us in perspective our role as influential players, both in Latin America and in Africa, being Sub-Saharan or Mediterranean, and the Southern Europe. That's basically where we should try to be more significant, because that's where we have the better chance of being significant. In other words, Nova for the Globe was split in 2 different areas of action that are quite important and complementary. They are, one is the pure science, the research side of the university, and how the research that we do at university actually contributes for these visibility of the Sustainable Development Goals and the Green Deal results. And that's basically the topic that we're discussing today here. We've seen lots of examples of projects that university has developed in that context, but we also have an enormous role in social responsibility. All we do is seen as an example for the community and society where we are, where we are placed. So we are the interface between knowledge and society. We have to do the deed. I mean, if we it's hard to see in a university like ours to watch people drinking water from plastic bottles, but that's what we see. So there's a lot of things to do regarding our practice, our way of life, the kind of energy that we use, what is the source of that energy, the way we treat our water, there is a number of things that, and actually, and the most impressive things is that we already do a lot. And that's good news for you. Like Carlos Moedas said, I said one bad news, but I have several good news. One of those is that we are actually better than we think. And I'll show you some of these things. I will show you some of the scientific practice, but that's a bit of a waste because you've been doing that the whole day. So you have here example of academic contributions. We have some of which you can very, very easily identify. SPI about gender equality, Nova Saúde, Nova Health about the impact of health, and that's a platform that aggregates a different sort of contributions from different units of the university. Nova Africa, which is about economic development in, well, the name says it, in Africa, of course. But we have several initiatives like this. It's actually impressive. We have a matrix of hundreds of initiatives like this, and some of them are more visible than others. So it's part of the work of Nova for the Globe to make these contributions visible as well. We organize a number of conferences that were multidisciplinary. We use a topic, for instance, Africa. We brought into this very auditorium a lot of researchers from all units of the university to share their research in Africa. They were so different. One microbiologist, the other economist, the other engineer, the other one was a sociologist, ethnomusicology, and these people were talking about the very same reality. And it was very interesting to see them actually sharing their different knowledges about the same polyeder. Okay, so it was a very interesting thing. And we did that as a starting point for the Nova for the Globe that became this more sophisticated thing. Example of institution practice, I would like to call the attention for the Nova Law School Refugee Clinic, which is a project of the Nova Law School where they put together their expertise in law to help the refugees that have difficulties in adapting to a new country with new rules, a new society. So that's a very proactive initiative. It runs together with the public health school, if I'm correct, and someone else, I don't know. But and actually the idea is that this puts schools together. And that's a really interesting feature of this project. Another thing, and this is part of the good news that I wanted to show you, is that we have, among our different campi, we have 4 of them that achieved the green flag of ecological campus, to the surprise of many. Okay? The very young one, the School of Business and Economics, wouldn't surprise much because everything is new and everything was built from scratch to be, sustainable. But we have the School of Social Science and Humanities, which is pretty big just across the street. We have the Nova Medical School as well as one of the 4, and the School of Science and Technology, which is by large, the largest campus of our university, of very, very complex structure to manage, and still they succeeded to achieve this green flag, which is a very deserved award in their ecological concerns in the way they run the campuses. So I suspect that many of you didn't know about this, and I think that it's quite significant that we become aware, proud of it, and actually understand why we did get these awards and how can we actually improve our performance in order to do better and better the next coming years. Actually, all these things come together with a number of partners. And that's why I was involved from the beginning, because we brought in together the University of Cambridge, the Center of Global Challenge, Lancaster University, who became actually a strategic partner with a formal agreement, and Aga Khan University, with whom we have worked in Pakistan and in Kenya as well, very recently. Okay, so this actually represents areas of the globe. Lancaster is very, very active in Asia. They have 2 campuses there and 2 in Africa as well. And Cambridge is very relevant, I would say, across the world. So this is actually reflected ultimately in the development of the rankings of the Times Higher Education. Rankings is an industry. They really do it for money, I have to be honest with you, but they try to do it in a smart way that makes these results quite interesting and relevant for the rest of the people. So they created actually a very specific ranking with metrics very well developed for universities to see how they perform regarding the Sustainable Development Goals. And they develop specific metrics for that, and we actually have to be grateful because we performed particularly well in some of the Sustainable Development Goals that we applied for. So among young European universities, and you may ask me, what do you consider to be a young university? A young university is a university that was not heard before the 70s, okay? So if before the 70s no one has heard of one university, that's a young university, right? So we are, and I'm pleased to share with you, the 6th in Europe in industry and innovation. That's the Sustainable Development Goal number 9. We are the 6th in Europe in peace, justice, and strong institutions. That has to do with the rules of our university, how the system of management of our university is settled, how clear it is, and if it is according to the principles that they consider. We are number 13 in gender equality in Europe among young universities. We are 19th in Partnership for the Goals, 20th for Sustainable Cities, 23rd for Quality Education, 23rd in Health. One of the reasons why we are so much better in one criteria than in other is because there is much more competition in specific criteria than in others. You can imagine that all universities apply for quality education because they all do that, right? And that explains, so the competition is different, but it also makes clear that there is a lot of room for improvement in many of these rankings. We have certainly much better results to show than probably those that are reported in some of these rankings, okay? You can find all this information in a website that our team has developed. This is in the website of Nova. You go there, the column in the left, there is something called Nova for the Globe. You click in there, and there you can go, Sustainable Development Goals, one by one. This is the health, and you see a number of initiatives from the university and the different contributions for all the different units for that goal. The purpose of this strategic platform is to put all units together, to share the best practices, and to raise a certain degree of awareness. First, inside our university, and then to be proudly open about it to society. We need to share how good we are. And with this, I close my presentation. Thank you very much for having the patience to listen to the end. Thank you.
As we all know, this has been a very challenging year on a global scale due to COVID-19. To present the contribution of Nova in the context of this pandemic, we invite to the stage the Vice-Rector responsible for Nova Health, Professor José Fragata.
Hello, good afternoon. Is this turned on? Yeah. Hello, good afternoon. This has been a long day. I would like to start by thanking Elvira for organizing this and yet for giving me the opportunity since last March to interact directly with someone, because normally I'm behind the screens on a Zoom call of some type. Now, well, COVID-19 at Nova, strange name. Well, COVID pandemic has produced a crisis of unprecedented magnitude with incidents in global health, economical, social, educational. It's amazing how these things keep on going, because in this pamphlet to prevent influenza back in 1918, the rules are the same. It's absolutely surprising. Now, crises have always left a profound marks and have triggered change. Influenza, for instance, opened the way to virology and biomedical research. Second World War opened the gate to physics and ventilators and things like that. Developments to science and society have derived always from crisis, and COVID will be no exception. Now, the next 20 minutes, I would like to tackle on COVID crisis and how it has affected universities in general. What happened with COVID-19 at Nova, from early measures of confinement to science and technology responses, to impact on university business, to media, to seeking normality while struggling to keep safe, seizing the opportunity regarding research, and what have we learned from COVID. Now, first thing is, we may ask, as many did, how are students responding to the coronavirus crisis? And secondly, how are institutions responding to this global health emergency? Well, regarding students, almost 50% of students referred that COVID, in fact, had produced a negative impact on their studies, which does not surprise us. And we know that many of those have deferred their studies or postponed it till the next year. Now, regarding universities react to the crisis by establishing managing plans. I think we have done 2 or 3 different here, maintaining or trying to maintain the delivery of courses, keeping student recruitment for next year, and with some policies for inside and outside communications. Now, I would say that over 50% of the universities have shifted their teaching to virtual or online teaching, I would say, mostly in an improvised way. Well, basically, universities did online learning, international coordination and collaboration, proactive preventive measures, strong university leadership, flexibility for assessment deadlines and for exams, stricter sanitary initiatives, and communication. Now, what happened here? Well, although this pandemic has stricken us all, when we go to what happened in each unit, we will see that from the community of over 20,000 students at Nova, only 21 got sick. And from staff, from 2,850, only 11. So altogether, for a universe of 24,000 people, 32 were directly struck by COVID. Now, how did we respond? Well, we respond acutely, trying to help society diagnosing disease by RNA tests, INR tests, swabs. We reacted to the media by communication and promoting social literacy, creating devices, alcohol, swabs, ventilators, and in a posterior phase, diagnosing immunity with serological tests, which proved to be not very useful because not more than 1% of us had been in touch. Now, if you repeat it as one of our competitors is doing outside, probably the results will be extended, but it's not of great use indeed, other than research purposes, because it will change nothing. Now, remote COVID patient monitoring, expertise and advising governmental agencies, social responsibility, helping African countries with their labs and tests, responding to science calls, we will tackle on that, improvising new teaching strategies, digital, holding up and continuously struggling for internal safety. Now, this is a busy slide. I sent to every director of organic units one A4 format questionnaire in which trying to see the picture at each unit, and I thank them for having responded in 90% of cases. One did not respond. I will talk to him. And those initiatives, we divided in visibility, society, project, and publications. Now, it's a very busy slide. It's organized by each school, but we'll see that every school some in more extent than other areas have contributed to the pandemics. Escola Nacional de Saúde Pública had a lot of visibility, and though society collaboration a little less, while others were more balanced. I mean, it's not useful to make a detailed analysis on here. Now, regarding negative impacts, when we asked the directors how they were thinking that in their own school the pandemic had affected research, teaching, collaboration, business, and lockdown, well, majority, everybody said that there had been a big impact. And I asked them in a Likert scale 1 to 5 to tell me how much. If anyone is interested, I can provide this data, but it's really a compilation of what happened in the university. Now, seeking normality. Well, I mean, we've trying to seek normality since the 13th of March, when we confined. And social distancing use, compulsory use of masks and the respiratory hygiene, local physical measures, temperature control, epidemiological control, the start away COVID, testing, RNA and serologic tests, protocols, contingency plans, technical advisorship with a mission group recently created, COVID out measures that led to 6 out of 9 of our units are certified as accomplishing 4 safety measures which are anti-COVID, and financial effort. One of the directors of the school said, I spent already €500,000. I did not ask that question to other directors, but it will be interesting to see how our university has spent in the effort to compensate and to fight the pandemic. It's a strong financial effort. Now, regarding science, that's what Elvira asked me, there were some 45 initiatives, 25 new partnerships, and research funding of over €2 million. Now, I will pass this very quickly because it's the end of the afternoon, and again, this presentation will be available for anyone willing. So, ECI-COVID, this funded by P2020, ECHO2 COVID detect and monitor coronavirus effluent on waters. This was $500,000 funding, and 7 other smaller projects. Now, in the initial phase, to FCT approved 15 projects, 9 in the first phase, and another 6 in the second of the Research for COVID funding campaign. So I'm sure you're all familiar with this. I will not lose myself in details. And even some project about gender equality within Research for COVID funding campaign, plus 7 doctoral grants, and so on. Well, services to community, serological screening for Nova community, providing of facilities and donation of medical supplies. We heard from Sonia, barometer, COVID-19 survey, fundraising to purchase a ventilator, project to identify and repair ventilators, a huge amount of things. Well, today I was at a university contest in Nova Medical School in the afternoon, and there were some 30 people queuing outside. They were going to travel to Madeira and the Azores, and they're waiting to have their COVID test done. So, I mean, the university has really engaged in a lot of community initiatives, and there are, I mean, I had 3 or 4 slides like this, but it's no use. Well, I asked Isabel Rocha to send me some contributions of startups from Nova in therapeutics, in vaccines, and diagnostic, in training, and innovation. You will forgive me due to the extension not covering them all in detail, but we, Nova, said yes at that point. Now, we were not too bad regarding the media. The media, it's always very interesting because when we squeeze it down, it's nothing, but in fact, Nova was present. And we had over 5,000 participation in the media, articles, papers, TV shows, and this happened only between March and September 2020. So Nova was for first time show appearance over 50,000 times in the media. And when we analyzed this by different types of media, certainly we were 79% on the web, radio, TV online. Now, when we analyze this school by school, it's clearly Carla Nunes and Escola Nacional de Saúde Pública that took the leadership with 45% of the show. I'm sure that if Virgilio was on the show, I much more like the presence of Carla than Virgilio, but anyway, just by the physical appearance, but that's what it is. But I'm joking, of course. But you see, FCT 6%, social FCSH 4%, Nova Business 17%. So you'll see all of them. Some worked more on the lab, others worked more on the press, but in a uniform way, we were all there. Now, media, we created the COVID-19 360 by Nova microsite, which is 360 because we tried to convey all the research areas, sharing information together. You know, it's a lot of things. Now, I promise Elvira that I will be short, and this last part is more philosophical, since we have already shown what we have done. Now, COVID-19 is a crisis, and it is indeed a threat, not only to Nova, but to universities globally. As John Kennedy said, the Chinese used two brush strokes to write the world crisis. One brush stroke stands for danger, the other for opportunity, and it is said even that graphically the word crisis has two characters in Chinese, which is danger and opportunity. This is not totally entirely right, but it is nice. Now, so with crisis there is the danger and an opportunity. Now, the crisis or the danger is loss of students, loss of research funds, financial crisis due to both first, and missing the opportunity to take the change. Now, as the opportunity is teaching and learning challenge, a new focus on research, and an adaptation of our business model. And we analyze this very briefly. Now, teaching. I think we got to an equilibrium of our balance of remote and presential teaching, which we call now blend teaching. And if you are clever, you will change from improvisation to maturity. Now, this not only tackles on the way we teach, but on the contents of teaching. Now, new technology, if you are clever enough, we will get hold of Google, Apple, and many other platforms, Facebook, you know, to engage in our methods. And by doing so, we will extend access and will become more democratic while teaching. Now, new research focus. There is a bunch of numbers of Nature last July trying to analyze what research would become after the crisis. And basically, virology, public health and biomedicine, but also data science are at stake. But not only the subjects, there will be a new research model in which there will be more collaborations, there will be more focus on problem solving and solutions. Open science, Carlos Moedas was saying that over 20,000, it's amazing, papers appeared only on COVID. Some are good, some are bad, but it's research. And the speeding up of reviewing process. Normally to get the paper approved, we would spend half a year, and now it's 1 or 2 months because of the sense of opportunity. So this will put a pressure in the way we do research. Now, new business model. Now, universities are traditionally strong, heavy, bureaucratic, hierarchical institutions. That's the way they are, even when they are Nova. Now, there is the need for risk mitigation due to the risk of loss of financing. There are a few analyses from Deloitte on this, very well done. We should implement simplification of processes to be more lean and with strong efficacy, so more effective. We need to refocus on health disciplines. So this means that the Vice-Rector for Health should be paid double. What have I said, my God? This will result on democratization, more studies, more e-learning, but not more superficial, more quality-driven, more demanding. Imply quality and core specialization, and we have to be clever out there to seek where we should aim our efforts. Be aware also of other human values, of equity and success issues, because there will be people that are not able to study or have more trouble studying than before. And like business and enterprises, universities, which are not charity institutions, should play a social role. And we should be aware. That's what we call democratization of teaching. Now, so this needs adaptation and better leadership. Now, amid economical meltdown, we must reimagine the university. And this reimagination should be in a scenario of profound uncertainty, adaptation and creative solutions, and profound change. Now, as Charles Darwin said, the ones that will win are the ones that adapt better and have more social capability. That's another thing he said himself. Now, to finalize, and I'm 18 minutes, universities use their intellectual capital and knowledge to help economy and society navigate the common future. Who else would deliver a long crisis like COVID, other than us, other than Nova? Now, Nova has done extremely well, if I'm allowed to say, and will certainly prevail by adapting to this new emerging scenario where digital teaching will blend to face-to-face and where research had to refocus on missions and strives throughout cooperation to become more efficient and even more effective. Business and management model may change, but we shall keep our professional and human core values, and as for leadership, it will be at the great need, Mr. Rector, as it was never before. Now, we need to combine science and technology for innovation. We need to promote bridges and partnerships for cooperation. And we need to practice human values and solidarity for humanity. And I wish to thank Elvira and Sofia, Isabel Rocha, Luís Mergulhão and Joana Tábuas, all the directors of organic units for filling out the questionnaire, all but one, and my team, Rosa and Isabel, for helping me. Thank you very much. Congratulations.
And now, Professor Elvira Fortunato, Vice-Rector of Nova, responsible for Nova Research, will do the final remarks of this edition of Nova Science Day.
Good afternoon, Rector of Nova, Professor João Sàágua, Vice-Rectors and Pro-Rectors, Deans of Nova Schools, distinguished guests. Dear colleagues, it is for me a great honor to close the third edition of the Science Day at Nova University. Again, like 2 years before, this meeting was dedicated to build more connections with Nova's scientific community for the benefit of science and technology. This year, due to the restrictions imposed by DGS in response to the pandemic by COVID-19, the event was broadcast in live streaming on Nova's YouTube channel for the entire academic and scientific community. The third edition of Science Day was dedicated to sustainability and the Sustainable Development Goals. This is under the Sustainable Development, covering the famous 5 Ps: people, partnership, peace, planet, and prosperity. During the morning session, we had the opportunity to hear the leading key players in the field of research and innovation in Portugal and at the European Commission, including the Minister of Science, Technology and Higher Education, Manuel Heitor, the Director of the Calouste Gulbenkian Foundation, Carlos Moedas, a ERC representative in the area of engineering and physical sciences, Martin Penny, a representative of the Commissioner Maria Gabriel, Cabinet, Carlos Pires, the communication advisor for Portugal of the United Nations, António Ferrari, and the president of the National Innovation Agency, Eduardo Maldonado. It was quite important to have a clear view about the objectives of the new president of the European Commission and in particular about the new challenges for the next program. As you know, the Horizon 2020 program will end this year and will be succeeded by Horizon Europe, the new framework program. Horizon Europe will run from 2021 until 2027 with a total budget around, we expect, 80 billion. Currently, the draft of goals is still under consultation. The preliminary structure of the new program is divided over 3 pillars. The number 1, excellence science. Second, global challenges and European industrial competitiveness. And the third, Innovative Europe aims to improve SMEs grow and the European innovation landscape. We have reinforced the Nova Research Office in order to be able and to answer to the new challenges and to enhance Nova's participation in scientific research projects by promoting synergies among the schools. During the afternoon, representatives of the 9 schools have presented their work in the area of sustainability, covering aspects from sociology to human rights or from medicine to climate. The internationalization and the Nova for the Globe platform, in line with the strategic plan, was presented by the Vice-Rector, João de Matos, highlighting the work related to the sustainable goals. The performance of Nova in the world rankings was also shown. The coronavirus pandemic arrived with the human tragedy, the lockdowns, and the economic backlash, but Nova reacted internally in all its pillars. Some of the Nova University initiatives during COVID and the perspective from the university side was presented by the Vice-Rector for Health, José Fragata. We hope you have enjoyed the day with the taste of the best we have at Nova related to sustainability, and we would like to apologize for the morning technicalities. We also would like to thank the trust that Santander has with Nova for more than 13 years in supporting the Collaborative Research Prize. We would like to take the opportunity to congratulate again the winners in execo of this edition in the scientific area of social sciences and humanities. I just referred the PIs, Maria Micaela Fonseca from Nova School of Science and Technology, and Nuno Boavida from Nova School of Social Sciences and Humanities. Finally, I would like to deeply acknowledge the Nova Rector for making possible this event, as well as the research and the communication offices from Nova and all the highly professional staff members that helped us during the setup and running of this meeting in a new format. Taking into account the feedback from the last 2 years, we believe that this 3rd Science Day will be, by sure, another step for the growing and consolidation of science and technology at Nova University. As it was mentioned by António Guterres, this is time for science and solidarity. Dear colleagues, dear all, one thing is very clear. We want to have, and we will have by sure, a much better Nova University after the pandemic. Thank you.
The 3rd edition of Nova Science Day is almost coming to an end. But first, we will have the privilege to assist to the launch of the book Photovoltaic Energy, Materials and Applications, Volumes 1 and 2, by Rodrigo Martins, Hugo Águas, and Elvira Fortunato. This is a unique work in Portuguese, specially dedicated to university students, but also researchers and technicians developing activity in the field of photovoltaic energy, and whose aim is to deepen their knowledge in this field. This presentation will be in Portuguese. Convidamos assim o professor Leopoldo Guimarães, antigo reitor da Nova e perito em energia fotovoltaica, o professor Fernando Santana, antigo diretor da Faculdade de Ciências e Tecnologias da Nova e atual presidente da Academia de Engenharia, o professor Virgílio Cruz Machado, diretor da Faculdade de Ciências e Tecnologia, o Dr. José Paulo, da Nova FCT Editorial, e os autores, professor Elvira Fortunato, professor Rodrigo Martins e professor Hugo Águas, a deslocarem-se ao palco para a apresentação deste livro.
Vice-Presidente da Ordem dos Engenheiros, Engenheira Lídia Santiago, Senhor Reitor da Universidade Nova de Lisboa, Professor João Sàágua, Senhores Vice-Reitores e Pró-Reitores da Universidade Nova de Lisboa, Senhor Presidente do Instituto Superior Técnico, Professor Rogério Colasso, Senhor Diretor da FCT Nova, Professor Virgílio Machado, Senhor ex-reitor da Universidade Nova de Lisboa, professor Leopoldo Guimarães, senhor ex-diretor da Faculdade de Ciência e Tecnologia da Universidade Nova de Lisboa, professor Fernando Santana, caros colegas docentes e não docentes, e, como não poderia deixar de ser, caros professores Dr. Rodrigo Martins, Elvira Fortunato e Hugo Águas, autores da obra Energia Fotovoltaica, Materiais e Aplicações. Cabe-me o privilégio de, em nome da nova FCT Editorial e em nome do Sr. Diretor da FCT Nova, Sr. Professor Virgílio Machado, agradecer a vossa presença nesta cerimónia do lançamento do livro Energia Fotovoltaica, Materiais e Aplicações. Quero agradecer, muito reconhecidamente, aos autores por terem escolhido a nossa editora para publicar esta importante e atual obra. Como bem sabem, os autores são cientistas de craveira internacional, reconhecidos pelo seu mérito científico e didático. E eu estou certo que não teriam qualquer dificuldade em interessar outras editoras na publicação da sua obra. No entanto, escolheram a da sua casa, a FCT Nova, o que para nós é motivo de orgulho e enriquece o nosso portfólio que queremos que cresça em quantidade e em qualidade. Este livro, que os autores escreveram com rigor e dedicação, tem como público-alvo os estudantes. Desta forma, cumpre um dos objetivos da editora, que é o de publicar livros que servem de base às disciplinas da FCT Nova, à semelhança do que se passa noutras universidades congêneres. Não me quero alongar, pois o meu papel aqui é meramente secundário. O protagonismo deve ser dado aos autores e aos professores doutores Leopoldo Guimarães e Fernando Santana, que generosamente aceitaram apresentar a obra. Não posso deixar de sublinhar que, além de serem académicos de reconhecido mérito, na área dos materiais e do ambiente, respectivamente, a presença destes dois eminentes professores reveste-se de um significado especial neste evento. O professor Leopoldo Guimarães fundou o Centro de Investigação em que os autores têm desenvolvido um excelente trabalho de investigação e, antes de assumir as funções de reitor da Universidade Nova de Lisboa, foi diretor da FCT Nova durante vários mandatos, deixando uma marca indelével na instituição. O professor Fernando Santana revelando uma visão estratégica, fundou a nossa editora no último mandato como diretor da FCT Nova. E é o responsável por me encontrar a abrir, orgulhosamente digo, este evento, porque foi ele que me convidou a montar a editora na sequência de várias conversas em que eu insistia que a FCT Nova deveria ter uma editora. É daquelas situações em que somos chamados a pagar pelas nossas palavras. Por isto, além dos laços de gratidão e amizade que nos une, há também uma admiração intelectual. Seguidamente, vamos ter o privilégio de ouvir algumas palavras por parte do Sr. Diretor da FCT Nova, professor Virgílio Machado. Termino, pois, agradecendo antecipadamente a apresentação desta obra e expressando de novo o meu agradecimento aos autores por terem confiado na nova FCT Editorial para editar a obra. Muito obrigado.
Da FCT Nova Editorial. Sr. Reitor, muito boa tarde. Caros colegas de mesa, boa tarde. É com muito prazer que estou aqui hoje. Aliás, julgo que é a primeira vez que ao fim de 2 anos consigo estar na mesma mesa com o anterior diretor e com o anterior diretor. Portanto, estamos aqui 3 diretores e um reitor, personalizados em 3 pessoas, e é com muito prazer que estou aqui hoje. O meu trabalho é muito facilitado porque o departamento, o Centro de Investigação, foi criado pelo professor Leopoldo Guimarães, a nova editorial foi criada pelo professor Fernando Santana e os resultados estão à vista. Portanto, também mantive na direção da nova editorial o professor José Paulo Santos e, portanto, o que se está a conseguir fazer realmente é particularmente importante com a atividade do professor Rodrigo Martins, do professor Hugo Águas e da professora Elvira Fortunato, porque, ao fim e ao cabo, é da nossa produção científica e da nossa produção em termos de conhecimento que, se não formos capazes de passar para os nossos alunos, então nada fica registado. Não é só produzirmos papers, também é produzir materiais que possam ser suficientemente bons em termos bibliográficos para que os alunos possam estudar melhor e progredir melhor no seu conhecimento. Também, como já foi dito, eu tenho aqui um papel secundário, mas não posso deixar de agradecer aos autores a confiança que depositaram na nova editorial, que de forma hesitante e ao longo do tempo tem lentamente vindo a tentar desenvolver a sua atividade, com todas as dificuldades que ao fim e ao cabo se colocam na atualidade, mas é uma postura que nós achamos essencial, Sr. Reitor, que a própria Universidade tenha as suas editoras e que possam dar corpo, ao fim e ao cabo, àquela que é a estratégia e a missão da Universidade. Portanto, muito obrigado, Sr. Professor José Paulo Santos, muito obrigado e muitos parabéns aos autores e felicidades, ao fim e ao cabo, no sucesso deste livro, que de certeza que será um sucesso. Boa tarde. Muito obrigado.
Quero que agora o professor Leopoldo podia fazer a apresentação.
Os meus cumprimentos a todos os que, de alguma forma, estão ligados a este evento, seja de proximidade ou longínquo. Não sei até que ponto. Meus cumprimentos ao Sr. Reitor, professor João Sàágua, ao Sr. Diretor da Faculdade. Fiquei muito honrado pelo privilégio de poder apresentar esta obra que os autores, professor Rodrigo Martins, Elvira Fortunato e Hugo Águas, e professor Hugo Águas, decidiram oferecer à comunidade ligada à problemática da energia e não só. Organizei esta curta apresentação, deram-me 10 minutos para a apresentação, espero não os ultrapassar, incidindo sobre 5 referências, as quais pretendem, de alguma forma, caracterizar a excelência da obra. Em primeiro lugar, os autores. A minha opinião seria pura estultícia tentar organizar algumas frases de ocasião para apresentar os autores. Todos nós os conhecemos, sabemos da sua extraordinária contribuição para o conhecimento científico, tecnológico, pedagógico e social, A repercussão nacional e internacional do trabalho que desenvolve, quer individualmente, quer nos grupos de investigação que criaram, os investimentos que conseguiram e, fundamentalmente, os resultados que obtiveram. Como exemplo mais recente, na sequência de muitos outros, a conquista do prémio Impact, protagonizado pela professora Elvira Fortunato. Em segundo lugar, a abrangência. Trata-se de um livro moderno e rigoroso, contendo informação e conhecimentos aprimorados, que tem a rara virtude de poder interessar a um conjunto alargado de pessoas, protagonistas de várias áreas do conhecimento sistematizado, desde o estudante a nível avançado, ao profissional especializado que pretende enriquecer o seu conhecimento, ao candidato a graus superiores e mesmo ao economista e ao cientista social que pretendam ou precisem de perceber a evolução de uma área com repercussões de enorme efeito na sociedade, designadamente na inovação e no emprego. Em terceiro lugar, a oportunidade. Será um ato repetitivo e maçador afirmar que a sociedade que estabelecemos para viver e que nos define como seres, de entre outros, povoam o nosso planeta. Isso depende disto fundamentalmente e desesperadamente, todos eles dependem da disponibilidade de energia, que no essencial baseia o nosso modelo de desenvolvimento. É tema de compromissos espúrios, alianças, negociações, lutas e guerras, interesses fortemente estabelecidos, etc. A exploração desenfreada das possíveis fontes de energia contribuíram para nos conduzir à desastrosa situação atual, que bem conhecemos, e que finalmente é motivo de preocupação a nível mundial, mais por receio ou medo, ou seja, qualquer coisa parecida, do que por vontade própria. A produção descentralizada e o aproveitamento das energias renováveis assumem um papel fundamental neste enquadramento, dando esperança para a existência de uma solução partilhada que tarda em se afirmar conclusivamente. Mas a esperança e, concomitantemente, a decisão política a todos os níveis têm de encontrar uma base estruturante do conhecimento científico, tecnológico e social, tantas vezes ignorados nessa decisão política. Basta consultar os planos energéticos de algumas décadas atrás. Poucas décadas atrás podíamos assistir à triste situação que nem sequer o termo energia fotovoltaica sabiam pronunciar. Não sabiam que existia esse termo. Depois, os nossos decisores lá evoluíram e hoje fala-se todos os dias nas energias renováveis e na energia fotovoltaica. Há 20, talvez 20 e poucos anos atrás, o próprio Plano Energético Nacional não contava com a energia do sol, energia fotovoltaica, por exemplo. Consideravam quase irrelevante e até ridicularizavam no Plano Energético Nacional a existência, a pretensão de incluir a energia do sol e a fotovoltaica no Plano Energético Nacional. Sou testemunha ocular disso. Esta obra assume-se então como um autêntico tratado sobre a energia em geral e sobre a conversão fotovoltaica em particular, pelo que exorta a tua leitura, a sua consulta, a sua consideração como base consistente para a tomada de decisão em vários planos da nossa vida em comum. Em quarto lugar, o conteúdo. Neste livro, o livro 1, que é a primeira das duas obras editadas, são percorridos 7 capítulos, passando pelos conceitos que informam a problemática da energia e, em particular, a conversão fotovoltaica da energia solar, os dispositivos fotovoltaicos, incluindo também sobre o fabrico, propriedades ópticas e modelos elétricos e de medida, dispositivos de silício cristalino, culminando com o estudo exaustivo do silício policristalino. De notar que todos os temas são ilustrados com exercícios convenientemente ajustados que permitem ao estudante concretizar os conhecimentos adquiridos. Sobre as referências, que também é importante, muito importante serem incluídas num livro, as referências representam um autêntico manancial de acesso à informação, cobrindo na totalidade praticamente tudo o que possa ser exigido por quem pretende associar-se ao conhecimento atual. Bom, e agora a conclusão. Parabéns, professor Rodrigo. Parabéns, professora Elvira. Parabéns, professor Hugo Águas. Deram-nos permitiram-nos ter acesso a uma obra que em primeiro lugar orgulha os autores. Em segundo lugar, orgulha a escola onde eles trabalham. Em terceiro lugar, orgulha a universidade onde estão inseridos. E em quarto lugar, pretendem e dão uma informação absolutamente fundamental a todos aqueles que querem, efetivamente, de alguma forma, ou ligeira ou profunda, tirar os benefícios desta fantástica obra. Muito obrigado.
Excelente, já posso tirar a máscara agora. Muito bem. Muito boa tarde. Magnífico reitor da nossa universidade, caríssimo amigo João. Senhor professor Leopoldo Guimarães, antigo reitor desta universidade e diretor da Faculdade de Ciências e Tecnologia. Senhor presidente do Instituto Superior Técnico, caríssimo amigo Rogério, que ali vejo. Membros da equipa reitoral, senhores diretores de unidades orgânicas e, distinguindo muito em especial, o diretor da minha faculdade, o professor Virgílio Cruz Machado. E como não tenho registro das presenças, socorro-me da fórmula do nosso Presidente da República, excelências, caros colegas e caros estudantes. Foi com muita honra também, como já aqui referiu o Sr. professor Leopoldo Guimarães, de facto foi com muita honra que aceitei o convite para fazer, enfim, a apresentação deste segundo volume do livro Energia Fotovoltaica, Materiais e Aplicações. Não se assustem, porque o tamanho de letra é muito grande, eu tenho muitas folhinhas. É claro que é sempre difícil falar a seguir ao professor Leopoldo Guimarães. E mais ainda neste caso, pois, como é sabido, ele foi um dos precursores desta área, no âmbito da sua extraordinária visão sobre a ciência e a tecnologia dos materiais, tendo criado o primeiro curso e o primeiro departamento de engenharia dos materiais no país, naquela grande escola de que também foi fundador, e quando me refiro a uma grande escola só posso estar a referir-me à Faculdade de Ciências e Tecnologia, é evidente. Fez escolas, senhor professor, e hoje tem aqui mais uma prova, dada por estes seus discípulos com a publicação deste excelente livro. Portanto, é com toda a humildade que vou procurar desempenhar-me desta tarefa, embora o faça com muito gosto. Cabe-me então dizer algo a propósito do segundo volume do livro, organizado em 4 grandes capítulos, que, de forma integrada e adequadamente desenvolvida, abordam os materiais e os dispositivos para a produção de energia solar fotovoltaica. Não sendo especialista da área, não ouso apreciar o seu conteúdo, mas pela observação que fiz, considero de grande generosidade científica e técnica, no sentido em que evidencia um esforço notável de disponibilização de informação sobre o tema e, sobretudo, um esforço para facilitar a sua compreensão, incluindo até exercícios exemplificativos. Por outro lado, tem uma apresentação muito agradável, convidativa mesmo, e o que também é importante, como todos sabemos, a forma também é conteúdo. É por tudo isto que me revejo inteiramente na apreciação constante do prefácio assinado por um estimado colega e amigo do Instituto Superior Técnico, o professor Paulo Ferrão, quando refere: esta obra vem contribuir de forma muito relevante para enriquecer os textos científicos em língua portuguesa no domínio da energia fotovoltaica, pois é simultaneamente rigorosa e didática, abrangendo uma grande diversidade de temas que são integrados de forma harmoniosa. Destaquemos a importante asserção rigorosa e didática. De facto, é uma obra de base para investigadores, para técnicos, mas também para estudantes, o que deve ser realçado. Os autores podiam ter preferido uma via, diria, mais eclética, mais dirigida aos seus pares e, portanto, com menor preocupação pela abordagem didática das matérias tratadas, como fizeram, e há que saudá-los por isso, por terem procurado assegurar que os estudantes fossem também destinatários principais da sua obra. Há que felicitar os autores por isto, em minha opinião. De resto, o professor Leopoldo também já o referiu. Uma palavra muito especial para os autores. Desde logo, para os felicitar por partilharem o seu conhecimento com a comunidade académica e técnica, sistematizando e tornando simples o que é complicado. Eu já disse isto mais do que uma vez, e é verdade. Eu tive um professor em Londres que dizia, sempre me disse, quando tiveres alguém que te explica alguma coisa de forma muito complicada, é porque também não percebeu. E o livro consegue exatamente o contrário. Adicionalmente, e ainda relativamente aos autores, por facultarem informação para a prossecução do desígnio de descarbonização até 2050, e fico muito satisfeito por ver aqui os objetivos do desenvolvimento sustentável, aqui na decoração do palco, emprestando assim à potencial utilização de energias renováveis a desmistificação de bases científicas e tecnológicas de uma dessas energias, a solar fotovoltaica. Escrever um livro é uma tarefa árdua e morosa e que apela a uma concentração que em tempos normais não é fácil de conseguir. Em tempos de pandemia, se calhar de confinamento, será mais simples, mas tenho notícia que a generalidade dos autores engordou mais do que produziu. Bom, resultado de toda esta crise que há bocadinho o professor Fragata nos dava conta aqui. Portanto, antes de terminar, gostaria de saudar muito especialmente o professor Rodrigo Martins, o colega e amigo Rodrigo, porque se a área de materiais na FCT teve e tem o extraordinário desenvolvimento que todos conhecemos, a ele se deve, é ao Rodrigo. O Rodrigo foi, inquestionavelmente, o motor, e para nós que o conhecemos bem, e com que força, que esteve na base de todo o sucesso, sendo credor da nossa admiração por tudo o que já fez e por tudo o que certamente ainda vai fazer. Parabéns, Rodrigo. Muitos parabéns também à professora Elvira Fortunato e ao professor Hugo Águas, creio que a segunda geração da escola do professor Leopoldo Guimarães, por esta obra que se distingue pela qualidade e que, sem qualquer dúvida, acrescenta notoriedade à nossa escola. A propósito de notoriedade, embora ainda não seja oficial, de resto também já aqui mencionado, não posso deixar de felicitar a professora Elvira Fortunato pela atribuição de mais um prémio europeu, o Impact, que traduz mais um fantástico reconhecimento do seu trabalho e que certamente muito a honra, mas que nos deverá honrar também a todos nós. Muitos parabéns, Elvira. Eu sei que falta um, mas é preciso dar tempo. Bom, termino com uma palavra de muito apreço pelo excelente trabalho da nova FCT editorial, dirigida pelo professor José Paulo Santos, e que, como dizem os livreiros, deu à estampa mais uma excelente obra da sua coleção de ciência, engenharia e tecnologia. Parabéns. Muito obrigado.
Bem, cabe-me a mim representar os autores e tentar transmitir-vos o quão contente nós estamos de produzir a obra e quão contentes estamos de ouvir as palavras que os nossos colegas acabaram de dizer, e com isso eu quero me dirigir ao senhor magnífico reitor, ao professor João Sàágua, ao meu, desculpe o termo, meu grande amigo Rogério, à minha presidente do CAC, da Ordem dos Engenheiros, a todas as pessoas que nos estão a ouvir e, acima de tudo, a uma pessoa que durante 12 anos me acompanhou a tentar escrever um livro que, de facto, tivesse uma componente pedagógica e que, no fim de contas, completasse aquilo que nós costumamos dizer. É bom que eu planto uma árvore, tenho um filho e escrevo um livro. Não era um livro em língua inglesa, que isso já tínhamos, mas que fosse, no fim de contas, o meu contributo para aquilo que eu me sinto honrado, que é de ser português. E, portanto, falar a minha língua e escrever na minha língua. E, para isso, muito me ajudou o Vítor Teodoro, que é, de facto, uma pessoa excelente, magnífica, com qualidades pedagógicas acima do normal e, portanto, toda a própria estrutura do livro foi pensada por ele. As componentes de fazer exercício e, portanto, dar este outro aspecto pedagógico também foi ele que transmitiu no sentido que pudéssemos fazer um livro nesse sentido e também que da própria extensão e, portanto, que fosse abrangente desde o início de nós falarmos sobre as políticas energéticas até ao fim. O livro tenta ser isso e, acima de tudo, é um contributo porque, para além do professor Leopoldo Guimarães ter criado os primeiros cursos de energia fotovoltaica, não havia ainda formação em licenciatura ou em engenharia, e isso aconteceu nos anos 77, quando eu me juntei ao grupo na Nova, mas também quando se pensou e arquitetou a licenciatura, foi a primeira licenciatura que tinha na sua estrutura exatamente a disciplina de energia de conversão fotovoltaica, era assim que se chamava, e, portanto, aquilo que acontece, não só porque nós ensinávamos, porque também investigamos. As raízes da nossa investigação estão exatamente no fotovoltaico. Começou com o CDS, com o professor, com o professor Leopoldo Guimarães, não o partido, mas o sulfureto de cádmio, e depois nós tivemos, de facto, um grande impacto na componente dos filmes finos, nomeadamente de silício, e, portanto, a perspectiva que nós quisemos dar foi essa, a da nossa inicial, e depois projetarmos em exercícios futuros, portanto, com contributos de pessoas que também foram formadas. Eu tenho orgulho porque, de facto, orientei as duas pessoas que são minhas coautoras e com uma partilho a felicidade da minha vida. E, portanto, o que o livro pretende ser é também um testemunho da nossa atividade, que se prolonga desde 1967 até este momento. É um contributo que nós queremos dar à sociedade e que sirva, portanto, no fim de contas, como elemento de coesão lusófona. E eu acho que isso é importante nestes momentos, porque achamos que a dimensão internacional a conquistamos e merecemos a conquista que temos, mas também temos o dever de saber apoiar o espaço onde nós atuamos. E esse espaço é o espaço da lusofonia e, portanto, esse foi, de facto, o grande risco que a gente quis correr mas eu penso que é um contributo que vai ficar numa língua bonita, que é a língua de Camões, e esperemos que os impactos, porque a nossa ideia, como disse o professor Leopoldo de Guimarães, é que servisse uma panóplia de utilizadores extrema e que, no fim de contas, qualquer cidadão o possa, de uma forma simples, pelo menos o volume 1, entender a problemática energética e, por isso, fazemos esse esforço de introduzirmos a problemática energética, que é um tema bastante caro e que nós utilizamos muita informação que foi produzida pelo professor Leopoldo de Guimarães, bem como ideias que nos foram dadas pelo Vítor Teodoro para compormos uma componente mais básica do livro. Portanto, nós tentamos ser integradores, tentamos demonstrar aquilo que eu penso que é mais relevante, foi trabalharmos em equipa, integrar novos conceitos que foram feitos pelo Hugo Águas, portanto, o Hugo Águas já pertence a quase a uma segunda geração e meia, eu também fui orientado pela Elvira, e, portanto, estamos aqui 3 pessoas e significa, acima de tudo, qualquer coisa que é muito importante na escola, é deixar história e deixar caminho feito. Porque as grandes pessoas que trabalham de forma singular e não deixam trabalho feito, não deixam continuidade ou perspectivas de continuidade naquilo que fazem, acho que, por excelentes que sejam, não contribuem para o desenvolvimento societal e social que todos nós temos a obrigação de o fazer. Em nome de todos os autores, muito obrigado pela vossa presença. Esperemos que gostem do livro e, acima de tudo, que o comprem. Muito obrigado.
Pronto. Muito bem.
Thank you all for your presence in this third edition of Nova Science Day, either at the Rectorate or through the live streaming. Nova Science Day is now officially finished. We hope to see you all next year. Until then, do not forget to have and promote a sustainable behavior.